Chapter 751. So you're saying you created 5 sword styles, and each of them becomes a path to becoming a knight. Rem summarized what Enkrid had been explaining non-stop for the past few days. Hearing him, Enkrid's eyes widened. His round eyes were filled with surprise, not quite shock, but close. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Rem, irritated, asked. "You're terrible at understanding when I explain, but you're oddly good at summarizing," Enkrid replied, still wide-eyed. At this point, Rem knew he was doing it on purpose. He frowned. "What do you mean I'm terrible?" "It's the listener's fault, not mine." "Huh? And can you stop with the bug eyes?" "I'm just that surprised." Rem, who had been scowling, twisted up one side of his mouth. A feral grin. Then he swung his axe, so fast the draw couldn't even be seen. His steps were offbeat, making it an unpredictable strike. Not a regular rhythm, a deliberately jarring one. Enkrid reacted with ease. At some point, his sword was already drawn and moving. He slashed upward diagonally, right into the axe path. Clang! Steel met steel, wielded by human hands, and a blast of wind erupted from the impact. Flap! Enkrid's dark green cloak billowed behind him. It wasn't a fight, just a demonstration. After the single clash, Rem spoke calmly. "That's what I meant, isn't it?" He was a little impressed, deep down. The sudden axe swing was blocked cleanly. He could no longer consider this man beneath him. The man in front of him blocked his axe with ease. He had dodged. Rem would have understood, but he didn't. He swung later, but still matched the axe's speed. It wasn't even a planned duel, yet their strength and speed were on par. That could only mean he was capable of even more. Of course, Rem could swing faster and heavier, but what mattered was how much Enkrid had improved. Unrecognizably compared to before. Shaking off the thought, Rem snorted. "Yeah." Enkrid gave a concise reply. In that one move, Rem had excluded all other options and poured his strength into a single strike. And Enkrid had seen the intent behind it. A move so fast it defies calculation. Not a mismatched rhythm, but the very concept of rhythm being ignored. A mental optimization executed instinctively. It was remarkable. Thinking all of that was simply talent felt terribly unfair. "Show us the heavy sword form, brother," Odin interjected. The days of explanation had concluded. It had all started with, Wavebreaker is based on traditional swordplay. Luagarn had kept gasping in awe throughout, cheeks puffed out in excitement. "Show me. What's next?" "So that's how you use the tactical form." I'd noticed, but it's still astonishing. She'd said things like that again and again. These 5 sword styles, righteous, heavy, deceitful, swift, and soft, each suited to a different path. The Wavebreaker style, classical swordsmanship, the flash blade, the sword of chance, all had been shown, except the heavy strike. The heavy one couldn't be demonstrated lightly. You couldn't show it in a mindscape. Only predictable moves could be simulated there. So an unrevealed technique like that was out of the question. Naturally, Odin was interested in how he would channel power into a single blow. He had heard Enkrid combine the Balafian martial arts and the Zon heavy sword style. Pellinrofod watched, eyes sparkling. The group moving around had somehow grown to 9 people. "I was going to show it anyway," Enkrid replied as he turned to look at the monster approaching. A cyclops, a one-eyed giant, barehanded, yet it could tear through steel like fresh bread. If such a creature appeared in the city, it would warrant emergency alarms blaring non-stop. They'd moved closer to the southern demon zone, so encountering rare monsters was inevitable now. Or perhaps they'd already slain every ghoul and beast along the way, and only this was left. Or it was simply chance. None of that mattered to Enkrid. He'd intended to seek out such monsters anyway. This one just showed itself. Convenient. And it was a perfect target to test his technique on. While the Cyclops advanced, the conversation ended. Enkrid stepped forward to greet it. Watch. Even with the monster ahead of him, he was calm. The Cyclops' arms were so long they brushed the ground, its thigh muscles thicker than an adult man's waist. When it hunched over, the backs of its hands dragged across the earth. Scratch. Scrape. Grooves formed in the hard ground as its fingers moved, barely brushing the surface yet tearing into it. Its skin must have been impossibly tough and heavy. This'll be good, Luagarn said, popping a dried grub in her mouth and plopping down to watch. Pell and Rofard, recently knighted and more ambitious than ever, spread out to Enkrid's left and right to watch carefully. They both placed hands on their weapons and lit a flame of focus. Their burning gazes were proof. The Cyclops kept its eye locked on Enkrid. It didn't roar. It preferred tearing things apart with its hands. Not all monsters shared the same preferences. Enkrid strode forward to meet it. No hesitation. No fear. To the monster, it looked like suicide. Walking up just to be torn apart. Boom! The Cyclops' feet dug into the ground. Its center of gravity shifted, back tensing. Then its hands shot forward, too fast for any normal person to follow. Two hook-like arms came in, one aiming for the waist, the other for the thigh. Smart. Enkrid assessed the Cyclops' state with a relaxed mind. Not aiming for the head or neck, it had learned from experience. That's why older monsters were more dangerous. They learned and adapted. A fact confirmed by Imperial Knight Valfir Valmung. Not a theory, a truth. Enkrid evaded the hook hands by charging forward. Faster than the incoming strike, he poured his will into his body and slipped right into the monster's chest space. Into the embrace of a creature at least 3 times his size. The Cyclops opened its mouth wide. Its jagged teeth, each the size of a human fist, jutted out like a warped brick wall. It aimed to bite his head off. Whack! The monster's mismatched teeth clicked together just before a putrid stench could hit him. That's when Enkrid's body began to spin. Pivoting on his left foot, his body twisted like a whirlwind. His cloak snapped tight against his back. To the Cyclops' eye, his black hair spun in a blur. Enkrid focused all his mental power, starting from a pinpoint, expanding, and then concentrating again. Spin. You can only go so far with muscle alone. If you want more power, more impact, what do? If smashing a boulder in one hit isn't enough, you go beyond. He combined everything he'd ever seen, learned, trained, and created. His experience crafting new sword styles gave him a new perspective. All I need is one strike. Using his left foot as an axis, he twisted like a coiling dragon. He tensed and released every muscle in his body, layering in a burst from his core. Only what my body can handle. With an endless will supply, pouring in too much would tear his muscle fibers. He knew that from experience. The rotation started from his toes, traveled up his calf, then twisted his waist, transformed into power, and exploded through his sword. The blade plunged into the monster's body. Nice split. He felt it clearly, even with split-second thoughts. Though the engraved weapon Dawnforge lacked the sharp aura of Penna when swung, it cut through the monster like a boiled potato. Barely any resistance. The Cyclops should have had stone-hard skin and bones, yet this blade sliced in easier than Atris' sacred silver sword. After gathering rotational power and cutting, Enkrid slipped to the side. To onlookers, It appeared as if the sword burst out of the monster's body just after its arms had crossed. Black blood, entrails and brain matter spilled from the line drawn by that blade. Just like that, a creature worthy of being called a nightmare lay dead. In the south, this Cyclops had been nicknamed the Wandering Demon. Why call it a demon if it wasn't actually one? Partly due to its strength, but mostly because of how many had died at its hands. Unlike fixed-location monsters, wandering ones like this were harder to find and kill. It had probably evaded knights until now out of sheer luck. Enkrid sliced the monster vertically and stepped out. A few drops of black blood landed on his cloak, but were instantly absorbed, leaving no trace. A living cloak. The sword, too. Enkrid felt it clearly. You responded to my will, didn't you? He spoke inwardly to his sword. He often oiled it and gently touched it, and though it had felt dull then, now it responded with perfect harmony. It felt like fighting alongside a friend who understood him perfectly. So this is what it meant to be an engraved weapon. To engrave a part of yourself into it. Brother, you called that vortex, didn't you? Auden asked. Those with a trained eye recognized the hidden brilliance of that one strike. A blow rung out from his entire being, like a bent tree branch snapping back, or maybe more like running full speed with a drawn bow, then firing from just 3 steps away. That close, every ounce of force transfers. Auden's eyes sparkled. The technique aligned with the essence of Balafian martial arts, but was an evolution beyond it. That was an incredible lesson, Auden said. He even inspected the dead monster's corpse. The aftermath of the vortex was plainly visible. The wound was far larger than the blade itself, torn and ripped apart. It wasn't just the sword, it was the will too. Could divine power mimic this? To go beyond imitation and reach that kind of force? What would it take? It was something to ponder. And not just for Auden. Ragnar, through talent and instinct, was reverse engineering the movement in his head. Rem too. All of them were thinking along the same lines. Even back at Border Guard, they could have studied this. But now that their environment had changed, so had their mindset. And with that, their perception and understanding had changed too. It was a time to dive deeper than ever into techniques, swordplay, and training. Enkrid retaught what he'd learned, and everyone, including Ram, had no hesitation in learning from him anew. Seeing everyone digest what they'd learned, Enkrid also learned from them. A strange and wonderful sight. Everyone sharing and learning from each other. I heard it was around here, Rofod murmured while walking. Everyone turned to him. About 4 days into their march south, Rofod had pieced together some rumors. They had found a demon zone long rumored to exist here, like the Grey Forest near Oara. It wasn't common, but not entirely special either, given how close they were to the demon zone. A scholar once said, approaching the southern demon zone is like passing 100 islands. He had seen the sea before and even sailed near the coast, but the 100 islands metaphor never quite landed. Still, the meaning was clear. Near a major demon zone, there would be 100 minor ones. If there are really 100, how many are you planning to clear? Ram asked. Enkrid answered with firm resolve. All of them. It wasn't a promise, but a declaration of intent. Rem nodded. That's just how the captain was. If they hadn't run into the Cyclops today, he would have chased it down anyway. No way they'd just pass by a monster nicknamed Demon. Too curious not to meet it. There. Jackson pointed. Shinar nodded. She had the keenest senses in the group, and the ability to identify things based on that strange intuition. It was a forest thick with deep brown leaves. Not a gray forest, but a brown one. Yet the color felt ominous. Full of things you can't eat. Luagarn puffed her cheeks slightly as she said it. They hadn't even entered yet, but Enkrid could already see things squirming on the ground inside. Some looked like worms, others were rounder. A twisted ecosystem corrupted by the demon zone. Even the insects had changed. A breeze blew the forest's scent toward them, reeking of decay. I heard this is where a parasite-type monster has taken root. If you let your guard, even a quasi-knight could get taken out. As Rofod said that a sword-wielding figure emerged from within. One side of his face was veined, with brown lines, and only the whites showed in his eyes. Rofod changed his words. Well, someone's already been taken. The man looked clearly monstrous. Rem didn't hesitate. At the sight, his hand axe flew through the air. Whoosh! It split the air, aiming right for the head. Clang! The man raised his greatsword and blocked it diagonally. Enkrid, staring, spoke. Don't kill him. Why? Rem looked back and asked. Whatever that thing was, he was sure it wasn't worthy of him. I know that face, Enkrid answered. It was true. The man's name was Roman, a quasi-knight. He should have been in the city of Oara, but here he was, eyes rolled back. Should I just cut off his legs? Rem asked. No, just restrain him. To anyone else, that would sound like an exceptionally difficult task. Roman, once a quasi-knight, swung his greatsword, and with it, the air compressed and burst apart with a heavy boom. Chapter 752. After closing the distance, Rem punched Roman in the jaw. The hand gripping the axe left an afterimage as it struck and withdrew. The jaw was a vital point. A clean hit should have caused Roman's brain to rattle and his body to collapse, but he endured it. He completely ignored the shock of the blow, and it didn't stop there. Roman twisted his body halfway around and swung his elbow, the one holding the greatsword. Rem didn't panic. He didn't need to. He simply raised his arm to block it, and then kicked Roman's legs out from under him. Roman staggered sideways and collapsed. Tough bastard, you sure I shouldn't just take a leg? Rem asked again. If you're going to reattach it yourself, then go ahead. Enkrid replied firmly, and thought, but why is Roman even here? And alone, no less. Is there trouble in the city of Oara? No, there isn't. He received regular reports from there. If Oara was struggling to handle the remnants of the Grey Forest, the Demon Zone, he had planned to intervene himself. He had assigned Chris to look into that area so much that the man even voiced complaints. I only have one body, you know. In short, the city of Oara wasn't what it used to be. Not quite like a capital protected by imperial highways, but it surpassed the level of an ordinary frontier settlement. It was also a legacy of Knight Aura, which meant Krang was keeping a close eye on it personally. So then why? He had a vague idea, but the answer was right in front of him, so there was no need to speculate. He's not even passing out. Rem's flat voice rang out. Enkrid didn't know much about this parasite-type monster, but he could guess the situation by what he saw. That brown lump stuck to the top of his head. That must be the true body. His pupils were dull and unfocused. He looked unconscious and controlled. Think he'll return to normal if we tear that thing off? Enkrid muttered aloud. Rofod responded to the musing. 50-50, I'd say. If he had only heard that Roman had died, would he have just accepted it? Or been bitter? What was certain was that Enkrid wouldn't waver over something like this. If he can be saved, then save him. Do the best you can. That was the answer he had arrived at, from what the ferryman had shown, and made him endure in past cycles. The ferryman had forced him into cruel hypotheticals, urged him to remain in the present, not dwell in a future of despair. He had been a conductor, orchestrating anxiety. Composing a melody that started with the overture of loss, climbed through the middle section of resentment, and peaked in the climax of despair. Will you only regret it once everyone around you is Genevieve dead? Will you beg to return to the past when that time comes? Throughout that ordeal, the ferryman had shown a persistence unlike anything before. And Enkrid, it's called Vortex, what do you think, had focused on his swordsmanship more than ever, training so fiercely even in his dreams that he never once wavered. If anything, what the ferryman showed made him stronger. If anyone had been watching this relationship from the outside, they might have asked, was the ferryman testing him? Enkrid had sensed it too, but that was all. There was no reason to argue or to act differently, just because he noticed. Alongside his training, he simply came to a conclusion. Do the best you can. It was just a feeling, but Enkrid felt he had learned that mindset from the ferryman, as if the man had pushed him toward this point. Of course, he never said that aloud. The thought passed quickly. Enkrid spoke up. Jackson, Audin. The ultimate meaning of Enkrid's reborn orthodox swordsmanship, based on Luagarna's tactical form, was walking the best path possible in the present. This time was no different. Remove the parasite. Jackson could make surgical cuts as if peeling skin, and Odin was the only person in the company with divine power. Rem, hold him down. A moment ago, Rem had been targeting vital points with wild, bone-breaking axe strikes, but now his movements softened. Instead of a brutal blow, his axe coiled like a whip, snagged Roman's greatsword, and yanked it to the ground. Thunk. Yep. He pinned the greatsword to the earth with his foot. After that, it was easy. Jackson slipped in and cut the parasite off. The Lord watches over us. Odin placed a bare hand on Roman's head. Blood that had been spurting from the dozen holes left behind by the parasite was forced back by a surge of white light and stopped. That was the end of it. Roman collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Odin caught him by the neck with one hand. It looked like support, but could easily snap his neck if needed. Kept him alive just to kill him now? Rem muttered at the sight. Odin chuckled. A secret technique that combines restraint and support? Yeah, sure. Secret technique my ass. Rem scoffed. Next to him, Ragnar yawned so wide his jaw cracked. No tension at all. What should we do about those? Pell gestured to one side. Creatures similar to the parasite that had possessed Roman were wriggling out of the brown forest. What looked like trees had been their bodies all along. The brown masses crept forward, slithering like sentient mud. What do you mean? What do we do? Rofod scolded Pell. The monsters had to be eliminated. That was the mission, wasn't it? They're my fiancé. I feel sick. Shinar playfully whimpered and ducked behind Enkrid. Rem looked like he was about to curse, but held back. Enkrid noticed. You've grown, Rem, he said with admiration. Rem glared. Ugh, can you just shut up for once? Why do you never stop talking? Rem wasn't exactly one to talk, but Enkrid was the leader of this group. He soothed Rem's irritation by answering with a wordless look. You're one to talk. Rem ignored him. As they stared at the horde of parasites, Rofod and Pell stood side by side to face them. Let your guard down for a second, and you'd become a host. That's how dangerous these monsters were. Should we ride this out? Light it on fire? Yeah. They weren't threatened. Be careful with fire, Shinar replied. It's not easy to shake off events that affect your mind. For her, fire was still a dangerous thing. Of course, she wasn't an ordinary fairy. She was gradually overcoming her past. Use it carefully. That was her follow-up. As the parasites, now reduced to mud-like forms, rushed forward, Pell and Rofod cut them down, one by one. Then they set fire to the forest that had birthed them. It wasn't a large forest. After they burned part of it, the rest collapsed like a rotting heap. At one point, the colony leader, a giant worm, emerged. Pell swung a blade that mimicked the arc of Enkrid's vortex. A single powerful strike was Pell's specialty too, though not quite at Enkrid's level. Even after its head was split, the worm lived. In the end, fire was the answer. "I'll handle it." Luagarn stepped forward and lashed it with a flaming whip. They had cleared a demon zone, and yet not even half a day had passed. Partly because the zone wasn't that big, but mostly because their power was beyond standard. After the cleanup, Audin slung Roman over his back. The party moved on to the next destination. That is, the next demon zone. Toward the south, there were many places known as minor demon zones. Burning and breaking them down was practically a signal flare to Balro. They found a rough campsite and settled in. Roman woke up. He blinked a few times and then spoke. "Did you die too?" He was speaking to Enkrid. There was time to explain the situation. "Ah." Roman hesitated and began to describe his own foolishness. It was a typical act of rebellion, a desperate attempt to walk the path of knighthood. "My skills hadn't improved. Time passed while I stayed in place. I couldn't wait any longer. It was a drastic choice. Having eliminated most of the monsters in the Grey Forest, Roman felt stagnant. What would it take to surpass this wall? Change. He left alone to push forward. That's how he learned that people still lived in territories that belonged to no nation. He'd gotten there half by luck. Even Enkrid had only barely survived his encounter with that Cyclops. So, had he fought for those people? No, it was selfish. I had this foolish hope that if I kept fighting in demon zones, I'd find a way forward. His time in the Grey Forest had fueled that hope. But walking in the wrong direction without checking your footing leads to a fall off a cliff. The path to knighthood isn't a paved road. The good thing was, Roman, after falling, had been pulled back up by another's hand. It was foolish, but no one here couldn't understand that feeling. Especially Enkrid. He knew that heart all too well. He couldn't scold him. Very few people could speak lightly in such a moment. "That was stupid," Rem said. "Yeah," Ragnar agreed. Jackson didn't even care. He was off to the side collecting pebbles and stuffing them into his pouch. "Do you believe in the Lord? If you had, he would have shown you the path," Audin added. Roman's foolishness was rebuked, not by Enkrid, but by the entire company. "Sounds like you didn't train enough." Pell chimed in, showing his obsession with training. "Boldness is good, but there's no reason to enter a demon zone alone." Rofod pointed out reality. Roman looked around at them. "Who the hell are these guys? The Order of Knights?" Enkrid answered. Roman recognized some faces. It wasn't hard. The Mad Order of Knights. He knew he'd been foolish, and that they'd saved him. He tried to stay silent, but his mouth kept moving. "My fiancée. If I get left behind in a demon zone, you'd come rescue me, right? Why would you go into one alone? To recapture past joy, of course. When the demon caught me, I kept seeing visions of you coming for me. Didn't I tell you to go back the moment you arrived? You have to learn to hear a woman's words in reverse. Also, I'm joking. Do I look like a potato that can't even sprout? A potato that can't even sprout, a fairy saying. Translated to the common tongue, it meant idiot, fool, moron. Roman didn't understand it, but helpful Rofod added clarification. Not the sort of thing I wanted to know. Oh, really? And then Rem joined in. And so did everyone else. Hearing them talk about him like that made something bubble up in Roman's chest. The parasite got me because my resolve was too soft. Both body and mind weak, lacked refined training for your size. A fool is just a fool. The gray-headed Rem, the blonde swordsman, the towering priest spouting faith, the guy fondling pebbles, they all chimed in. Then a half-giant woman approached. "Teresa, was it? Did you have a plan?" It was likely asked out of nothing more than innocent curiosity. "You sons of bitches." The fury welled up in Roman. He knew he'd been a fool, but could they not spare a single thought for what drove him to that point? Huh? Just how suffocating must it have been for him to go out there on his own? Even if the people living nearby were barely human, they were still people. Why couldn't they hear that? But he couldn't shout back, not in his current state. In the end, he let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "How the hell would a bunch of bastards born full of talent ever understand how I feel?" As he looked up, his eyes met Enkrid's. A man who had cast aside talent like scraps to a dog, and climbed to this point through nothing but will and effort. He was a knight now. Roman had already heard the rumors. But Enkrid wasn't just a knight. Whatever the case, watching Roman vent like this, Enkrid thought, maybe this too was part of the path to becoming a knight. Just because someone's an imperial knight doesn't mean anyone can teach them or pull them up. Normally, it required compatibility, personality, conditions, circumstances. But Enkrid was different. He could lead even Roman. He could see the path. It wouldn't happen overnight, of course, but at the very least he could mark out milestones and open the way. It's possible. That was what made Enkrid so unusual. The road he had walked was completely different from anyone else. He had built steps where there was no path, scaling cliffs by hand. Roman, seeing the strange light in Enkrid's eyes, suddenly felt awkward and blurted out, "People live in demon zones, you know." Bet you didn't know that. Chapter 753, Roman naturally merged with the group. People live in the demon realm? That was Enkrid's question. A question worth being surprised by. Demonic beasts and monsters were killers of humans. And the demon realm overflowed with all kinds of monsters, including unique specimens. Surviving in such a place was near impossible. Even that hermit village prioritized concealment above all else, using the terrain to its maximum just to survive. Yet this one appeared openly to passing travelers. "Yeah, I was surprised too," Roman replied casually. He explained it had been less than 10 days since the parasite had taken him. Audin had hinted that if Roman's will had faltered even slightly, he wouldn't have awakened at all. Of course, Audin had spoken loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear. Half of it was praise, but Roman didn't hear it that way. "Fine. Let's just say I'm an idiot." Roman knew there was no persuading them through words or strength, so he gave up. Ram chuckled upon hearing it. It was clearly meant to tease him. So Roman instead told them about the strange village he'd seen. It was a decent change of subject, and a successful one. As they walked, Enkrid mulled over Roman's words. The continent was vast. And how much of it was occupied by intelligent races, including humans? A former scholar, once called a sage, had said, "Perhaps this world is surrounded by powerful beings we cannot even comprehend." The existence of the demon realm was the core of that argument. Even the great demon realm, despite countless invasions, had never fallen. Within it dwelled 6 demons beyond human comprehension, and looking around the continent, one could easily see there were simply too many monsters. The more monsters there were, the more demonic beasts roamed. And among those monsters, how many had developed into unique variants? Even in the lands from the border guard up to the former Molson County. Before safe routes were secured, monsters thrived within national borders alongside bandits. Even the bandits had to band together, or they'd be slaughtered. So the very existence of a village like this was a mystery. You said you were caught by a parasite. Do you still remember everything clearly? The half-giant approached again, asking with a strange intent. Roman nodded in reassurance. He struggled to pinpoint the location but still managed to navigate. Without a guide, he'd made it here. He had a good sense of direction. Looking at the red and black jagged peaks in the distance, he got a proper bearing. Of course, whether it was the right direction remained to be seen. Watching him, Enkrid spoke. "Wanna spar?" Judging by his gait, his stamina hadn't fully returned. He walked like someone who'd stayed up 2 nights in a row, his balance subtly off. Still, as Rem said, he was tough. He's holding up well. His head must have been spinning, his breathing a bit strained. Auden had healed him with sacred power, but he'd still been infected by a parasite. If he wasn't in bad shape, that would have been stranger. But what you're made of doesn't change. Being off his game didn't mean his skill had dropped. At the quasi-night level, that was a given. You couldn't always fight at peak condition. The fact that he could still perform under such circumstances, that's what earned the title of quasi-night. "No?" Roman asked. He didn't seem opposed. Enkrid drew his sword. Duskforge, sky, forged at dawn. The blade, known by all 3 names, gleamed faintly blue. An engraved weapon. Roman murmured. So much had changed since the past he knew. He'd once resolved to rise ahead of Enkrid, but now he'd been left behind. Read Dr. Novelig to continue reading, and black emotions surged within him. Roman gripped his greatsword and thrust it forward. It hadn't been properly maintained, its edge dull, but with a sword that size, even a blunt strike was still a weapon. "What the hell are you doing, stopping mid-walk?" Rem snapped at them. And he was right. This wasn't a campsite, it was dawn, and they'd just started walking again. What were they doing? Still, he didn't press it. The others stayed silent as well. It was entertaining to watch, and they all had a pretty good idea why Enkrid was doing this. "Really is fascinating," Rem grumbled out of habit, but his thoughts were different. That man, Enkrid, had elevated Pell and Rofod above the level of knights. Yes, the 2 had talent, drive, and a thirst for improvement. But if that was enough to make a knight, there would be 10 times as many knights on the continent. Even if there are more than there used to be, it was still a rare class. Ragnar stood silently, hand resting on Sunrise, observing the 2. The man called Roman had many bad habits in his swordsmanship. If it came down to a real fight, more flaws would become obvious. Things you didn't need to be told to see. How will he fix those habits? It wouldn't be easy. Luagarn watched with interest. Shinar and Jackson weren't particularly engaged. Pell, Rofod, and Teresa, however, focused intently. To them, anything they witnessed could become a lesson. Then Roman's greatsword moved, slicing down on a diagonal arc with a graceful curve. Fast and forceful, but too focused on the follow-up. That was Pell's impression. His thinking is slow. That was Rofod's. Enkrid saw it the same way. So, what to do? He stepped forward with his left foot and swung his sword. The motion was identical to one used to slay a monster, but controlled power. Jackson had once seen Enkrid cut a parasite off someone's head. To say it hadn't sent chills down his spine would be a lie. Precision beyond delicacy. Sheer mastery. He'd practiced it in the air after seeing it once, and even trained it in a dream last night. "Hey, are you listening to me?" The ferryman had called him several times, but Jackson was too entranced by that cut. Now, after a few more attempts, he could replicate it, and Enkrid was thoroughly enjoying every step of the process. Bang! Oh, a vortex, more precisely, a slash imbued with constrained rotation. A strong blow struck with the shoulder pivot. Roman's sword was knocked back in one hit. Again. Let's do it while walking. Enkrid repeated the same thing over and over. Roman had to keep swinging his sword without any instruction. No advice. No feedback. Each blind swing was struck down in a single blow. Was this just showing off? If so, his face and demeanor didn't match. Even the spectators acted the same. Roman tried to read his intent. There had to be a reason for this. Was this really a sparring match? Or just punishment? Then Enkrid smiled. Is that all you've got? That's it? That's it? No. At the same time, Roman heard that voice. It should have been a hallucination, but it felt too real. It struck straight at his heart. After about 50 bouts, his shoulders ached, his elbows burned. Honestly, there wasn't a single part of him that didn't hurt. His head still spun from the parasite's damage. Yet along with Enkrid's smile, that word, "That's it," kept echoing in his mind, over and over. Crack, .by. Roman bit his tongue. Fine, .uk. You think you're so great. But the time I've spent getting here hasn't been easy either. I've carved through flesh and staked my life to get stronger, to honor Night Aura and uphold her words. The fury welled up. Blood gushed from his bitten tongue, the pain waking every nerve in his body. His eyes went bloodshot. In one blow, pivoting on his left foot, he summoned a swing he had practiced endlessly. The one he used to mimic a knight's strike. He'd even contributed to Enkrid's own development of the vortex technique. To strike like a true knight, a quasi-knight had to compress and release every muscle, pouring their will into the blow. Once, it was Roman who had taught this. Hi. That desperate wish drew out his will. Roman swung his sword with all his strength. It felt like smashing through a dam that had been blocking his chest. For the first time in forever, he unleashed a strike with full force. Boom! The air cracked. Roman's blade crashed downward. Enkrid received it with the sword of coincidence, deflecting it smoothly. Ting! Udadud! Funk! Paimun! Roman's greatsword failed to fulfill its purpose. The blade sagged, powerless, and hit the ground with a pitiful sound. Then, with a loud crack, a fracture ran through the blade's middle. It shattered. Ugh! Roman coughed up blood, black as tar. Here, Audin was already at his side, laying a hand on his back. Teresa followed closely behind. They were cleansing the parasite's leftover energy. Surviving the infection hadn't ended it. The demonic energy, what people called magi, still lingered in Roman's body. It had come out mixed with the blood he'd just vomited. If Audin had rushed in with pure divine power, Roman's mind would have been destroyed. But the timing now was perfect. Audin looked to Enkrid. You planned this. Halfway. Luck had played its part. Roman raised his head from where he'd been doubled over. No one knew what that meant better than he did. At the same time, you saw it, didn't you? Enkrid asked. And Roman knew exactly what he meant. Roman had strayed during training. He had etched into himself Knight Aura's sword style, a smooth, flowing technique. It wasn't about ending the fight in one blow, but drawing elegant lines. Thanks to that, a man who once mimicked knightly strikes now had a solid foundation. In Enkrid's eyes, he'd drawn a proper arc, but was that the right path? Roman had a naturally powerful physique. His nature leaned toward single, decisive strikes. Will is shaped by your nature. That's what experience had taught Enkrid. Rofud lived for others, observing, thinking alone. That isolation didn't break him because it matched his nature. Pell was the opposite. He'd charge forward, breaking free of the shepherd's mold to seize what he wanted. Will is shaped by intent, by temperament. Go against it, and the path to knighthood becomes distant. Thank you, Roman spoke, then passed out again. We've picked up another dead weight, said Rem. What was that earlier? Enkrid asked again. Rem grinned and added lightly, wasn't it just the right moment? What Roman had heard, is that all? That's it. It hadn't been a hallucination. Rem had used a spell to whisper directly into his ear. Quite the talent you've got, Enkrid said, genuinely impressed. Whispering was one thing, but reading Roman's mental state and knowing precisely when to push him, that was something else entirely. Don't mention it. Rem chuckled, and Ragnar gave a slow nod. You really are talented at the most pointless things. Was that a compliment or provocation? What the hell did you eat this morning? The usual back and forth ended, and the two crossed blades and axe in both the realm of the mind and the physical world. Before they knew it, dawn had broken. The sky was brilliantly clear. Roman had been slung over Teresa's back. He came to around mid-afternoon and said, My mind feels clearer, does it? Enkrid replied. There were no more sparring matches. Lua Garn puffed her cheeks and clung tightly to Enkrid's side. I'm curious. How did you get so good at teaching? Enkrid was chatting with Frock, who brimmed with curiosity, satisfying the man's constant hunger for information. Roman, meanwhile, led the group to the village he had seen. How to put it, it was probably the strongest first impression of any place they'd encountered so far. So, do we just wreck everything and kill them all? Rem asked, playing off the atmosphere. Ragnar placed his hand on Sunrise. Enkrid looked toward the statue standing in the middle of the village, brazenly unhidden. Atop a tall wooden pole sat a pitch-black circle. A black sun. It was a symbol, a mark used by certain cults. It was no different from publicly declaring we worship the demon god. I thought you said this was a village. Shinar, being a fairy, was sensitive to the energy monsters emitted. And in places where the spirit of the forest didn't reach, fairies couldn't draw out their full strength. It is a village. They just live, in a rather peculiar way, Roman answered. Once they stepped inside, it became clear. This wasn't just some eccentric village. People moved about. Their clothes were ragged, closer to beggars in a city, but they didn't look like captives forced to live here. One of them blinked, then approached. The biggest difference between Enkrid's group and the approaching man? Skin tone. Neither pale nor dark, but a soft shade of violet. You made it back alive, the man said, looking at Roman. Then his gaze shifted to the rest of the party. Brought quite a few guests, I see. He gestured behind him. The village welcomed the rare visitors. Though, truthfully, it felt a little awkward. After all, this was a village that worshipped the demon god. Chapter 754. Enkrid observed the people welcoming him, and those watching from afar. Their skin was violet, their eyes a clear brown, for the most part. My name is Zoroslav. This way, please. The man named Zoroslav led them toward a house with a round roof in the center of the village. Along the way, heads peeked out timidly like frightened squirrels or curious cats, their eyes blinking or necks retracting as they looked on. The scene was not much different from how any village regarded strangers. In other words, a human response. The place Zoroslav led them to was built of plaster and brick. It seemed to serve as both a village hall and a kind of church. It was the only building large enough to accommodate more than 10 people. We'd like to offer you food, though I'm not sure it'll suit your tastes. A woman stepped forward from behind him. Welcome. I don't think we've ever had this many guests before. Led by the woman, beautiful enough by any standard to be called a true beauty. They moved to a room that functioned as both a parlor and a dining hall. They sat around a large table on dark brown wooden chairs that were clearly handmade. There was no sense of threat or danger. Everyone likely felt the same. They received plain utensils among similarly plain furnishings. Jackson sniffed and tasted the food, nodding. No poison. Shinar and Luagarn had different dietary needs, so they abstained, but the rest began to eat. A stew of potato-like crops and meat with coarse but nutty bread. After being fed and resting for half a day, Rem glanced around and muttered, "This is kind of awkward." What did he mean by that? They worship a demon god, sure, but these people seemed too ordinary to start hacking apart with an axe. That was the implication behind his words. Shinar wrinkled her brow slightly, so subtly it could have gone unnoticed. Whenever they crossed into the demon realm, she always sensed a change in the air. This village felt the same. Enkrid felt it too. Not as much as the demon realm, but there was a taint in the air. For Shinar, it brought back unpleasant memories. Specifically, the moment she'd been imprisoned in a demon's lair. So it was only natural she felt uncomfortable. Still, she was no ordinary fairy and endured it well. "My fiancé, stay close to me." That was all she said. Enkrid, understanding her feelings, did just that, keeping near her whenever possible. Roman scratched his head as he looked around at the others. "I told you it wasn't normal, but it's still kind of shocking, right? I was too." Enkrid nodded. The others had similar reactions. They'd only been here half a day, but based on all they'd seen, it's normal. There were strange elements, sure, but in terms of eating, drinking, resting, working, and living day by day, the village was completely ordinary. Fields had been cultivated deeper in, with various crops planted. Beside them, blue fruits were harvested from neatly planted trees. The crops and fruit weren't exactly ordinary, but they're not inedible either. The most unusual part. The villagers prayed 3 times a day. To whom? As the central monument indicated, to the demon god. "Let us pray." Before sunset, they would kneel before the figure of the demon god erected in the village square, pressing their foreheads to the dirt, regardless of where they were. Even those inside homes came out to join. The sick or coughing stayed behind to rest. There was no coercion or pressure. No one forced them to pray. There was no need to interrogate why they worshipped a demon god. And judging by the way they prayed, it didn't even seem heartfelt. More like something done out of habit. "They're an odd bunch," Luagarn said, twitching her cheek. This place wasn't even worthy of being called a borderland to the demon realm. Calling it the front yard of the demon realm would be more accurate. Which meant one thing: you couldn't survive here with just a flimsy wooden fence. It was a place monsters and demonic beasts would naturally wander through, like it was their personal pantry. There were even a few infamous roaming monsters in the area, beasts that didn't go down easily. "Protection from the demon god, huh?" Enkrid muttered. "That you, Novelagek, only on Novelag, summed it up." This was a gathering place for those who survived under the demon god's protection. Their violet skin likely stemmed from that very fact. Rofod looked around the village and said, "When beasts are tainted by demonic energy, they become monsters. So if it's humans, should we call them demonkin?" As a term for humans infected by magi, it was apt. So, what should they do with this place? For now, the people here were simply living. Let them be. They're just trying to survive, like anyone else. Worshipping a demon god was heresy, and yet Odin was the first to say they should leave them alone. Had it been the old me, I'd have said we needed to drive out the magi with divine light and purge them with fire, but not anymore. I've learned to respect the lives people choose to live. A soft white light flickered in Odin's eyes. Sacred power, rising of its own accord. Enkrid met his gaze squarely and nodded. Then let's leave it at that. They were simply people trying to survive. They worshipped the demon god because it was how they could continue living. Zoroslav occasionally returned to explain the village's way of life. It's true. We receive protection because we worship the demon god. If you're asking whether we truly believe, well, that's harder to answer. Did they have blind faith? No. I was. That wasn't it. Then what? To survive. They worshipped a god to serve a purpose. Then added, we're content with things as they are, even if it means living on the edge of the demon realm, praying to its god. This small village, this community, was of one mind. There was no dissonance. Those who failed to blend in had been cast out, offered as sacrifices or killed. So, should they be wiped out? No, that wasn't it. If this was truly the life they chose, then they would be left to it. Enkrid knew himself well. He was no orator. He was a swordsman. And so, if he wasn't going to cut them all down, then the right choice was to do nothing at all. Zoroslav was the village's representative. The man who had welcomed them now spoke in a neutral tone. Then let me ask, did you come here to punish us? Do you see us as evil? From Zoroslav's perspective, this group was a threat. Swordsmen, a frock, and even fairies. What else could one assume, seeing a village of the demon gods faithful visited by people like that? That question held all of that tension. Enkrid asked himself, are they evil? No one could answer that easily. Enkrid knew better than anyone. You couldn't divide the world neatly into good and evil. What's righteous to one person is unjust to another. Someone's hero is someone else's executioner. Still, that didn't mean he wouldn't draw his sword just to avoid being labeled evil. He simply didn't want to lose his respect for others and for himself. They had chosen their own path. Enkrid chose to respect that. That's not what we're here for. At his denial, Zoroslav smiled. He had seen people offering parts of themselves to the demon god. He respected them, but wondered, was this truly the life they wanted? Still, was there anything he could do for them right now? That was something to ponder. Zoroslav gave the group a place to stay. The next day, Ragnar said he needed some air and left. Rofod followed after him. You shouldn't go alone. Why? Ragnar replied coolly. From behind, Rem answered. Are you seriously asking that? If I already know, then why ask? It's common sense, savage. Enkrid simply watched them banter. Rem turned toward him. I'm serious. Can't we just bury that guy somewhere? Tracking him down every time is more work than anything else. He meant it, at least half seriously. That day, Ragnar and Rofod returned after clearing out part of the demon realm. They fought creatures called the Drowned, swollen waterborne monsters and ghouls, lulled by a hunched demon that cast spells. Those bastards had been nesting there since last year. They've been a constant pain. They kept eyeing our village, trying to drag us off if we crossed the line, even a little. Zoroslav was genuinely pleased. Rofod said the demon had unleashed bolts of lightning from its hands, until Ragnar's sword suddenly blazed with light and burned it to ash. I'm getting used to it, Ragnar said offhandedly. A knight, a prodigy with overwhelming talent, wielding not just an engraved weapon, but a family heirloom handed down for generations. It was the natural result, but not something you could just dismiss as ordinary. We don't have much to offer, but Zoroslav slaughtered a sheep. Yes, they raised livestock. Quite a few, in fact. Real livestock. Not demonic beasts. That night, the group feasted on lamb. "This would make a decent base," Luagarn said after checking the surrounding terrain. What had been their original purpose again? To clear out smaller pockets of the demon realm and hunt down wandering monsters. Balrog was one such wanderer, too elusive to pin down. They needed to lure him in with a serenade of temptation. And this village's location made it an ideal base camp. Enkrid nodded and began walking around the outskirts. As he walked, the dreams he'd had over the past 2 nights kept resurfacing. The sound of waves lapping and a ferry boat widening. Clatter. Pebbles accumulated beneath his feet, and waves washed over them. Though standing atop a boat, it felt like walking along a riverbank. "Let's walk for a bit." The ferryman, calm as ever, held up a lantern and spoke. Enkrid walked beside him, 3.5 steps away. The ferryman's voice was softer and thinner than usual. "So, you've seen the village now. What are your thoughts?" It was a casual conversation, a dialogue as they strolled. Much like the day before. "Did you observe those who worship the demon god? Did you see the traces of sacrifice?" the ferryman asked again. The intent behind his words was easy to grasp. He made no effort to conceal it, and Enkrid was sharp enough to sense it. Knowing this, the ferryman skipped ahead a bit and asked the real question. "Are there these people among those you would protect? Are they worth guarding, or worth cutting down? Where is the line between good and evil? Which path are you walking? Can all who worship the demon god be branded evil?" A time of cruel speculation and cruel decisions. The ferryman could not see the future, but he had glimpsed countless branches. He observed possible futures for Enkrid. One where Enkrid slaughters every resident of this village. Roman, watching, accuses him. "You killed people. Just people." Enkrid wavers. Is this the right path? Another branch. Enkrid leaves the villagers alive. But years later, they will have no choice but to consume human flesh and blood to survive. The end is inevitable. These are people who sold their future to survive the present. Something anyone could do. Selling tomorrow for the sake of today. Between those 2 choices, the ferryman asked, "Which path do you truly want? Does a right path even exist in this world?" Enkrid realized the ferryman's test was not over. "What has you so deep in thought?" Shinar's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Enkrid blinked, looking at the ferry with otherworldly beauty. Was the ferryman a woman too? Looking at Shinar made him wonder. Then came the next question, naturally, unbidden. "Your home changed after you migrated. Your way of life changed too. Were you okay with that?" The fairy village had begun trading with humans, even sharing techniques and technology. It was a question he had never asked before. Shinar showed one of her rare smiles. The corner of her emerald eyes curved. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind. A fairy's home is wherever fairies live. It was the truth. Enkrid mulled over the ferryman's question once more. "What is the path I desire?" Chapter 755. Before they were called the Eroded. It was in the era of their ancestors' ancestors. If one were to ask why they served the demon god, it was because that ancestor, when first settling here, had been aided by that very god. There was little lacking in the justification for their devotion. The demon god demanded sacrifices and offerings, yes, but by now, those sacrifices were necessary for survival, and there was no turning back. Oh, demon god. They did not even know the name of the demon god. They worshipped a symbol carved into a statue, yet they had no idea if it truly resembled the god they served. A round, charred piece of wood placed atop a long stick. This black sun. It was said to be for the god who would one day erase this world's light and claim this land. That was what the so-called priest had taught them. The very priest who had told them how to live as they do now. Revere, Dotiekin, Shasika, Nandanyawa, South Belts. The priest had spoken, and they obeyed. If they didn't, death was the only outcome. There was no one else to protect them in this land. And looking like they did now, there was no way they could return to human society. Without someone to serve, all that remained was death. Even if, for the rest of their lives, neighbors, family, and friends vanished into the demon realm. Even if the priest came to take some of the newborns, it was all something they had to endure. It was all something they had to endure. They had given up thinking for themselves. Having decided to be content with simply surviving, they entrusted all decisions, all judgments, and all choices to another being. That kind of dependence could not be erased in a single breath. In truth, it was fair to say it was impossible. These were people who could not live without relying on someone. A fish cannot live outside water. A life dulled by decades of habit cannot be changed overnight. The village of the Eroded was the complete opposite of the secluded village Enkrid had seen in the Panhandle mountain range. There had been some who tried to punish the Eroded's village in the name of justice, but they had all died. The monsters sent by the priest had always judged them swiftly. If the demon god truly protected them, then how far did that protection extend? Did it intervene if a monster crossed the border? Was it watching the whole time? It wasn't like that. "There's a relic buried here." Even before Jackson spoke, Enkrid had sensed something strange. Shinar had complained of a headache the entire time they stayed here. "My head hurts. Fiancé, I need something to lean on." It wasn't bad enough that she needed physical support, though. Even so, Shinar hadn't been disappointed that her usual tricks didn't work. Instead, she deduced the identity of the relic Jackson had found. Beyond Jackson's sharp senses, Shinar's fairy perception and ability to manipulate spirit made her well suited to identifying the relic buried underground. Especially given that she had once been offered to a demon and had spent a significant amount of time in their presence. You could say she was the most skilled demon detector among all fairies. "It's demonic." A firm and decisive statement. She wasn't saying the relic was a demon, but that it was an artifact made by one. "I agree." Jackson nodded. When Odin was brought to the spot, his body emitted a faint white light on reflex. A spontaneous manifestation of divinity. "There's an unpleasant aura here." He didn't describe it in detail, but it was clear even Odin found the atmosphere oppressive. Was it only him? Of course not. They all felt it. They were simply patient and respectful enough to endure it. When you see them swing swords at each other normally, you'd think patience only matters in select situations. Enkrid strolled around the outskirts of the village, observing the surroundings. Lua Garn had been right. If you use this place as a base, it's ideal for sweeping roaming monsters and small demon realms. The village sat on flat land, providing a clear view of the surroundings. Behind it lay a forest, and in the distance, peaks of black mountains tinged red could be seen. Most importantly, this was a no-go zone for nearby monsters and beasts. The buried relic acted like wolf urine or bear dung. In other words, a potent territorial marker. Now, what needed to be done was simple, intuitive, and obvious. "No need to stick together, right?" Enkrid asked. Of course, the question wasn't to the heir. He was walking with Shinar on his left and Lua Garn on his right. They were his walking companions for the day. Ram, for some reason, was excited. He said there was a lot of interesting magical stuff nearby and was scurrying around the village outskirts. Odin and Teresa had decided this was the perfect place for constant prayer, and had entered into quiet meditation. "That's right," Lua Garn replied. They had stayed for several days and gathered information about nearby demon realms. The villagers knew a lot. More precisely, anywhere they deemed dangerous had either colony-class monster packs or minor demon realms. Even with the demon god's protection, venturing into such areas without knowledge often led to disappearances. So the information had accumulated naturally. To Enkrid's eyes, this place was semi-stabilized. There were many monsters and beasts that lived here in a strange but stable balance, not encroaching upon each other. Monsters crossing over from the south, you often encountered those kinds of beings across the continent. That was why Viscount Harrison, who held land in the southern agricultural zone of the Kingdom of Narilia, had spent his life fighting off the encroaching monsters, which from his perspective were no different from natural disasters. Some of those monsters were probably born in places like this. At any rate, with their side boasting a full night order, there was no need to group up. Put Rofod and Ragnar in one unit. Lua, Garn, Teresa, and Pell will be another. It wasn't something Enkrid calculated, he just spoke based on instinct. Even on the battlefield, Enkrid had a knack for sensing the enemy's intentions with nothing but intuition. That sense, honed over time and through experience, applied here too. Though the assignments were made on a whim, the arrangement was sound. Very good. Luagar nodded. The next step was similar to before, but with a difference. In other words, it had become easier. Even if it wasn't easy, these people would push forward until they achieved results. The mad order of knights immediately set out to strike the nearby demon realm. They moved at dawn and finished before sunset. There was a group of scalers. They didn't use any special abilities, but their scales, Novel Gat, only on Novelek, were particularly tough. That was Rofod's report. They had wiped out a demon realm in under half a day. Ragnar's sunrise had torn through the marshes, burning, searing, and slicing it apart. I thought Sir Cres would have liked it if we brought back some of those scalar scales. Shame, Rofod added, to which Enkrid simply nodded indifferently. They were too bulky to carry. If they had some way to transport the monster byproducts from here, it would be helpful. If those scales could be processed into armor, it would significantly enhance the equipment of the border guard's standing troops. Judging by what the villagers were wearing, it seemed entirely feasible. Somehow they had crafted clothing from hides and scales, and the finish was quite refined. There was an interesting beast, a snake with small wings. It had a triangular head and spat venomous needles. Lua Garn shared after returning. Apparently, Teresa had blocked the venom with her shield, closed in, and ripped off its head with her hands. She relied on brute strength more than technique, but it was still impressive. Lua Garn added, just from that it was clear that Teresa's skills had advanced. If physical strength was her advantage, it only made sense to capitalize on it. Her tactics now fully utilized her monstrous strength. Odin had gone with Jackson. They had been searching for a roaming beast type, and by luck found one within 2 days. A giant centipede. When they fought it, it supposedly used telekinesis. But for those two, that meant nothing. Was it troublesome? Not at all, brother. Enkrid had asked just in case, but all he got in response was Odin shaking his head and Jackson shrugging. The demon realm's inhabitants were astonished, and it was hard not to be. After seeing what they had done, they had literally torn through the surrounding demon realms, monsters and beasts. Some of them were demons in disguise who lured in humans. There were over 5 demon realms, led by ghouls. Several formless spirits. One of the most notorious monsters in the area was a creature called the Twilight Witch, who commanded the Maiden of Plague. She was said to be strong enough to become a demon herself if left unchecked. Her presence was so overwhelming that even the Red Cloak Knights had her on their hunt list. But then, 3 big men and 1 fierce-looking guy went out and came back after dealing with her in a flash. Ironically, Frock had seemed the weakest of them, though the villagers wouldn't have known the difference. All they could do was wonder what on earth was going on. And through all this, Enkrid was once again reminded of the savagery of the southern demon realm, a land unfit for humans. And yet, people lived there. The village of the eroded was born of that contradiction. The ferryman of fantasy asked, no, for days now, the ferryman had been asking, what will you choose? A demand for choice, born of cruel reflection. Were these people to be protected? Or were they to be cut down? Or simply left behind? Whatever the choice, the knight's oath remained. Oaths and beliefs ultimately required inner rationality. A single misstep would damage one's will. He knew that instinctively, and through experience. Valfir Valmung, the imperial knight, had told him many things. Above all, he had often spoken of the difference between flower knights and imperial knights. There are plenty of flower knights on the continent who scoff at their oaths, you know. Ones who compromise all too easily. Those types can't rise any higher. It had come from Valmung's mouth, but history itself proved it. Failing to uphold one's oath reduced a knight's worth, which meant damage to the will. So he had to find the answer to the ferryman's question. The demon realm's inhabitants were shocked, but they didn't reject Enkrid or his companions. Because they had no reason to. Just as the villagers had feared, the relic of the demon god had been watching the village, and now it had sent a cleaner. It came from the village outskirts, where even fences were sparse. A giant bull entered, passing through the villagers' fields. A flock of startled sheep ran off to one side, and a few dogs whined and cowered. A minotaur. Jackson was the first to spot it. A pungent beastly odor mixed with a sharp tang had filled the air before it appeared. The monster announced itself with a thunderous roar, and the meaning of that roar was unmistakable. Fight, flee. No one could ignore that powerful bellow. It was the hour of twilight, a murky dusk. With its bellow splitting the damp air, the monster's shadow stretched long across the earth. It was massive enough that one had to crane their neck to look up. And its presence made it seem even bigger than it was. When your mind's all tangled, there's nothing better than moving your body. Enkrid stepped forward and spoke. He meant to handle it himself. Everyone else could just watch. You're always hogging the good stuff, Rem grumbled. Even so, he wouldn't defy Enkrid's command. As the sun set, 2 moons began to peek out from behind. While the others watched, the minotaur placed its hands on its waist, craned its neck, and looked up. Oh! A roar that made everyone's legs tingle. Its essence, killing intent and primal rage. Enkrid instinctively activated his will of rejection, ignoring the beast's roar and radiating pressure in return. His shaped pressure became a wall, an iron wall of defense. Well, would you look at that? Rem muttered, somewhat surprised. The bull had 2 wide-bladed swords sheathed at its waist. Blades shaped like glaives but with shorter grips. Modified weapons. Where had it gotten such things? The minotaur drew both swords and took its stance. Could wild instinct blend with swordsmanship? Usually not. But this monster was no ordinary beast. If there were scalers with tough hides and monsters with telekinesis, perhaps this one had a unique power of its own. Or maybe being part of the demon realm, it simply made sense. A monster that used swordsmanship. Typically, its raw power exceeded that of an ogre, and its threat was ranked near that of a Medusa. And now it wielded swords. Legs spread wide, one sword raised higher than the other. Everything about its posture showed it could wield blades. Enkrid raised Dawnforge. The Minotaur could use swordsmanship. So what? At the moment, Enkrid was more curious whether that bull's next scream would also be moo. Aside from its stance, the weapons it carried were not normal. They could rightly be called relics. More precisely, they were demon-infused relics, or even demon swords. Facing the Minotaur, Enkrid began a low and steady breath. Dawnforge vibrated, as if to say, "Hurry up and cut that beast down." Enkrid decided to oblige his engraved weapon's wish. Without a sound, he launched forward. In an instant, the distance closed. The Minotaur's arm muscles bulged as it swung its sword, slicing the air. All of it happened in a single breath. Boom! A thunderous crash followed, ringing through their ears. But by the time that sound exploded, man and monster had already exchanged blows. Chapter 756. The sheer size of the Minotaur, a fusion of physical mass and intangible aura, felt unimaginably vast. Most of the demon realm's residents dropped to their knees, murmuring Black Sun as they chanted the demon god's title. And yet, strangely enough, the human, half the size of that horned monster, appeared just as large in their eyes. No, maybe even a little larger than the bull-headed creature. At a glance, it looked like he would be sent flying, spewing out everything inside him. Intestines, blood, all of it. But he wasn't. Clang! A tremendous roar exploded. The scream of colliding metal turned into a shockwave that rippled outward. After exchanging a single blow, Enkrid instantly understood. This thing fights on a knight's level. Why couldn't the demon realm be destroyed? The answer was obvious, almost insultingly so. Because they lack strength. Even with will awakened, there were monsters inside that realm too powerful for a human to endure. And this dual-wielding Minotaur was one of those. After the initial exchange, the monster and the man widened the distance between them. The bipedal bull backed away, dragging its right hoof. Enkrid lifted his sword diagonally, covering his face. A brief standoff followed. Everyone knew the fight would resume soon. Sunlight spilled over the violet-drenched land. The sun disappearing behind the ridge soon summoned the darkness. A damp warmth clung to the air like they'd spent the day in a swamp. The humidity was high. It was summer, and this area, commonly known as the Demon Realm's borderland, carried a particularly foul atmosphere. "Shouldn't we help?" Roman asked from behind. Just seeing the creature had made his skin crawl, his body bristle. It felt like something far superior to the gray forest monsters they had faced in the city of Oara, even more so than that ghoul Jerix. At the Minotaur's roar, he had felt some of his autonomy stolen, as though his body no longer moved freely. Had it been him standing there, he would have died. No need to think twice. A monster. They had to help right now. Leaving him alone against it wasn't right. That was the thought behind Roman's words. "Leave him. You'll just get in the way," Reem replied without even turning to look. But his eyes hadn't left the two still fighting. The others were the same. The holy knight who used divinity. The terrifying swordsman you didn't want to look at. Even the one whose presence was so faint it was hard to detect. The fairies and the rest, they all simply watched. Roman quickly realized that what was in their eyes wasn't concern or worry. Why? Why? Frock, standing next to him, puffed out his cheeks as he drew closer. The gesture meant anticipation, joy, thrill. But Roman had a hard time reading Frock's expressions. Frock had no comrades or friends. There weren't many of his kind to begin with, and they rarely acted under the influence of others. Roman wasn't familiar with fairies either. They were a rare sight in the city of Oara. They looked just as strange to him. As far as he knew, fairies were known for rarely showing emotion. Yet even now, fragments of it appeared in their eyes. No doubt, It was excitement. So were Pell and Rofod. So were Pell and Rofod. Their palms weren't sweating, but they opened and closed their fists, shifting their toes as they watched, as if imagining themselves in Enkrid's place. Their movements said it clearly. There is no defeat. Their actions, their posture, all conveyed that. If things went south, anyone among them was ready to jump in. They were prepared to act the moment Enkrid was in danger. But beyond that, something else ran underneath. A shared anticipation for whatever that man was about to show them. That atmosphere naturally reached Roman too. Just what is he? Just what is he? The fact that he no vulgate, don't copy, read here, had become a knight was already astounding, but to receive such unwavering trust from others, is this something I should be learning too? Knight O'Hara had always shown him her back. Even at the brink of death, she revealed her values, her life as a knight. She never once broke the vows she made as a knight. She smiled as she left. Roman remembered O'Hara's final battle, when she gave her life fighting the fragment of Balrog. And now, Enkrid overlapped with her. "Oh, Roman murmured. Once more, Enkrid's duskforge met the Minotaur's blades. Boom! A roar shook the air. Like a landslide, like a massive boulder crashing down. Dust rose from the ground as the violet soil scattered in all directions. Roman's eyes caught a tremor in Enkrid's sword. That tremble became a ripple, drawing out invisible will and embedding it into the blade. In the very center of the demon realm's land, where moonlight couldn't reach, light shimmered along the sword's edge. It burst, it exploded, painting 1,000 images onto the canvas of darkness. Roman couldn't see all the sword's movements, but even so, his heart swelled. You could die at any time. Seeing the horned swordsman's skill only made the saying clearer in his mind. He had heard it long before he became a knight. That if you choose to live by the sword, you must never forget the possibility of being struck down by a blind blade. Moo! The bull's scream, cut off mid-roar, was an attack in itself. Like pressure, a wild bloodlust took form and tried to crush Enkrid's body. Enkrid ignored the key shout with the surging force of will, and as the beast twisted its waist, it swung. The flying sword strike was heavy and fast, a move Ragnar often displayed, strong and swift. It was Wave Breaker, and having calculated its motion, Enkrid blocked it with Duskforge and twisted his body to the side. His waist pivoted on his left foot, and he deflected the blow using the force on the blade. As the blades met, a faint sound echoed. Td-dig-dang. Wavebreaker was a perfect match for the blade of coincidence. No, ultimately, every sword style could be made to harmonize. That had been Enkrid's conclusion for some time now. The bull wielded 2 swords. The moment its first strike was blocked by Duskforge, the second blade came down. The second sword, enhanced by will, was so fast that even Enkrid's knightly vision struggled to follow it. It slashed through the space Enkrid had occupied just seconds before. Had he not shifted his body during the first parry, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. The sword's path left a clear afterimage in the air, like a watercolor bleeding through water. Delicate, intricate lines blurred and scattered. And Enkrid became one of those blurred lines himself, swinging his sword. At the same time, his thoughts split apart. The fragments revisited his past. Don't lower your guard. Don't lose focus. Stay aware. Don't let your body stiffen. Permit yourself everything necessary to win. Keep your body and mind flexible. Deliberate actions are stiff. Unconscious ones are fluid. Repeat and repeat until it becomes instinct. Today's practice shapes tomorrow's you. Everything he had learned rushed through his mind. In that moment, Enkrid understood exactly what he needed to do. It was what Oara had shown him once, what Ragnar had also demonstrated. He too had accomplished it once before. Light gathered on the blade. The formless force became a visible shape. Using the principle of a vortex, he struck the incoming blade. His waist twisted off his left foot, and the dragon of light erupted, cleaving the bull's head apart. Enkrid pulled Duskforge back with the same force as the upswing. Crack! The monster's thick cervical bones caught on the blade, tearing through muscle and skin as they were dragged out. Thud-da! The monster, resisting the pull, dropped one knee to the ground first. Enkrid stepped back and shook his sword clean. Black blood sprayed across the ground. The beast, missing its head and part of its spine, wobbled like a pendulum, then collapsed. Thud! Its enormous body crashed down with a tremendous noise, splitting through the silence that had settled over the area. As the monster fell, black blood gushed between the torn meat and split skull. Enkrid stared indifferently at the corpse and thought, if the applied techniques of will can be systematized, then they can be taught. And if they can be taught, they can be learned. He reviewed the mental process he had just walked through. The beginning lies in drawing unconscious will back into conscious awareness. Ultimately, will should manifest into physical form, either through the body or the weapon, just like Enkrid had demonstrated. But handling will alone isn't enough. Without fundamental swordsmanship and relentless training is an unreachable path. Proper methods and physical discipline can't be skipped. Without extraordinary effort, the embodiment of will is nothing but a fantasy. He was slow to learn. A dullard who needed to test every path step by step. But that lack of talent had given him something new. Observation, reflection. From that came the knowledge to form something new. The fight had been neither long nor short. Luagarn was beyond thrilled. She splayed her 4 fingers flat over her breastplate. Frock's thing shook wildly. Gar. His cheeks puffed out on their own, releasing the overwhelming sensation he had received. Without realizing it, Pell half drew the idol slayer. I want to fight. If someone asked why, he'd probably ask if a reason was even necessary. Reasons didn't matter. He just wanted to fight. To clash blades with that man named Enkrid, who had just shown something unimaginable. Hold it, it's not your turn for a while. Pell suddenly felt the presence of the barbarian behind him. How to describe it? Rough. Brutal. Like shoving your head into a lion's mouth. That was the aura the barbarian gave off. Oh, Lord Father. Odin whispered a prayer, and from his back, a faint form began to rise. Divine energy surged and took shape. He wasn't the only one stirred by desire. Ragnar, gripping Sunrise, asked, "Can you use it however you want?" It wasn't a question of possibility. It was a question of confirmation, about the embodiment of will. Yeah? Enkrid answered simply and began wiping the blade of Duskforge. Shinar stepped forward beside him. You're nothing like the person I first saw. Even her words carried a tone of awe. Anytime. Rofod muttered. If Pell had been consumed by desire, Rofod realized plainly that he couldn't stand as an opponent just yet. But he wouldn't be swallowed by despair or hopelessness. Most of those present knew the road Enkrid had walked, starting as a bottom-ranked soldier even within Nerilia's classification system. Even being generous, his path had been nothing short of a thorn-filled one. He had moved his body to the limit. Sweat flowed freely. As his mind cleared, and he looked around, he saw the corrupted ones staring wide-eyed in disbelief. The ferryman asked, was protecting them the right thing to do, or should they all be killed? People slowly being transformed under the demon's influence. But nothing irreversible had happened yet. If they could break free of the demon's hold, perhaps even their violet skin would return to normal. If anyone could treat the demon realms corrupted, Anne would be ecstatic. Her dream was to create an elixir that could cure every disease in the world. Her eyes always blazed when discovering a new ailment. Watching her from the side, one couldn't help but think that Anne, too, was worthy of being called a madwoman. Enkrid expected neither repentance nor remorse from these people. He didn't believe it was right to blame those who were bound here by their ancestors' choices. Many thoughts passed through his mind, but only one remained clear. Can they be saved? He would try to answer that question. Even if he failed, he wouldn't fall into despair. He would still try. Even if it was a futile struggle, a desperate thrash, that attempt alone had meaning. Standing at a crossroads where only two paths were offered, Enkrid chose a third. He walked firmly toward the center of the village. There stood a symbol carved in the image of the black sun. All eyes turned to him. He was the one who had just slain the demon god's cleaner. No one could say a word. No one could step forward. They only stared in shock. Enkrid looked indifferently at the demon's symbol. If it's the object of worship that twists both mind and body, then just change that object. With a swoosh, dusk forge slashed through the symbol of the demon god. The round wooden plaque depicting the black sun dropped to the ground. It was only a carving, after all. Several villagers let out cries like screams. But what had been done could not be undone. Enkrid had cut down the demon's symbol. Auden thought, "Let's deal with the artifact we buried." As you say, they decided to burn the demon's implanted artifact with holy power. This village now stood at the brink. The residents, finally recognizing the horrifying truth, stared at Enkrid in stunned silence. "What are you planning to do?" Pell asked in passing. "Cutting that symbol." It was obvious what would happen next. Was he planning to use monsters to kill the villagers he didn't want to kill himself? The shepherds of the wasteland were a group that despised monsters. To use them for manipulation? If that were the case, he would consider leaving immediately. No question. A group that used monsters to kill humans? And then Enkrid said something no one expected. "From now on, this land belongs to me. I'll make it part of the border guard's domain." He was shifting the focus of worship. If the problem was them serving a demon, then he would become the symbol of this land himself. No ordinary person could think of such a thing. Ram tilted his head. Even after seeing so many of Enkrid's insane actions, this one was on another scale entirely. Did he really just say that? Make it a border guard domain? This place? It wasn't deep in the demon realm, but it wasn't exactly outside it either. "So you're saying, instead of worshipping the demon, they should worship the commander?" Ram muttered, and Enkrid blinked. Did he really need to interpret it that way? "Well, I didn't mean." He tried to clarify, but Auden's voice spread around them like a wave. "May the Lord watch over us." He honored the will of the one who led him, offering a serene smile. "In place of the Lord Father, he shall become this land's center." "No, that's not it at all," Enkrid wanted to say, but the words never came out. All the panicked villagers were looking at him. Hundreds of eyes fixed on him. Ragnar wasn't interested. Let them do as they pleased. It had nothing to do with him. Whether they lived or died, Ragnar didn't care. What mattered more was what Enkrid had just shown. The village representative trembled, horrified that the sacred symbol had been cut. But the deed was done. The demon's idol had been severed, and his cleaner slain. Zoroslav knelt, bowing his head. To survive. If Chris had seen this, he'd probably demand, "What the hell are you thinking?" If Krang had seen it, he might have just stuck out his tongue. If Enkrid wanted to play king here, they'd probably have offered up their own thrones in exasperation. But regardless, Enkrid ignored the ferryman's intentions and declared himself the master of this village. The important thing hadn't changed. If the problem was in protecting them, then just remove the problem itself. Truly, my betrothed is a madman of a different class. Shinar's voice echoed with admiration, and everyone else silently agreed. Chapter 757. Confusion. Anxiety. Chaos. Everything blended into one storm of emotion. Some among the villagers began to see hallucinations. I shall come to you myself. It was the demon god's call. Some wept. Some collapsed in despair. Such was the moment they found themselves in. But even so, they were still human. And because of that, they were swept up in the atmosphere. It has always been said that an extraordinary person can change the entire mood of a group. A hero at the front lines ignites fighting spirit. An orator's fiery speech moves crowds. Now it was the madman's composure that changed the air. The atmosphere was not one of despair. Even though the future looming before them was undeniably grim, no one could believe it would truly come to pass. Why? Because they saw the calm faces of those standing before them. The villagers, stunned and speechless, could only stand by as spectators. Among them, a few children quietly hummed a tune. It was an old song passed down through generations. Its lyrics spoke of the end of the world, and of peace that follows. Training? I need training, Pell muttered as he swung his sword. The madman, who had long been dormant, once known for ranting about training and nothing else, had awakened from his stupor. Whoa! He shouted alone, letting out a fierce kish-out. Hardly normal, but undeniably composed. Pell's mental state was simple and clear. Monsters were the enemy. These people were to be protected. That was enough for him. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Pell held the idol slayer and began to dance on the side. You're making quite the racket. Roman, was it? Come here for a moment. Rofad, shaken after seeing Enkrid's sword in that crazy display, felt a twinge of self-doubt. His greatest strength was the ability of a right dog, original source, to evaluate and observe his own condition with objectivity. And in doing so now, Rofad found his answer. What I need right now is the experience of winning. Going out to kill a nearby monster was one method, or giving Roman a needed sparring session could also bring similar results. But more than winning itself, what Rofad craved was the sense of accomplishment, of being helpful to someone. How do you build the process that puts weight into a single strike? Rofad asked, gently baiting Roman. Roman blinked and slowly approached him. Are we really just going to swing swords around at a time like this? That's what his confused expression said. But even he couldn't resist the mood. Rofad simplified his thoughts. Enkrid would find his own answer to what he just did. So Rofad would do what he could right now. Maintain optimal condition, in both body and mind. That was the goal. He narrowed his thoughts and focused with Roman before him. Having sparred with Pell countless times, he knew his strengths and weaknesses well. He also understood the common traits of those who stake everything on a single blow. Moreover, he had trained the squad once called Enkrid's personal guard, accumulating numerous insights and techniques. He'd put all of that to use now. If you want to finish a fight in one strike, you must learn the steps that lead to it. Hadn't Enkrid said that Roman needed a grueling process above all else? To put it plainly, he needs to suffer like his life depends on it. And Rofad was more than ready to provide that kind of experience. There were villagers who gasped when Enkrid cut down the symbol, but none fainted from shock. Among them, the sharp ones quickly adapted to the changing situation. The speed of that switch was alarmingly fast. But, truly, they had little choice. What could they possibly do if they didn't kneel here and now? The demon god's cleaner was dead. The demon's grasp was distant, but this swordsman, this madman, was right in front of them. One flick of his hand, and they'd all be wiped out. Realizing this simple fact, their survival instinct kicked in. Heads bowed. They offered loyalty to Enkrid. Oh, of course, some may have had their own personal reasons. Rem snorted at the sight and chuckled. Look at EM switch sides like a starving bellupter snatching up rat meat. Bellupters went crazy for rat meat. Wasn't that why rats were so rare in the West? Though it could also be due to the copycat-type monsters that frequently appeared in the region. Cats devoured rats with ease. Actually, they couldn't even eat them fast enough. Sparring? Ragnar approached Enkrid, who had just finished fighting. Rem's brow twitched at the sight. This damn lazy bastard. What's he saying now? You lost your mind? This wasn't the usual level of anger. It sounded like he had just heard someone insult his parents or his own child. Westerners were especially sensitive about family insults. Rem, without hesitation, pulled out his axe and explained the reason for his fury. Enkrid had assumed Ragnar must have insulted Rem somehow, but no. I asked first. I get to spar first. That's what this was about. Brother, the Lord didn't tell us to endure injustice. Why must you always go first? Odin cut in. He's my fiancé. Of course I go first. Even Shinar added in. Though really, wasn't Shinar unable to exert her full power in this place? In a land lacking spiritual energy, fairies couldn't properly use their strength. Since arriving, Shinar had constantly joked about feeling dizzy and how one night in Enkrid's arms would restore her. Those jokes were rooted in her weakened state. Can you even imbue? Ragnar asked, turning toward all of them. Can you even embed will into your weapon? Can you create a sword that shines with light? If not, how could you possibly spar at this level? In other words, Ragnar was saying, from this point on, our sparring's going to be high level, so weaklings, get out of the way. Hey, you're insulting Western rituals now. Rem stayed furious. His rage had taken shape. He channeled his pressure in his own unique way. Rem's shadow grew, ignoring the moonlight. He even started to rise to his feet. If they fought now, that shadow might very well swing an axe of its own. The Lord said nothing is impossible through divinity. Odin kept butting in. Meanwhile, Enkrid sensed an ambush from behind. To describe the sensation in words, it felt like someone was about 5 steps away, shaking a willow branch. And yet his intuition caught it. His senses were razor-sharp after the earlier battle. Enkrid's body moved instinctively. Clang! Ah, dang! Ah! He turned and raised Duskforge, just in time for the tip of a dagger to scrape along its surface. It was Jackson's thrust. Sparks flew. Jackson immediately retreated 3 full steps and stared at Enkrid. For striking and retreating, his speed outpaced even Rem. You little feral cat bastard! Rem's fury erupted again, but Jackson ignored him. I'm good. That one strike was enough. From Enkrid's response, he had measured the man's sensitivity and sharpness. For Jackson, that was all he needed. It'll be hard to catch him off guard now. A simple ambush wouldn't work anymore. That much was certain. Then what? Whoosh! Jackson dodged the flying hand axe, streamlining his thoughts. I'll have to draw it out everything I've got. Only then would he stand a chance. Even then, he would need to gain a positional advantage first. Otherwise, he couldn't kill him. That was the verdict from the leader of Jordaga, the legendary assassination guild of the continent. If even they declared Enkrid unkillable by assassination, then it was done. Enough. Enkrid, for the first time in a long while, called for calm and summoned Rem, just to match their movements briefly. A sparring session. Knew it. Rem nodded and pulled out his axe. It looked as though black smoke had clotted around it. Even though he'd used will against the sword-wielding Minotaur just now, the residual will and the body honed through the isolation technique weren't weak enough to falter over this. Muscles are beautiful things. Auden's words pierced right through the matter. Teresa silently took in the scene, along with those standing beside her. Is this what they call boldness? Or maybe it was just recklessness? At the sight of the corrupted beings, what one might rightly call infected, the veins on Teresa's hand bulged. Her grip tightened on reflex. She wanted to swing her greatsword right now. To break, to crush. They were revolting, disgusting. Like thousands of ants crawling across her skin, she needed to rip them apart. Purify this land. Teresa felt the call echoing through her entire body, but a hand touched her arm. Large, warm, and capable of radiating white light if needed. If the Lord commanded you to kill them all, would you? The Lord's will is just, but we who interpret it are flawed. Auden was simply teaching again what he had always taught. The half-giant inhaled and exhaled 3 long, shallow breaths, then nodded. Sending them to God might offer peace, yes, but they had their own desires as well. In any case, Teresa had already reached her conclusion. No, she had long since decided. They can't be saved. There was no salvation. There was no method. Astonishing. Simply astonishing. Luagarn's voice rang out beside them, echoing with repeated praise. Truly, a madman of a different class had a different field of vision. His thinking followed an entirely separate track. Teresa had seen it. Enkrid cutting down the symbol. Auden using divinity to destroy the buried artifact. Hell protect them somehow. And somehow, hell save them too. Maybe the name Salvation, not Iron Walls, suits him better. Just moments ago, she had thought sparing these people was against the Lord's teachings. But now, it felt different. The God of war she served gave her peace of mind. Lord, Teresa lowered her head in prayer. She didn't know how they were going to protect this place. That was the responsibility of the one who started this. Would Enkrid call for grace, perhaps? But would that wide-eyed bastard even come if summoned? Even if it was Enkrid calling, that guy probably wouldn't step into the demon realm. So then, what was the plan? Such questions passed fleetingly through her mind, but again none of it was her concern. Teresa wasn't the only one recognizing the looming reality. Rem understood too. He realized the difficulty of the situation, and yet he ignored it. Even now, with the symbol destroyed, wasn't the presence of beasts and monsters already creeping in? It was obvious if you thought about it. Just how appetizing has this place been until now? It was like tossing a freshly caught rat in front of a bellopter and telling it not to eat. A well-trained bellopter might endure, might resist, but if its master suddenly said, "Go ahead, eat," if it doesn't leap, it's not a bellopter. It's what instinct demanded. Rem thought as he sheathed his axe. They were still mid-spar. If things got even slightly more serious, one of them was going to get hurt, badly. The black soot clinging to his axe faded, then rose like smoke and disappeared. What was that? Enkrid asked. It looked similar to will, but it was different. A technique that didn't quite follow the path of concentrating and embedding will into a weapon. It wasn't a skill or an art, per se. It was more like a pure act of shamanistic talent. Spirit binding. It was a technique unusable without a descended weapon. Rem had stored spiritual energy in the axe and manifested it externally. Not something easily done. There were dozens of hurdles to overcome to reach this level. Rem looked silently at Enkrid. He had no more questions. The method to concentrate will like before? He didn't need it. As for the rest, he had already seen and learned enough. Handling weapons and shamanism are separate disciplines. To reach what's called a knight here, or a hero in the West, you had to master both. Training the body and training shamanism were different, but connected. What were the chances of being skilled in both? Slim. Extremely slim. Without talent, one couldn't even dream of reaching this level. But now I understand how to teach it. He had merely followed what Enkrid had structured and demonstrated. Well then, I've learned something good today. He spoke grudgingly. Enkrid blinked a couple of times and said, What are you, some evil spirit? You little. Why the hell's he like this when I just said thank you? Shall I purify him? Odorn responded immediately. Perhaps his divine power was needed now. Was he possessed? Teresa added. Jackson already had his dagger drawn, ready to throw. Sunrise burns anything. Ragnar commented dryly. Rem just laughed. You son of a... The insult never reached completion. Time to work, Rem. Enkrid cut him off cleanly. He'd gotten his fill of teasing. The doors to the well-guarded food storage, the bait, had been flung open. Now it was time. Beasts and monsters were already beginning to close in. They could see them, and they could hear them. Chapter 758. I was planning to go anyway. Huh? Rem ground his teeth and turned around. From all directions, creatures with drooling maws were advancing on the village. In a way, it was efficient. No longer did they have to seek out every monster or beast one by one. Even the wandering-type monsters that had vanished without a trace for a while were now showing up. Kia! A harpy boasting eagle feathers and firm chest muscles flapped her wings mid-air in the distance. A wandering monster known as a minion of Dermal. They led a group of 10, and all members of that group were said to unleash invisible blades. The leader was a harpy, so naturally the group consisted of harpies as well. 11 monsters capable of hurling compressed, invisible blades of wind all night long. Jar. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble faintly. It felt like an earthquake, but it wasn't. It was the sound. No, the sensation of multiple heavy things charging forward. The kind of vibration one would recognize from battlefield experience. Casting his eyes into the distance, Enkrid spotted a herd of rhino beasts, their horns jutting upward from their snouts. These weren't ordinary beasts. They were creatures who had awakened special talents, now charging out of the demon realm in search of a luxurious meal. Even amid the dust clouds and quakes, their forms did not resemble ordinary monsters. Judging by their movement, they were probably bickering amongst themselves on the way here. Fighting over terrestrial prey was just instinct, after all. Enkrid had fully anticipated this moment. That was why he laughed. And then he spoke. A party. Next to him, the parasite, no, the demon, opened her eyes wide in shock at the word. A party? Was this going to be a feast, where they all got sacrificed while he watched? Anyone might have thought so. Sure, the black-haired man had killed a minotaur, but this was an entirely different situation. They were no longer under the demon god's protection. The fence that once guarded them was gone. Death was now inevitable. Those who once clawed and scraped for survival would now inhale despair and exhale hopelessness. Ah! One of the villagers screamed, something between a shriek and a howl. Hearing that, the rest of the villagers began to do the same. Luagarn stepped in. She walked over and clutched the screaming man by the neck. GJK. The man choked as Luagarn, cheeks puffed out like a frog, shouted with a voice loud enough to burst eardrums. Bartender. Her thunderous cry drew everyone's eyes. Even a few members of the Mad Order of Knights turned to glance at her. The effect of her shout was undeniable. Mouths shut. Attention was seized. Frock's mouth opened. Repeat it. Though Lua Garn was a Frock, she sometimes called herself an artist. She had once even worked in a traveling theater troupe. She knew exactly what sort of chant was needed in this moment. Demon, huh? Knight. At that moment, blades of wind rained down from above. Shh, God. You could hear them, but not see them. That made the sound itself a kind of terror. Rem casually swung his axe and nullified the attack. As he moved, a loud shatter followed. Clang! A sound like a crystal orb breaking under force. So you want to play from up there, huh? Rem grinned as he spoke. So the enemy wanted to hurl things from afar. There was no need to draw a sling or throwing device, called a sling staff on the continent, and a murat may in the west. Rem's left hand twitched. That's what it looked like to most people. But to those like Enkrid, whose kinetic vision could track movement, what they saw was different. Rem drew the axe at his waist with his left hand and hurled it skyward, faster than when he'd thrown it at Jackson earlier. The thrown axe flew faster than a falcon snatching prey mid-dive. Boom! The sound barrier shattered. The axe embedded itself directly into the harpy leader's skull. Her head burst, and her body surged upward in the air. It was hard to tell from a distance, but it looked as if something had grabbed her by the neck and yanked her upward. Then, black rain fell from the sky. Rem stepped back a few paces to avoid the blood. The harpy, as big as a bear, crashed to the ground. Her body twitched a few times, then stopped. Perfect warm-up, Rem muttered, watching the scene unfold. Enkrid had dissected every movement of Rem's action. His combat sense, approaching superhuman, let him perceive what Rem had done. Concentration of ritual energy to amplify muscle strength in an instant. He had moved to an optimal position to form the perfect throw arc just before launching the axe. Only a few steps, but likely enough to form a mental trajectory aimed directly at the harpy leader. He then triggered the ritual and threw the axe. Somewhere within it, will-based precision detonations were applied. Finally, he finely and sensitively tuned the ritual energy to cancel out the recoil from the will's explosive release. Only used exactly what he needed, just like how Linux from Zon had once shown him will, with not even a speck of error. Rem had pulled it off naturally. Calling him a monster barely did him justice. As Enkrid grew, so did these insane prodigies right beside him. He felt he could beat them now, but in a few more months? Who could say? That was the difference between genius and average, between genius and fool. Even with endless will, the most I gain is just this much. And if you asked whether that made him resentful, absolutely not. It was delightful, incredibly fun. Electrifying joy filled his whole body. He'd felt this before, but every time it felt new. So much fun. The thought spilled from his lips. But to the surrounding villagers, he just looked like a lunatic. Saying it was fun, while monsters and beasts closed in on them? Was the demon god possessing this man's body? Even if not, everyone now instinctively understood. This man was as dangerous as a demon god. Wait, what had Frock said earlier? A few villagers recalled it and began to shout together. Demon, knight. It wasn't loud at first, but the voices grew. Soon, every villager was shouting with passion. Demon, knight. Hundreds of voices united in that cry. And there was strength in it. More than the speech of one orator, there was power in hundreds shouting the same thing. Enkrid turned slightly. He thought it was just one of Frock's obnoxious jokes, but to Luagar no title could be more fitting. Demon, a name that suited him perfectly. Look at him, even now luring in a Balrog just by existing. You really don't let me rest, do you? Even Shinar stepped forward. Pel Rofod cut it out. Enkrid called out as he ran, and the two moved. Roman had finally caught on. Even though monsters and beasts were charging in from all sides, this wasn't a crisis. Why? Because everyone here was a monster. Ragnar walked off to one side, sword drawn. His greatsword glowed in the night like a sun that rejected moonlight, rising tall amidst the dark. Roman, who had been getting chewed out by Rofa, joined him. Do. For now the charging rhino beasts were the most pressing. Auden and Teresa stepped forward. Let's push them aside. Auden shouted, grabbed the horns of the charging rhino beast with both hands, then flung it to the side. Huh? How is that even possible? Not even Orara could pull that off if she were alive again. He had always assumed Auden's specialty was divine power, but he hadn't even invoked any. This was a duet of brute strength and refined technique. Under Auden's massive bear-like feet, the earth caved in, forming a wide arc. His arms and limbs had become unbreakable iron pillars, pushing the charging rhino beast to the side as if tossing it. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, like lightning striking a boulder. The sound rang so sharp it stung the eardrums. The rhino beast collapsed, crushing several monsters under its weight. Beside it, the half-giant woman Aniova Regressing showed off a similar feat. Only, she used a shield, catching the beast's charge with it and shoving it aside. Her foot traced a large semicircle on the ground, a movement designed to redirect force. Roman, even without the keenest eye, was still a quasi-knight. He could tell how extraordinary those two maneuvers were. Monsters! The thought burst forth from his chest. And now the most fearsome monster stepped out. In the darkness of night, his cloak appeared pitch black. Roman knew that in daylight, it was actually a deep forest green. Flap! As he charged forward, the cloak fluttered like a banner. It had somehow extended into a long trailing shape, almost like a scarf. It stretched behind him, an ink-black line against the shadows. Assimilation! He shouted an incomprehensible word and swung his sword. A ghoul, camouflaged to blend with the environment, was sliced vertically down the middle, right in front of him. When did he even? It was a monster that could conceal itself, and it had been cut down. Black blood and viscera splattered across the ground, consumed immediately by the ravenous darkness. Demon. Night. The chant echoed from behind as Frock led the villagers again. The cry seemed to summon madness itself. Roman accepted it all. And with that, a wildfire-like emotion ignited in him. A blazing urge to take part in it too. Like setting dry grassland alight. Whoa! Here comes Roman of Aura! Caught up in the moment, Roman thrust his greatsword straight forward. Crack! The massive troll's skull caught on the blade. Whoa! With a shout, he yanked his sword upward with all his strength. The troll's head split in two. No matter how strong its regeneration was, if its skull was cracked open, it was over. Look at me. I'm Roman of Aura. That's what his face said. Then, a shadow brushed past him, and a calm voice poured water on his fiery enthusiasm. No, Dean. You're putting too much strength in your movements. Joints should be fluid. You give power when striking and release it when withdrawing. If saying it could fix it, I'd already be perfect. Leave him be. If he dies flailing around like that, that's just his fate. Another voice followed. The first was Rofod. The second, Pel. As they ran, Rofod replied, "I'm telling him so he won't die like that. And I'm telling you it won't help. Maybe because you've got a dog-faced demon's penis jammed in your ear. But this guy, he's not you. Hey, you said insults like that make people sound cheap, remember?" Rofod winced for a moment. He'd ended up sounding just like Pell. They'd spent too much time together. Maybe he was starting to become like him. The thought annoyed him even more. Time to settle who was on top. Whoever kills more. Good idea. Before Rofod even finished, Pell agreed. The two split left and right. More dangerous things than the troll Roman just downed were everywhere. A perfect battlefield for competition. Roman could see it too. Rustle. A few stones jumped up from the ground. Boom! A fountain of earth and rock erupted. A worm. A massive worm monster burst from the ground, large enough to strangle a bear in one twist. Mine! Pell claimed it. He soared through the air, curled his body mid-flight, and swung his sword. A stunt Roman wouldn't even think to attempt. The worm thrashed, head split open, but Pell didn't stop. He carved the beast into pieces. His casual swings were just as precise and effective as someone else's desperate effort. A sword strike so deeply ingrained it's performed unconsciously. Roman felt the truth of that principle hit him like never before. Near the fallen worm, 5 ghouls came slobbering at full speed. Rofod intercepted them. He calmly decapitated each one by one. The whole scene felt so natural, so inevitable. But, looking closely, it wasn't. Like prey caught in a spider's web. That was the impression it left. He limited their movements, and when the time came, struck without hesitation. After that, Roman had no room to pay attention to others. He had to move, fast. Too many things were swarming. It had started with harpies. Now it was ghouls, dog-faced demons, ogres, trolls, armored skeletons, plague maidens, poison-spewing fiends. But really, it wasn't a big deal. That's what he thought. What's the fuss about fighting 2 nights straight? The villagers who had chanted Demon Night had long since retreated into their homes. Luagarn had made sure of that. There was no need to expose them to unnecessary danger. Afterward, Luagarn also joined the battle. She filled in gaps at the village center, directing forces. Her tactical swordsmanship, the precursor to Enkrid's orthodox style, was equally powerful as a command technique. And thus 2 days passed. Roman looked out upon the dead bodies of monsters and beasts. It wasn't a metaphor. He was looking at a mountain of corpses. Chapter 759. For 2 days straight, all kinds of monsters and beasts shoved their heads into the fray. They gathered, drooling, thirsting for delicious meat and blood. Though the land had been tainted, the people still bled red. No one was seriously injured, but he saw a child who had fallen, blood trickling from a scraped knee. Even while falling, the child had shouted, "Demon Night!" to Enkrid. It sounded almost like a cry for salvation. There was no need to explain how intoxicating that scent of blood must have been for the monsters. They had come in droves. And among them, the most troublesome by far was a magical being encased entirely in metal. The so-called Iron Golem, one of those giant steel dolls. Its steel body could deflect most blades, making it a difficult opponent. For anyone not a knight, it was normal to chip away at it until they exhausted themselves. Which is to say, extremely dangerous. Arrows didn't work. Swords bounced off. The most reasonable tactic was smashing it apart with blunt weapons and exposing its core. Even for a knight, it wasn't simple. You couldn't slice through solid iron like it was paper. But still, this wasn't beyond a knight's reach. It just took time, strength, skill, and strategy. Still, Enkrid wondered, did even this magical creature feel hunger? Or was it driven purely by the urge to destroy? His thoughts vanished with its footsteps. Thud! The ground quaked with each step. It had to weigh several times more than the charging rhino beast from earlier. Each step pounded out a wave of pressure. Its presence crushed the air. Comparable to that bull swordsman, Enkrid thought. This was no ordinary iron golem. It was much more dangerous. It had no mouth, so it didn't roar. Instead, it raised a long steel rod in its hand and smashed the ground. Boom! A resounding crash exploded, followed by a vibration that traveled up through the feet. It resembled a sledgehammer, blunt and massive. They said if an iron golem lived long enough, it would forge parts of its body into weapons. At that point, it was basically an engraved weapon. In barred tales, golems were always slow, foolish guardians of ruins. But seeing one in reality, this was no easy foe. Someone had to stop it. Ragnar, being the closest, stepped forward. He half opened his eyes to look at the golem. Its sheer size forced his head to tilt up. Hard to even fit it all into one glance from below. Big, and bigger than that bare-faced preacher. At close range, perspective collapsed. He vaguely remembered stories of how golems were born into this land through ancient magic, but he couldn't recall the details. Not that it mattered. Rapi, the steel rod dragged across the ground. Ragnar, watching with half-lidded eyes, thought, I can do it now. What? A more advanced cut. Inspired by what Enkrid had shown, he'd been provoked. And now he'd found his answer. Conversion of will. If Zaun had focused on controlling will, Ragnar focused on transforming it. He emitted will, gave it form, and fixed it in place. Shaped by intention, fueled by desire. He filled the will with a single purpose, to cut through whatever stood in his way. Its shape is a blade. Over the glowing heat of sunrise, a faint red shimmer wrapped the edge of his sword. I can't coat the entire blade. He sensed the will dissipating midway and fixed the shape at one edge. Thus, only one side of the blade gleamed red. It looked like a crimson flame molded into a blade. As the golem swung its sledgehammer, Ragnar slashed diagonally upward. It wasn't some extraordinary display of power or speed. His footwork was light, his motion casual. He didn't strain his muscles. From afar, it looked more like a probing swipe. But the result... Esh! Whoosh! The sword's sunrise cleaved through metal like tofu. Fire flared in the path the blade had traveled. The sledgehammer split apart. The golem's body too was left with a diagonal, flaming scar. Ragnar raised his sword again and brought it straight down, cleaving the golem's head and torso apart. It all looked too easy. A knight can defeat a golem? Of course. But not like that. Most would swing dozens of times, gather force, break it apart, expose the core. Not slice it cleanly in two with two strokes. Once the core was exposed, it was simple. Ragnar drove the blade into the spherical core, like a human heart, nestled inside the split Inovilag. Continue reading. Body. Crunch. The core shattered. A faint glowing liquid seeped out. The golem collapsed with a thud, breaking apart into shards of metal. Thick liquid oozed out between the fragments. Even in the midst of battle, everyone had seen it. Everyone who had witnessed Ragnar's sword strike was stunned. As the battle began to settle, Rem blurted out, "What the hell did you just do?" Ragnar, though the question was clearly aimed at him, didn't even look over. "Cut. No elaboration? That's your explanation?" Ram snapped. Ragnar ignored him. Enkrid had seen it too. Of course. That's what monsters do. Forging a blade out of will? This crazy bastard. It was hard enough just to understand the structure. How did he even? He had wrapped his weapon in solidified will, turning it into a blade that cleaved through everything. Flame blade, Teresa murmured. She remembered a passage from a holy text. A war god wielding a sword made of fire that could cut anything. No, sister, Audin corrected. I don't know. That's not divine. That's technique. It was beyond delicate control over will. It was the craft of shaping it into something entirely new. Audin, capable of using divine light to protect his body, watched and wondered. Could I shape divine light like that into a blade? It would be difficult, but perhaps possible. And maybe not just a blade. Maybe something else. Lord, is this your gift to me? Are you showing me through that lazy man? Just seeing it seemed to deepen his understanding of sacred power. He felt his own skill evolving. Among all war gods' apostles, Audin's talent had always been top tier. Rem's lips moved, then closed again. Enkrid could tell. Rem wanted to curse loudly, but couldn't find the words. Feel like you lost? Shut up. I can do that too, you know. It was clearly because he'd been provoked. Enkrid knew. Ragnar knew what he had done. A new path no one had ever reached. A new world. A new technique. For the first time in a while, he felt omnipotent. Superior. Ivune. He raised his chin slightly and looked around. That order of knights, killers of monsters and beasts. Their captain stood at the center. So Ragnar had only one thing to say. I'm the vice captain now. Everyone immediately fired back without missing a beat. What kind of nonsense? That position requires age and wisdom. Have you injured your head, lazy brother? If you're gonna act like that barbarian, why don't you two just go play by yourself? Rem, Shinar, Odin, Jackson. In that order. It almost sounded like one voice. Jackson's final jab hit especially hard. It referred to the time Rem had used the residue technique to blast Audin's room apart and assert dominance over Enkrid. His sermon back then wasn't so different from what Ragnar was doing now. Want to try it? The flame blade? Ragnar casually borrowed Teresa's mutter and gave it a name. He aimed it straight at Jackson. If you can't dodge it, what's the point? Jackson retorted. A fierce air surged between them. Two beasts growling. Neither bared their fangs, but for those watching, it was terrifying enough. It's fine. They won't fight to the death, Rofod said, calming some of the creeping villagers from the demon realm. Pell stared wide-eyed, muttering, What the hell is that? Then he shook his head. Doesn't matter. I don't need talent. I'll get there with effort. Only training matters. He resolved himself again. If you don't give up, you'll reach it. Isn't that guy proof enough? Lua Garn said, having overheard Pell's muttering. Enkrid didn't react to the vice-captain talk. Perhaps he was too shocked by the genius leap. This is insane, he muttered. It wasn't hard to read the emotion in that tone. Enkrid wasn't a fairy. But this time, the emotion he showed was like tossing a boulder into a lake. It spread deep and wide. The ripple was like the scent of mountain wind in a forest. So vivid, so rich. If you had to name what he was feeling now, it was euphoria. Joy died. His mouth curled into a smile. Seeing that, Shinar spoke. Maybe we'll just have 3 kids. At some point, Shinar's jokes had crossed the line. Enkrid didn't even seem to hear it anymore. I've fallen for him again, Luagarn said. Not romantically, just admiring the overwhelming charm that came from the man himself. The corrupted villagers watched all this, and only grew more terrified. Why were these people, after killing all the monsters, just chatting among themselves? Why was the man in the center smiling? Why did the fairy mention having children, and why did Frock say she'd fallen for him again? Not even Balrogs, demons who lived to fight, seemed to enjoy battle this much. They were demon worshippers, but still humans. Most had lived like frogs in a well, cut off from the world. This was beyond anything they could process. One by one, they dropped to their knees and prostrated themselves before Enkrid. It took another 2 full days just to clean up the aftermath. Even after clearing the corpses of monsters and beasts, the stench lingered. But no more monsters came. Of course not. They'd faced all kinds: iron golem, harpy, rare beasts. A gremlin faster than arrows. Jackson killed it. An armored bear, its fur like steel. Teresa crushed its skull with her shield. The villagers had seen it all, and were terrified. Many trembled. Enkrid didn't care. What would kindness change here? Nothing. Instead, so what now? He probably hasn't even thought about it. That guy just acts on impulse, Roman muttered, having turned to Rem. Among the group, Rem was the only one Roman was comfortable speaking to. I have thought about it, Enkrid replied. Ragnar didn't care. Odin asked if the Lord had sent a revelation. Luagarn rolled her big eyes and asked, What? Chapter 760. Enkrid looked at Roman. Why had that Roman been floundering here, getting toyed with by a parasite? Because there's no threat to the city of Aurora. That's why he had been able to leave his post. The city of Aurora is the legacy of Knight Aura. If he had come here even though the city was in danger, Enkrid would have had no qualms about cutting off his head. But Roman wasn't that much of a fool. That meant the city of Aura was now safe. What did that imply? There's no more demon realm in Aurora. Even the remnants of the Grey Forest must have been thoroughly wiped out. Then was there any reason for an asymmetric force to remain stationed in Aura? There wasn't. Conclusion. It was now possible to dispatch part of Aura's military force here. And that meant it was also possible to protect and establish self-reliance here. Aura is a city of those who know how to fight. In fact, some of the training methods for the border guard's standing army were modeled after those used in Aura by Alora. A fortress city. A city made for battle. Its former name was Thousand Brick. What if they borrowed that city's structure and built another 1,000 brick here? You couldn't build a castle overnight, but humanity's construction technology had advanced by leaps and bounds. If the kingdom of Nerilia would lend its aid, it might not even take a year. 6 months, if they were quick. If they focused only on raising the outer wall, that time would be sufficient. Then here, they could see a new wall rise. Facing the demon realm, it would be the birth of a new fortress city and the expansion of the kingdom's territory. The surrounding monsters and beasts had already been cleared out in a flash, resulting in a temporary vacuum of demonic creatures in the region. Usually, you needed to clear the monsters before founding a frontier city, so in this case, that part was already done in advance. And if they reroute part of the western trade line through here, a new trade route would open, and the market area would expand. In short, this place would become a human city, not a city of the demon realm. It had been the very first plan that came to mind the moment he saw the residents of the demon realm. You really thought that far ahead? Rem asked in disbelief. I'll have Chris handle the detailed planning. He'll take care of it. In the meantime, the troops could be sent from the city of Aurora, so there'd be no need to use the kingdom's army. Sometimes I really don't know what's in that head of yours, Captain. Odin marveled. Even if he hadn't been as skilled with a sword, the captain would have made his mark anywhere. But for Enkrid, it hadn't been the result of any great deliberation. The moment he resolved to protect them somehow, the path simply revealed itself. Perhaps it was thanks to endlessly repeating countless versions of today that he'd developed the ability to choose the best possible route. Arriving at the thought naturally, Enkrid asked himself inwardly, should I be grateful to the ferryman? But since this wasn't a dream, there was no reply from the ferryman. With that thought, he lifted his head and looked at the sky. How many days had passed since they'd arrived here? At this point, it wasn't just a courtship dance. It was practically hosting a full-fledged courtship ball. Still not here. Balrog hadn't shown up. It wasn't hard to guess the reason. He wasn't enough yet. Then he'd just have to light a fire big enough for everyone to see. Big enough to catch even the far-off eyes of the demons. He'd need to stir rumors so widespread that no one could ignore them. Even the demons themselves would end up whispering among themselves. Enkrid's gaze turned to one side. There was no defined border drawn, but beyond that gaze, one could call it the inner depths of the demon realm. What was said to be in there? Just as humans have forward bases, the demon realm has places like that too. Zoroslav had once said so. It was something they had talked about before things turned into what they were now. The moment he heard that, his heart had pounded. Anticipation surged. To compare, if the grey forest in front of Aura had been a small lake, this was an ocean. An inky black sea whose depths and contents were unknown had extended an invitation to Enkrid. And yet, this was only a hole in the southern front, formed because even the wide southern defense line couldn't hold it. Even if a peerless beauty stood there stark naked and seduced him, it wouldn't make his heart race like this. Why are you grinning like that? Rem asked, looking at Enkrid. Looks fun. Ha, you're definitely thinking of something real dangerous again, aren't you? Enkrid looked at Rem as he said that. His eyes were likely no different from Enkrid's. You going in? Yeah. The answer came the moment the unwoven question was asked. Good thing we didn't fight. The mayor of the trade city nodded at the mercenary captain. At first, when he realized they were moving away from the trade city, he'd regretted it for a moment, but that regret hadn't lasted long. Still, we need to know where they're going. Even if we have to mobilize every last information guild. Enkrid and the Mad Order of Knights were a dangerous group, even to the long-established information guilds of the continent. Several assassination guilds had previously targeted them, only to get wiped out in the process. Wiped out, literally. Not only did the attackers all die, but even the guilds that issued the hits were completely annihilated. And information guilds usually dabbled in assassination work too. So of course they feared the Mad Order. After they left traces of the infamous assassin group, Jor Dagger, at one of the attack sites, it was no longer worth it to even consider targeting them. Hence, no more assassins dared to aim for the Mad Order, at least not anywhere in what was known as the Central Continent. Given the circumstances, it was also difficult to sneak in spies using tricks or subterfuge. The fortunate thing was that they didn't hide their movements. Even more fortunate was that the Gilpin Guild monopolized and sold incredibly high-purity intelligence. The only problem was how much krona it cost. But the trade city, true to its name, was the golden pot of the continent. They spared no krona to buy information, and so they learned that the Mad Order of Knights had gone to the very edge of the demon realm and slaughtered every monster there. I told you, surrender. Just surrender. If we tried fighting, I'd retire, the mercenary captain said. It was a bit annoying hearing that from a guy who'd earned the title of the Indomitable. But still, the mayor felt a pang of longing. If I could have that Night Order under my command. If I could have that Night Order under my command, the trade city could become a kingdom. Achich. The mayor let out a breath at the ridiculous thought. He had no desire to be king. He just wanted to make a better life for his family and people. And this is how far it had come. Plenty of people mocked him for being obsessed with self-preservation, but he'd seen far more fools charge ahead with ambition only to die. I started as a peddler when I was 17. Barely anyone I started with back then is still alive. How'd I get this far? By hiding behind those charging into life's gambles, watching from the shadows, and outlasting those idiots who didn't know the value of their own lives. That's how I got here. What more do I need? If I have any gift, it's knowing how to judge people. That's why I got rid of every traitor, and that's why I'm still standing. What the hell are you talking about all of a sudden? The mercenary captain, in private, was no different from a close friend. He listened idly as the mayor vented over drinks. It was the same old story he always told when he got a little drunk. I'm telling you, it's my gut. Right now is the time to lower our heads and endure. Just look. The ones who last longest win. The ones who survive to the end are the ones who come out on top. On this point, the mercenary captain agreed. That's why it was surrender. So are you going to go through with the contract with the border guard? The mercenary captain asked. The mayor nodded. Yeah, I have to. Even calling it a contract was an exaggeration. It was just a promise of troop support, not immediate aid, but a pledge to send forces if anything ever happened. It had come as a proposal from someone named Kreis of the border guard. What's Lord Graham doing that he can't even show his face? Still, they had some ties with that side. To be blunt, he was the type they could squeeze. This Kreis fellow, though, not at all. The situation had changed. The roles were reversed. Just to secure a promise of military support, they'd have to hand over dozens of sacks of gold coins. It was a painful cost, but clearly something that had to be done. Was it because of the monsters that had recently been showing up along the river? That, the mercenaries can handle. The indomitable mercenary captain responded with confidence. Yes, that was good enough. This was more like an oath of alliance. At first, they tried ceding a beautiful woman to the border guard to try and forge a blood tie, but after seeing the two women known as the Gold Fairy and the Black Flower, everyone lost their nerve. And it wasn't like Enkrid accepted every woman sent his way into his bed either. If that alone had worked, she could have at least become his third or fourth concubine. Now, this was the only option left to avoid becoming their enemy. It was a little unsettling, but the border guard had said, "This oath originates from a knight's vow. We do not break it, so long as you don't turn your back on us first." Stripping away the florid language and polite formalities, that was the core of the promise. Yeah, I'll believe them. Enkrid's name was a mighty one. He was someone worthy of trust, and someone to fear. That madness of his stepping into the demon realm. No matter what happened, he was not someone they wanted to stand against. Paladin Overdeer had also heard the news about Enkrid. The god of the scales must have granted him madness and taken away his fear. It was an exclamation uttered with a laugh, though his expression betrayed a hint of dread. At his words, Noah, now Pope, smiled gently. More than that, I believe it's simply his desire to save those who stand before the demon realm. If there's anything we can do to help, I'd like us to help. There is a way. But I doubt it would benefit your political standing, Your Holiness. This time, the answer came from the ragged saint. I believe protecting people is more important than my position. Overdeer chuckled at that. Yes, that's exactly the kind of person a pope should be. Let's do it. Politics, status, power, authority. None of that mattered more than the will to protect and save lives. And so, the demon heresy purging priesthood move. In response to Noah's request, they accepted gladly, saying they owed him a debt. He's my friend, but seriously, he's completely insane. Krang said the same thing as always. Sitting on a throne didn't mean he had to change how he spoke in private. A king who was ready to start a war with the Empire over that friend's disappearance doesn't really have the right to say that. Now does he? Sitting across a small parlor table, Krang narrowed his eyes. I hold you accountable for mocking your king, Count Marcus. The wrath of a king was always accompanied by fear. The ruler of Neril, capital of Nerilia, spoke in a low, calm tone, but with unmistakable fury behind it. Even if this was a private conversation between old acquaintances, a mere count criticizing the king's decisions was still audacious. Spare me. I might piss myself out of fear, so let's not, Marcus replied with nonchalance. Krang knew full well that Marcus wasn't someone jokes worked on. In truth, he'd known it and said it anyway. Well, fine then. Let's move on. Is there any way we can help? If we see their fight with the demon realm as just their personal crusade, it's no issue. But if we lend the royal house's power to it, the story changes. And you know as well as I do, we've got no one to spare. The night orders blocking the southern front are already stretched thin. They couldn't just mobilize the Red Cloak Order to help. Marcus was firm on that. There was also the issue of royal influence, and frankly, they'd stirred up too many things lately to act freely. Not like they're asking for military support to begin with. Krang knew Enkrid well. Even if they didn't hang out every day, there was an understanding between them. That's what made them friends. He's erasing monsters and beasts and staying put, right? We knew about that corrupted city's location and left it alone. And now if the crown tries to claim that land, Enki won't let it slide. He'd either wipe it out or save it. He was the kind of man who would always choose one or the other. Letting it be was never an option. Nerilia already knew that corrupted residents of the demon realm were living there. Leaving them alone had been unavoidable due to lack of resources, but that was still just an excuse. And now, with someone like Enkrid charging in to shatter that excuse, they could ride the wave and deal with the situation together. If we're going to send anyone, Sir Andrew Gardner and a private detachment should suffice. After all, what we need right now is in sword arms. Then let's send them. Deciding to enter the demon realm didn't mean charging in immediately. Some time was needed for weapons maintenance, for one. They also had to find the courier who had passed word to Anne. Roman can stay behind for now. They'd also need to confirm whether any monsters or beasts still remain nearby. The demon realm is also called the corruption zone. You've heard that before, right? Luagarn, learned and analytical, stepped forward. To enter that place you'll need stories. At the very least, tales known to the people who live around here. Half of those were little more than superstitions, but Luagarn believed there were useful things buried in them nonetheless. After all, even if they once served the demon god, these were people who had lived near the demon realm since their ancestors' time. After that, Enkrid returned to his usual rhythm. Just like all those endlessly repeated todays, he marched toward his goal. At dawn, he trained. In the mornings, he studied how to manifest Will's blade using the method Ragnar had shown him. From the afternoon on, he listened to the stories passed along by the villagers. Should I show it again? Ragnar would sometimes puff himself up, acting smug, and Enkrid humored him. Let's kill that bastard. I can't stand to look at him anymore. He let Rem's grumblings slip past one ear. What an utterly offensive atmosphere this is. He even responded to Shinar's constant mutterings beside him. As Luagarn predicted, the stories gathered from the villagers were intriguing. Half made up from fear, half passed down as local folklore, they weren't exactly high in factual accuracy. But if one treated them like tales from a wandering bard, they were entertaining nonetheless. Chapter 761, The Eroded Ones. The residents of the demon realm were terrified. Judging from Zoroslav's initial reaction when he stepped forward, there hadn't been even a hint of fear. Now it was probably because he had expected Enkrid and his group to die completely. Well, regardless of the reason, it would have been hard for them to expect that their entire way of life would be changed by a stranger who appeared out of nowhere. Most likely, until now, all the villagers had treated any wanderers or adventurers who passed through with kindness. Not because they had any reason to be especially nice, but simply because they had neither the strength nor the will to be otherwise. And there was even less reason to resist when faced with a blade right in front of their noses. Who knew what might happen if things went sideways? Someone could just swing a sword. What's more, they knew that if left alone, the cleaner would come and kill anyone who passed through. But now even the cleaner was dead. The symbol of a demon god had been severed, and the bodies of the monsters and demonic beasts that had gathered were buried and discarded by the villagers themselves. In such circumstances, it was not easy to hear anything meaningful from the villagers. Even the children were terrified, their faces on the verge of turning blue. Though honestly, since their skin was naturally a pale violet hue, there could be some debate over whether it had turned blue or black from fear. Watch carefully. This is when #novelite, someone with a kind face has to step up. Rem showed confidence as he faced the frightened villagers. He said all it took was a smile and gentle words. That level of optimism bordered on arrogance. Ting. Hearing that, Ragnar pulled his sword out by about a finger's length. The mention of a kind face must have stuck in his craw. It did for Enkrid, too. Ragnar looked at Enkrid. It was a glance that seemed to ask, isn't it fine to cut down a guy who says something like that? The attempt's not bad. Anyone can try. Even if not everyone here admitted it, Rem was undeniably handsome. His features were strong, and his aura unique, but that only made him more attractive in a rugged way. But that didn't mean he had a kind-looking face. Absolutely not. Spare me. I didn't train. I found the long bar. I have nothing to eat. A gaunt woman bowed her head as she spoke, clutching her child in her arms. Rem's mood soured instantly. Naturally, his expression began to harden. In place of a smile, a wrathful god's presence settled over his face. Cannibalism? Killing bastards like that is my job. And now you want me to eat people? Rem was incensed, and Enkrid tried to calm him down. Ragnar shook his head. Jackson, unusually, let out a slight chuckle. Rem flared up again at that, but Enkrid mostly pacified him and asked the question in his stead. Ironically, the villagers answered quite obediently. Some of the women even blushed during the exchange, but Enkrid remained composed, simply asking and answering quietly at their side. Even in fear, it was obvious some of them kept glancing at Enkrid's face. Well, that wasn't the only reason. Zoroslav, presumed to be the village leader, had started gently coaxing the people. Strictly speaking, Enkrid had only stepped forward after seeing that. Among them, the way they looked at Enkrid was strange, but there was no malice. Rather, there was an overwhelming sense of unilateral goodwill and admiration. Well, regardless of the details, they were finally ready to talk. Discrimination. But Rem, still sulking, muttered that upon seeing it. Difference in appearance, Jackson corrected. Thud. Sparks flew between them. Rem swung his axe at Jackson, who was standing 3 steps behind him, and Jackson drew his stiletto, parrying it at a slant, producing a sharp clash. Wasn't it called the Sword of Coincidence? Jackson naturally demonstrated the swordsmanship he had learned from Enkrid. To be honest, He had learned the principle long ago and had trained it countless times. The training had involved surrounding him with elite assassins and having him respond to random thrusts from all directions. Now he had reached the peak of mastery. Rem glared at Jackson, who had diverted his axe. "Do you want to die for real? There's no way I'd die to you." Jackson corrected Rem again, and the two began to argue more seriously. Thud! Ting! Ta-da-da-tan! Sparks flew between them. Anyone who got close would be turned into minced meat. Pell and Rofard, watching the two, herded people away. "This is normal. They're always like this." Rofard said it nonchalantly to ease concerns, though it was only natural that some villagers looked even more horrified after seeing that. Even so, they continued answering Enkrid's questions without fail. Lua Garn, observing it all, was impressed. Truly worthy of the nickname, demonic charm. Shinar chimed in. Indeed. A charm that even enchants fairies. They were clearly teasing him. Enkrid let their words drift through one ear and out the other, calmly collecting information even in this absurd mess. And when evening came, he shared everything with the group. "If you get too close, lightning strikes. There's a wizard who controls black lightning. If you misstep inside, you'll be trapped forever in a crystal prison and forced into labor, even your soul. You won't be able to leave, not even in death." Those were the villagers' accounts. A series of eerie and frightening tales. At least, that's how they seemed to the villagers. To Enkrid, however, many parts sounded clumsy. Forced into eternal labor. For people supposedly afraid of that, these villagers didn't look like they were living easy lives to begin with. This was an independent village just like any other. It wasn't much different, was it? At least in terms of labor. Their lives clearly didn't function without hard work either. They had to cultivate land that barely yielded crops, and if any demon-tainted weeds sprouted in the fields, they would steal what little nutrients the crops had, so each one had to be pulled out by hand. And those weeds didn't exactly come out easily. If neglected even slightly, flowers that drank human blood would bloom. You had to find and kill them early, or it was a nightmare. A few skilled hunters might occasionally catch usable animals or demonic beasts, but there was no regular trade partner. In short, they were self-sufficient, and self-sufficiency required more labor than people expected. They had to till the land, occasionally go out to hunt, repair and build things, preserve food, and so on. Every area required manpower and skill. Without the skill, they had to make up for it with time and effort. To produce what one needs for oneself meant having to move one's own body. They must have developed certain techniques amidst all that. From that perspective, one detail stood out. The leather they wore was uniformly well maintained and finely crafted. They had used demonic beast hides, tough, varied in size, difficult to work with, and had somehow refined them remarkably well. Even villages on the border of the demon realm, or near the border guard, often used hides like this, but not as cleanly and practically as these folk, wearing them like tailored clothes. Some wore them like vests, others had wide skirts. Seeing them flap in the wind, the material seemed thin, yet strong enough that a dull blade wouldn't leave a mark. He wasn't a merchant, but Enkrid had spent years working as an escort. He knew how to judge fabric and leather at least that well. And when it was this clearly excellent, even a fool could recognize the quality. A demonic beast was caught and skinned, and the leather used. Working with such hides wouldn't have been easy. There must have been generations of accumulated knowledge in tanning. That knowledge must have rapidly advanced their leathercraft. They probably sold some of those leathers to the occasional traveler who lost their way or happened upon this place. Even without regular trade partners, they must have encountered brave, adventurous peddlers from time to time. Anyway, viewed from that angle, Living here meant a life of labor all the same. Their fingertips were blunt, but their nails had turned sharp and bluish. Regardless of skin color, their hands had been stained, likely the result of using special fruits and herbs from the demon realm. Of course, Enkrid couldn't claim to know every detail of their lives. He was merely speculating based on what he observed, and he didn't say any of it out loud. The villager's final tale was this: if you die in there, you have to wear a thorn shroud. That was more or less the entirety of the orally transmitted tales. The rest all branched out from that. To sum up, there's the black lightning, the crystal prison, and lastly, the thorn shroud. Rofod summarized the points Enkrid had laid out. Luagarn's cheeks puffed up slightly, and then deflated repeatedly. The unknown, what they called the mysterious, always had a way of making Frock's heart race. Of course, those who insist on exploring the unknown, fully aware that it will likely get them killed, are nothing more than fleas, creatures that can't even control a single desire of their own. Perhaps because he had let off steam by clashing with Jackson earlier in the day, Rem, now a little calmer, asked, "So what exactly is it?" Just hearing all this, it was hard to make anything of it. Was there actually a wizard in there? Maybe yes, maybe no. From Rem's perspective, everything the villagers had passed on sounded like patchwork, rumors stitched together. And where there were gaps in the story, they probably filled them in with imagination. The only thing the residents of the demon realm truly knew for sure was that no one who entered ever came back out. "Do you know what it is?" Pell looked at Enkrid and asked. They were settled in a moderately wide patch of ground tucked into the corner of the city. There wasn't even a campfire, but the moonlight was bright that night. The two moons cast their light down, drawing shadows across Enkrid's face. Between them, his two blue eyes glimmered, their color still distinct even in the night. Pell figured those eyes wouldn't shine like that unless he was certain. Before long, all eyes were on Enkrid. Were they all thinking the same thing? Did the commander know something? Enkrid silently lifted his gaze and looked toward the demon realm. He would see something different from the rest of them. That's what Rofod believed too. The commander is unlike us. The moment he heard the words entering the demon realm, a natural resistance rose up within him, but watching Enkrid's back slowly blurred that resistance. And then Enkrid spoke. No, that was his answer to whether he knew anything. The moonlight carried that short silence between them. "You don't?" Pell asked again. Maybe he'd picked up Jackson's habit, because when flustered, Pell now tended to speak in shorter sentences. "Yeah, I've got no clue." Enkrid was nonchalant. What was there to know from hearsay alone? Moon. Black lightning. If it's real lightning, how are you supposed to block that? No. Could you even react in time? Half of it would come down to instinct anyway. I should be able to block lightning, right? That question was directed toward Duskforge. The sword didn't reply. Of course it didn't. It wasn't a sentient blade. But Duskforge was still etched with Enkrid's will, and in response to its master's intent, the sword gave a faint tremble. That was its answer, yes. It was a quiet night. Everyone heard the trembling of the blade. And with that vibration, Enkrid looked at his companions and smiled like a boy in love. More precisely, he smiled like a boy on the way to see his first love. Enkrid's voice brimmed with more anticipation than anyone else's here. Not even Luagarn came close. "There's one thing I do know. There are multiple colonies inside." "Inside?" Ragnar echoed, picking up the last word. Even in this outer perimeter, there were multiple roaming monsters capable of devouring an entire colony in a single gulp. There would be even more within. If we destroy them, the demon realm's territory will shrink. No matter what was in there, he would fight it. Not knowing what would emerge from those fights only made it more thrilling. His tone, his demeanor, everything showed it. It could be called a manifestation of his fighting spirit, one equal to his desire for growth. And if someone said he was half mad, there would be no room to argue. After all, this was the very reason he had taken up his sword, to fight against the unknown. Training was enjoyable. But the moment you put that training into action, that was even better. Indeed. Pell finally voiced his admiration. You live up to the name Mad Order of Knights. Teresa nodded 2 or 3 times and added to the remark. Within her veins flowed the blood of a red-blooded demonic beast, a giant, to be exact. That meant the instinct to fight was embedded deep in her nature. Was she really supposed to suppress that? Was suppression the only solution? This should be fun. Teresa nodded once more in affirmation. No one here was sane. Even if someone once was, they'd been contaminated by the madness now. Everyone nodded in agreement with Teresa's words. Ooh! An owl called out from somewhere far away. But this wasn't an ordinary owl. The moment they heard the cry, something deep inside recoiled instinctively. And why not enjoy even that unpleasant sensation? Enkrid's smile said as much. Even Roman found himself caught up in the mood. He was almost regretful that he couldn't join them just yet. The next day, the entire group entered the demon realm. Between dense trees of a brownish-red hue. Unlike anything of this world, there was a narrow path just wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk. That was the entrance to the demon realm. More precisely, it was the only entrance known to its residents. At dawn, as they watched the sun rise, the group stepped inside. The air is thick, oppressively thick, Shinar said. Everyone agreed, but it wasn't enough to stop them. They followed the gently winding trail into the demon realm. Before long, the path behind them vanished from view. All they could see in every direction were those brownish-red trees. No! On closer inspection, the trees glowed subtly with a crimson tint. It was so dark that it almost appeared brown. How long had they been walking? Was there some sort of border? No. I know, Chloe, I spun. There wasn't anything visibly blocking them. But still, it was different from when they entered the grey forest. With every step into the demon realm, Enkrid felt as if something were tugging at his ankles. And then, the moment he stepped forward again, he knew. He had crossed a boundary. No one had to tell him. He could feel it. The air was now so heavy and alien that the earlier atmosphere seemed almost warm in comparison. It felt as though someone had mixed iron dust into the air. Breathing became a chore. For most people, or more accurately, for anyone who wasn't a knight, the moment they stepped inside, they'd be crushed by the air alone. This is truly unpleasant. Shinar spoke again. Her discomfort was twice what it had been before. Enkrid simply stared ahead in silence. Then, at that moment, he saw a black dot. The moment he recognized it, his thoughts stretched out. His instincts screamed. If you don't dodge this, you die. A small black dot flew toward him, and a sound echoed from afar. Schwein! The sound and the projectile came separately. The object moved so fast that its sound lagged behind. Compared to a lightning strike, the noise was small, but Enkrid's finely tuned hearing picked up even the divided echoes. Then the dot approached, stretched, elongated, transformed into a streak of black lightning that slammed downward. Wavering lightning. It wasn't straight. It rippled like a wave. As his thoughts split and sharpened, he captured its form. A long arrow. Its target? It was aimed squarely at his forehead. In the split second that followed, his accelerated mind calculated the fastest path and trajectory. Enkrid moved exactly along that path. His body spun around his waist. The sudden motion whipped his deep green cloak around him, and Duskforge soared skyward. Chapter 762 last night. The ferryman appeared in a dream and said, "Be grateful," or something like that. As always, his tone was gloomy, like a hazy winter sky, and grave. There was also a certain stillness to it, like dust settled in an abandoned house. But even so, Enkrid faintly sensed a hint of mischief behind those words. How strange. Even the master of the Black River barge could make jokes. That thought had occurred to him. But whether it was a joke or sincere, or something in between, Enkrid bowed his head deeply, earnestly. He did so with politeness and with respect. His chest came level with the edge of the barge, and his head bowed low. Splash! The barge swayed gently along the river's current. The ferryman still sang of despair and ruin, still wished for Enkrid to abandon the struggle and remain here. But regardless of what he wanted, Enkrid had gained much from him. That much he believed to be true. In fact, these days, it even felt like the ferryman was helping him. "Yes," he answered with his head still bowed. "Don't answer so readily." The ferryman seemed to frown. His face remained expressionless as always, but Enkrid could feel it. Mentally, spiritually. "Yes," he responded again. "Your answer's no? Enough. Stop speaking." This time, the ferryman visibly shook his head. Slowly, clumsily, like a broken clock swinging out of rhythm. But the meaning behind the gesture was clear. A shake of the head that said, "Let's stop having this kind of conversation, you and I." Enkrid lifted his gaze. He wasn't walking along the riverside like before. Maybe that's why it felt different this time, even though the edge of the barge resembled the riverside. Somehow, it still felt strangely familiar. That was because of the ferryman's presence. In this moment, Enkrid felt a strange sense of peace. It was as if they were having a conversation, though not with words, and not about anything specific. But the ferryman's tone conveyed that feeling, though it came through mentally, not aloud. "You don't actually think it will be easy in there, do you?" the ferryman asked. It was still strange how he spoke without moving his lips. Those lips were like a wasteland, gray, parched, cracked, a land that hadn't seen rain in ages. "Do I look like someone who's underestimating the demon realm?" Enkrid answered, listening to the soft splash of waves behind the barge. Did he really look like that in the ferryman's eyes? Like someone who was going in because he was underestimating it? "You should be grateful I haven't sewn that mouth of yours shut for answering a question with a question," the ferryman replied, transmitting something like a faint mental chuckle. So that was a joke, too. Enkrid stared straight into the black voids of the ferryman's eyes. Rather than asking anything back, he focused on giving a proper answer. He didn't take the demon realm lightly. It was just that he had expectations for what might come out of it. That was the meaning behind his answer. "Yes." He gave his reply while half bowing his head. "The more we talk, the more I feel like I'm losing something. Is that so?" "Stop answering." The ferryman realized once again that he could not win in conversation. This bastard had been like this from the start. "The demon realm is not like this place. Your senses, your instincts, your body's reactions will all be different. Don't expect your 5 senses and 6th sense to work the same way as they do here." The ferryman said what he needed to say. Offering a little more consideration wouldn't hurt. He shook his lantern once, then waved his other hand and thrust it forward. The gesture was strange, like showing his palm straight out and pushing gently. As the lamp shook, its light scattered and blurred the surroundings. That palm resembled his lips, gray wasteland, and in the lines etched into it, whether wrinkles or folds, there were deep crevices, like cliffs with no bottom. Was it just for a second? Before he realized it, the ferryman was standing right in front of Enkrid. When did he? It must have been a trick only possible in a dream. Before even his instincts could react, the ferryman's hand touched Enkrid's chest, and with that, he pushed him off the side of the barge. The gesture that had begun over there ended here. Balance, reflex, none of it mattered. His body tipped backward on its own. Behind him lay the river, dark, endless, ominous water. But just before he toppled over, Enkrid hooked his calves on the edge of the barge and tensed his abs and waist, holding himself there. The body trained in the real world had carried over into his spirit. His falling body jolted to a stop midway. In fact, it looked more like a miracle than the ferryman's push. He curled his toes, flexed his calves, thighs, glutes, and abs, and straightened his waist like a steel rod. Thanks to that, he halted mid-fall at an angle. The ferryman's black eye sockets widened. Were those dark holes showing surprise? There was no mental message this time, so Enkrid could only guess. Still, in the ferryman's eyes, violet flames flickered. Maybe not surprise, maybe irritation. That was possible. "You're holding on?" the ferryman asked. "Isn't that what I'm doing?" Enkrid retorted. "Let go." His eyes seemed irritated or surprised, but his voice carried a subtle warmth. And Enkrid knew full well that even if he fell into this river, it was just a dream. "Go on," the ferryman urged him. Enkrid let go of his tension. His muscles relaxed, and his body fell backward, just as the ferryman had intended. Splash! Up. His body submerged into the dark waters. Enkrid felt a light impact against his back, and the surrounding sensation of the water enveloping him. Of course it was hard to breathe, but this river water wrapped around his body with the weight and density of molten metal. You couldn't simply call this texture water. Even when he forced his eyes open, everything was pitch black, nothing was visible. Then the ferryman's voice echoed through the dark. "Adapt, dot." Enkrid didn't even think to ask why this was happening to him. What good was it to question the ferryman's whims? He knew even human caprice was rarely worth arguing about, let alone this. In truth, this was more of a tormenting nightmare than a dream. You couldn't exactly call flailing around while drowning a pleasant dream. "I can't breathe, but I don't think I'll die." Enkrid stayed calm and swam through the molten waters. Heavy or not, he had to at least try to swim up. He thrashed and resisted as best he could. How much time had passed? Subjectively, it felt like he'd been struggling for months. He finally managed to hook his fingertips over the edge of the barge, and even the air felt foreign to him then. That's how long he felt like he'd been submerged. He couldn't die, but that didn't make the suffocation any less agonizing. The pressure was relentless, and enduring it wasn't easy. Exhausted mentally, he heard the ferryman's voice again. "That's just how the air of the demon realm is." It was time to part ways. The ferryman's form began to blur, dissolving like grains of sand. Just before he opened his eyes, Enkrid saw dozens of overlapping visions flash across the ferryman's face. Smudged and flickering particles of sand shaped themselves into shifting forms. One was an angry ferryman. Another looked indifferent. One laughed. Another wept. At times it looked like two ferrymen fighting each other. Inner conflict? That thought surfaced, and then he woke. That had been the dream last night, and when he crossed the boundary into the demon realm, Enkrid realized that what the ferryman had given him was both practice and training. Thanks to that, even as his senses twisted and his body grew heavier than ever, it still responded. Spinning on his left foot, Duskforge shot upward toward the sky of the demon realm and struck the incoming bolt of lightning. A jagged, rippling streak of black lightning flew toward them, and now he could see its true form. It was an arrow, longer than any ordinary arrow, with a tip black as pitch. Clang! Not just the tip. The entire shaft was forged of metal. At that size, it was practically a miniature ballista bolt. The arrow Enkrid struck with Duskforge veered sideways and slammed into the ground with a resounding bang. Not a dull thud, but a blast. The earth burst upward as if it had been struck by a lightning bolt. He had struck it, yes, but hadn't fully dispersed its force. That's why the explosion followed. A will-infused arrow, or something like it. He could tell just from that one clash. Everyone in the group flinched. Enkrid's palm tingled with pain. This wasn't much different from intercepting a heavy siege bolt with a blade. He even worried for a moment if the blade had been damaged. But there was no time to check, because whoever fired that arrow wouldn't stop at one. "Brace," Jackson muttered. That was enough. Everyone moved. Enkrid, recalling the method he'd practiced with the ferryman, controlled his breathing. The others prepared in their own ways. Rofa took cover behind a thick tree. Pell took cover behind him. "What are you doing? You're my meat shield. You lunatic bastard!" Leaving their bickering behind, Teresa raised her shield. That shield was coated in refined black steel, reinforced inside with manticore hide, the hide of the same manticore Auden had killed in the past. She could block by force, yes, but also redirect. The moment one of those lightning-like arrows hit her shield, she could flow its momentum away. Block half, deflect half. It wasn't easy, but Teresa had the skill for it. A faint glow passed over Auden's body. Not full holy light armor, but enough divinity had been drawn up that his body shone. Whatever came at him, he would react and block it. If you could manifest holy light armor, then forming a holy shield was no trouble either. All it took was compressing the divine energy. Compared to the will-infused blades Ragnar had shown before, this was much simpler. You just had to gather the light. Of course, that was only possible because Auden regularly compressed divine power and could manifest holy light armor at will. Asking Teresa to do the same. Not happening. Luagarn and Shinar moved behind Enkrid. Shinar was a fairy, and fairies depended on the energy of the forest. To her, this place was like a fish fighting underwater. If they'd been deep inside a living forest, the fairies would have fought far better. But here, that forest energy was absent. The demon realm was a hostile land for fairies. Luagarn, too, knew her abilities couldn't stop that lightning. Her decision was quick. Her actions, natural. Stand behind the one who can block it. That was Enkrid. That's why both Shinar and Luagarn took cover behind him. Rem and Ragnar, by contrast, stood where they were, staring ahead. Their senses might have dulled. The pressure and heavy air were unpleasant. But so long as they were ready, an arrow like the one before wouldn't catch them off guard. Everyone reacted in sync. And sure enough, more arrows came. Enkrid's ears caught two sharp whip sounds in the Yuan of Alot. Read the full story. Distance, stacked atop each other. 2 arrows aimed at the 2 most visible targets. 2 arrows aimed at Rem and Ragnar. Enkrid noticed. And so did Rem. His hand moved. The axe strike, Enkrid's so-called flash, the foundational form of his optimized swordsmanship, was born from this technique. He raised his axe diagonally and redirected the arrow with the blade's edge. To the untrained eye, it looked like he just swung hard, but internally he was deflecting, not blocking. Clang! Sparks scattered from Rem's axe. Even with near-perfect execution, the force that reached his palm was massive. It was no different from parrying a flying boulder. That's how heavy it was. Ragnar mirrored Rem's technique. Of course, he knew how to use the flowing blade. He planted his great sword Sunrise vertically like a shield, and let the arrow's impact push off to the side. Clang! The difference was, Rem had used his wrist to deflect fluidly, while Ragnar used the flat of his massive blade and predicted the impact point with his whole body. The difference in sound told the story. Sparks flew from both. The two arrows passed them and flew into the forest behind. Boom! Boom! The successive blasts gave a clear idea of how much power those arrows carried. They dug into the ground and splintered great trees. It was no different than being struck by giant javelins. Will infused. They loaded the arrow with will. Rem twirled his axe-wielding wrist as he spoke. He was referring to the same thing Enkrid had already realized. So, Ragnar responded coolly. Just informing you, you lazy bastard. They're up ahead. I'll take point. You trying to be funny now? Should we all tour the continent together? No way. If we start here, guess it's a Demon Realm grand tour. Could be fun. Enkrid had heard the sound, seen the arrows, blocked them. He had the direction. Yes, it was up ahead, beyond that wall of densely packed trees, where the crimson and dark brown hues bled together like blood and bark. In other words, the arrows had flown from beyond that wall. A wall of trees so thick, it might as well be a fortress. Chapter 763, He's 10 times more fun than that hawk-talon bastard. Rem muttered. Hawk. Nickname of the bastard who had been firing arrows on the battlefield against Aspen, a name that still lingered in Enkrid's memory. Back then, those arrows had felt like death itself. But comparing now to back then was pointless. Too much had changed since then. We can handle it. That was Enkrid's judgment. No one here was going to die from that arrow. The most likely to get hit was Lua Garn, but even if she was struck, it wouldn't matter. She was a frog-like warrior woman whose kind could shrug off most wounds. Well-trained frogs had regeneration rivaling trolls. Nah. Rem let out a chilling chuckle. That dangerous grin flickered across his face too. The twisted corners of his lips and the look in his eyes were seeping with bloodlust. He really seemed to want to kill every archer he laid eyes on. In any case, when he said 10 times more fun, it was practically the same as saying 10 times more dangerous. Enkrid looked at the wall hidden behind the trees. How far is it? He had heard the sound but couldn't pinpoint it. Still, it couldn't be too far. A distance arrows could reach, and an ideal position to fire from. Those two conditions had to be met. So the attacker was likely positioned on higher ground. The tactical swordsmanship of Luagarn, now evolved into Enkrid's own orthodox style, naturally kicked off his strategic thought process. Perfect prediction is impossible. That is, was hard to know the enemy's exact position or intent. But it didn't really matter. This was the Demon Realm. Even if something unexpected happened, there was no need to be surprised. Because the worst moments keep surfacing, I struggled to block them. That was the answer Abnaya gave when Chris once asked him how his thinking process worked. The conversation had happened right in front of Enkrid. It had been an oddly enjoyable exchange. He'd gotten a glimpse of how different those two's minds worked. Enkrid took Cressa's words in his own way. Flexibility is key. To keep a wide vessel, let the branching thoughts reach out, but accept whatever came. No matter what filled that vast bowl, it shouldn't spill over. Feels like the sword of chance is bleeding in, absorbing everything within the realm of tactics. That's how it felt. Even though techniques were divided by names like precision, fierce, etc., in the end, they were all just ways of swinging a sword. And the one swinging the sword was always the wielder. So did it really have to be divided into 5 categories? Was categorizing things the only answer? He wasn't sure. It was the kind of question that couldn't be answered right now. Still, His heart beat faster in that brief train of thought. It felt like something interesting was about to form. But whatever it was, now was not the time. The demon realm disoriented human senses. He was gradually adapting, but even so, it was completely different from outside. Direction, sensory acuity, everything had shifted. His sense of smell and taste seemed dulled, and the visual input spun and twisted in confusing ways. The whole domain felt hostile, and the enemy would know that too. Do we need time? Probably. Given enough time, they'd adapt. And the enemy would expect that as well. The arrow had been fired not to kill, but to stop their advance. To keep them stuck in place. But did the enemy really think an arrow alone could hold them? A sound cut through the brief thoughts. It had only taken a few breaths, but in real time it was almost immediate, just as Rem finished murmuring. Everyone's gaze turned in the same direction, where Pell and Rofod were. The two, hidden behind a large tree, both looked down at the roots wrapped around their legs. Enkrid saw it too. Roots slick with violet dirt, writhed like snakes, but stiffer. Still, too lively to be called tree roots. The roots twisted and clenched around Pell and Rofod's ankles, trying to snap the bones, tightening and strangling. At the same time, branches hanging above them snapped down with a crackling sound, aiming for their necks. Thick, dark brown limbs bent unnaturally as they whipped toward them, fast. Not as fast as arrows, but quicker than the average adult man throwing a punch. And tough. The texture of the branches gave that impression. The trees had come alive, launching a hostile counterattack. The one who inhaled sharply, to us, Pell. It wasn't really their fault that they got caught. The demon realm confused the senses. No one could predict tree roots slithering out of the ground to seize their ankles. So they were caught. But so what? That's what Pell thought. And in the same instant, he drew his sword and swung it down and then up. The blade traced a large circle. The downward slash was loose but weighted. The follow-up slash, an upward half-moon, was swift and fierce. A strike that seemed to slice through both root and branch. Pell cut through them. Thunk! Crack! Two distinct sounds overlapped. The idol slayer was a fine sword, and the man who wielded it was no slouch either. No matter how tough the roots and branches, they couldn't withstand a knight's determined strike. Freed from the snare, Pell broke loose. Rofod moved just as decisively. His weapon wasn't engraved, but it was no less formidable. The blade was sharpened with true silver and forged with Valerian steel at its core. It was a dwarven sword, meticulously honed over 3 months. He too carved a wide arc through root and branch. The difference was in the precision. His swing followed a constant even tempo. There was no lack of strength. If Roman had seen that slash, he'd have been stunned. Rofod had recently come into his own, and though quietly so, he was a knight known as a calamity. His will enhanced his trained muscles with absurd power. Crack! Branches and roots severed. Black sap sprayed into the air. Pell and Rofod scattered left and right. And as if on cue, 2 more black arrows came whistling in, both aimed at exactly where they had dodged to. Bang! He hadn't planned on blocking anything, but Enkrid moved automatically. Pell was closer, so he rushed that way. Several thoughts struck him at once. The enemy sees this place. If they see, they know we came from outside. They know we need time to adjust to the demon realm air. It all connected, those earlier thoughts. The conclusion was simple. Arrows and tree monsters. The plan was to pin them down and kill them in place. Let them die here, forever dodging. But who said he'd allow that? Crack! Boom! The ground beneath Enkrid's foot exploded as he moved, like it teleported through heavy air. Then Duskforge smashed the arrow. Sky blue light struck the black bolt like thunder. Boom! A deafening blast. He didn't deflect it. He didn't block it. He hit it. Enkrid's blow drove the arrow into the ground, where it bounced several times into the air. The second arrow, aimed at Rofod, was blocked by Audin. A white light gathered in his hand, forming into a large sphere. That light swatted the arrow away. Boom! This one echoed too. The white light in Audin's hand unraveled like a ball of thread, split and shimmered, then vanished. It had absorbed the impact of the arrow. It looked like divine light breaking apart. A thunderclap of holy power. Almost as if declaring that this battlefield was not the realm of the heavens. A devious opponent, brother. Was that meant as provocation? Audin wore an uncharacteristic expression. His lips smiled, but his usual laughing eyes were gone, revealing pale yellow irises. Enkrid felt a tingle through his palm and looked at Duskforge's blade. If it stung that much, had the edge been damaged? He ran his finger down the blade for a moment. Well, look at that. The sword reflected the dull sunlight with a sky-blue glint, unchanged from the day Eitri had given it to him. Even this wasn't enough to leave a scratch? The blade that rang out with a metallic hum seemed to answer, that it would never break, no matter who the opponent was. Enkrid was more than satisfied with the answer his engraved weapon gave. It won't break. That was what Eitri had said too. Maybe the meaning behind those words wasn't trust or belief, just simple fact. Eitri, as a blacksmith, handled will. Anyone who put their soul into their work used will without even realizing it. And when handling will, there was nothing more important than believing in oneself. The belief that you wouldn't lose, the refusal to give up. All of that formed the foundation of will. So it was only natural that the sword, forged with Eitri's burning life and imbued with Enkrid's will, radiated this confidence. A sword that would never break, no matter what. In the fairy tongue, they called it infrates. Something Lefracio, the fairy blacksmith, had once said. It came up in a conversation about legendary divine weapons. If you translated that into the Eastern cant or the Southern dialect, the word became unchanging. It meant more than just unbreakable. It meant constant, always the same, unwavering. That's why he liked his sword. No, he more than liked it. He was deeply fond of it, as much as how naturally it fit in his hand. He didn't need some so-called mythical divine weapon from legends. The tree moved like the wood gods he'd seen in the fairy village. Its branches reached out like hands, stabbing and swinging down. You think I look easy or something? Pell said, standing still beneath it. He'd stopped mid-dodge. Truthfully, there hadn't even been a need for someone to block the arrow for him. Sure, maybe there'd been an opening. He could admit that, but it wasn't enough to be fatal. He could dodge, block, and overcome it just fine. Am I baggage? He would never accept that. This was all because of insufficient training. A furious surge of ambition and competitiveness roared up inside him. Will mixed into it, whirling violently through his body. The dark brown tree giant rose up, using its roots like feet. Dirt and stones scattered around it. Yeah, same. Rofod's reply came from the other side. Even if he didn't feel exactly the same as Pell, he was in a similar state. His pride was wounded. These fucking trees. Were they looking down on them? Both of them drew their swords and lunged, stabbing and slashing. The tree giant's exterior was hard, but not hard enough to withstand a knight's sword. Thunk, crack, snap. With that kind of noise, the tree split and black sap sprayed out. Enkrid, watching the tree giant collapse, turned to Shinar and asked, "Is that one of Bran's friends?" Its outward appearance was different, But it moved similarly to the wood gods, the tree fairies. Were they relatives of some kind? Or were these just another kind of monster? How many trees were there around here? Impossible to count. The barrier itself began to writhe and move. A wave of trees surged forward. Roots ripped through the dirt with wet cracking noises, crawling along the ground. Overhead, sharp branches sliced through the air, welcoming their guests. The problem was that welcome wasn't a gentle pat on the shoulder. It looked like it'd impale you somewhere in the torso and suck out your blood. A faint crease formed between Shinar's brows. She drew her leaf blade. Shrarned. It sounded like the blade cut through the very air of the demon realm. Maybe it only felt that way because her will was embedded in it. Shinar held the drawn leaf blade loosely and said, "So that's why this place felt so full of unclean air." She muttered and met Enkrid's eyes. "Seems like something I know lies beyond that point." Enkrid didn't ask further. They'd find out soon enough once they got there. Right now, they had to deal with the wave of tree giants approaching from ahead. How? Slash, stab, and knock them down. Hadn't Rofod and Pel just proven it? If you cut them with a sword, they died. Looks like each of us will have to take on at least 10 or so. That was Rem, who had counted the approaching tree creatures. "I'll take 30. That's what being the vice commander means, right?" Ragnar responded to that. It wasn't said arrogantly, but something about it made your stomach churn. It was the effect of the word vice commander. Since he'd shown off that flaming sword or whatever, he always acted like this, huh? Rem's gaze sank coldly. His killing intent rose to the surface. "Do you wear that head of yours just for decoration? I knew you were full of shit ever since you started running your mouth thinking you were terminal or something. Do you even think before you talk?" "Who the hell said I couldn't kill 30 of them?" "Learn to read the room, dumbass. I was just telling you the general count, that's all." "Got it. Just a regular squad member." Crooked down. Rem's molars ground against each other. "And I'm the vice commander. Don't start talking about duty and shit like it suits you. Duty? You're a nuisance. I could kill you first and then fight. Try it. The two stared at each other in silence. Not even a breeze seemed able to slip between them. The air grew cold and still, dust settling in the frozen tension. The approaching tree monsters paused for a moment. Why are those two fighting each other instead of us? If they had mouths, they might have asked that. Of course, monsters didn't actually get confused. It was just that the overwhelming pressure from the two men spread invisibly, and the creatures flinched in response. Chapter 764. Neither Rem nor Ragnar had any real intention of fighting. If they had, Enkrid would have stopped them first. "Heir of the demon realm, huh?" Rem muttered while looking at Ragnar. He had a history of rummaging through the western demon realm, even as a child. This much didn't faze him in the slightest, especially since spell power was well suited to endure such hostile environments and pressure. All of this was essentially a kind of curse. He circulated spell power throughout his entire body and spread it outward. As long as he kept doing that, he could dye the surroundings with his own energy. It was a simple but difficult method. Or perhaps, a difficult but simple one. To put it plainly, he was exuding spell power to transform the tainted air around him into a more familiar form. It was the kind of trick that couldn't be pulled off with will alone. With this, he could function almost the same whether he was inside or outside the demon realm. It did mean constantly bleeding off a portion of his spell power, so casting a major spell would be restricted. But that was a fair enough penalty. Ragnar, though different from Rem, was doing something similar. The sword in his hand, Sunrise, was both an engraved weapon and a magical one. The will inherited by Sunrise communicated with Ragnar's own will and pushed away the corrupted air surrounding him. It wasn't enough to purify the entire area. but it let him move without issue at least. But really, even that was hardly necessary. Ragnar was adapting in real time by adjusting his senses. Of course, the same applied to M. Between the two of them, a large figure passed by with a quietness unfitting its massive size. The sound of its steps tapping the ground was light. If you're going to keep fighting, then this humble servant of the Lord shall go ahead. Odin was considered the continent's foremost authority when it came to divine power. Overcoming the demon realm's heir wasn't even a task for him. His whole body shimmered with white light as he stepped forward. He had simplified his holy light armor. A creature that could have been called a wooden giant rather than a wooden monster swung a branch as Odin approached. The way the branch flew through the air seemed almost reflexive. Odin saw it and extended his hand in a knife-hand shape. Immediately, a white light formed at the edge of his hand, manifesting in a sharp, vertical line. The light along his hand resembled a blade, not just in appearance, as it would soon prove. Shh. The sound and feel weren't like slicing something solid, but rather like cutting tofu. The living, pulsating, dark brown branch was sliced cleanly along the blade of light. Sap splattered in all directions from the severed limb. A few droplets even struck Odin's cheek, but the white light enveloping him hissed and vaporized them into smoke. This consumes quite a bit of divine power. It was a smaller-scale reproduction of the blade of will Ragnar had shown earlier, and even that was only just barely maintained at the moment of impact. Even if the blade was short and small in scale, it was an incredible feat. Doing that with just a hand and not a sword. Odin smiled, lowered his knife hand, and clenched his fist. I prefer this way, brothers. With that, he raised his fist, holding it in front of his face as he stepped forward with light footing toward the wooden torso. His approach was as composed and restrained as before. He was fast and agile. As he ducked down and kicked off the ground, he quickly closed the distance between him and the hostile tree. Then, spreading his right leg outward, he swung his left hand horizontally, an inward hook from outside to inside. In that left hand was a round mass of white light, shaped like a mace. His steps were like a butterfly, and his punch like a bee's sting, though the impact was far beyond any mere bee sting. The punch, infused with condensed power, struck the bark. Boom! It didn't just splinter the surface. The trunk ruptured. The whole body bent unnaturally as black sap burst from the shattered section. The dark fluid splattered outward, in every direction. Some of it even reached Enkrid's feet. Just how hard do you have to hit something for that to happen? Only Odin would know the answer to that. Lord Father, I send to you a servant to tend your side. His shout rang out. With it, the light bursting from his body grew brighter. Simultaneously, his movements became even lighter. Light trailed like afterimages between the trees. Boom! Crack! And with each strike, another wooden monster collapsed, spraying black sap in a radial pattern. One blow per soul, each neatly sent to the Lord's side in a proper act of spiritual guidance. Whether the monsters could grasp the deeper meaning in those punches was another matter. Then again, getting hit like that meant they'd be reflecting up in heaven anyway. Would they even have time to feel the pain? Or would they just be relocated skyward in a single instant? Whack! Just then, another arrow flew in, and both Rem and Ragnar smacked it down at the same time. Even before the arrow had fully approached, both turned their heads sharply toward it. Their instincts were phenomenal. The arrow had flown as if to pierce both of them through at once. Not long ago they'd been glaring daggers at each other, but now their axe and sword split the arrow's front and back in unison. Crush! With a tremendous noise, the steel arrow snapped in half and scattered to the sides. I'll see you after this, you crazy directionless bastard. We can settle this now. Neither willing to concede a word, They scattered left and right. Soon came sounds, crack, crunch, echoing as they went, all out slicing and smashing the wooden monsters. "You actually managed to keep that kind of unit under a night order, huh?" Luagarn couldn't help but admire them. It was amazing how such unruly types had gathered in one place. "I was sent in as the squad leader to a unit that couldn't be controlled from the start," Enkrid replied. That was simply the truth. Though if it hadn't been him, they likely would have scattered and gone their own way. More than that, they probably wouldn't have been alive like this now. Rem might have been wandering around smashing noble skulls. Ragnar might have lost his way and ended up serving as a knight for Aspen or the Empire. Or maybe been hired in the south. With skills like his, anyone would have wanted him. Auden might still have been sealing away his divine power and living haunted by illusions of blame. But they were all here now, in this moment, in this place. And at the center of all those experiences and changes was a single madman. "Let's clean this up," that madman said, looking ahead. A madman with black hair and striking blue eyes. "Yes. Also, if more arrows come, you can just ignore them." "I can handle that much, all right?" Pell grumbled with something close to a complaint as he trudged forward, while Rofod dipped his head and moved in the opposite direction. "Shirk." Watching them, Luagarn pulled out her whip. "Looks like I'll get to have some fun, too." While not on par with the giant, Frock also possessed considerable combat strength. He lacked no fighting spirit. But even more than that, he was driven by curiosity. Luagarn, for the first time in a while, lit her whip aflame. Whoosh! The blazing whip was something she'd learned by watching a fragment of Balrog fight, supposedly. Meanwhile, Enkrid stepped in front of Shinar with a thought in mind. "Are you all right?" Shinar looked worse than ever. She had drawn her leaf blade, but there was no real need for her to expend energy here. "You can rest," Enkrid said. Shinar let out a few shallow, quiet breaths. Then she raised her head and looked past the wooden monsters toward the still thick forest like a barrier. "So considerate." "Pardon? I might just fall for that kindness all over again." Honestly, Enkrid wanted to admit defeat. "Can we stop with that joke already?" The demon who tried to seize the fairy city was dead. Or rather, the one who had nearly become a demon. So Shinar no longer bore a burden. She had no obligations. There was no longer anyone proposing marriage to her, and yet Shinar still didn't stop making that old hardened joke. "Does it sound like a joke to you?" Shinar asked, more serious than ever before. She turned her head and looked Enkrid straight in the eyes with those green irises. "Let's just say it doesn't. Anyway, you just watch." Enkrid gave up. He'd just tease this old fairy a little himself when the time came. He spoke and stepped forward, raising his unscathed blade in front of him. Bang! Occasionally, arrows still flew in. They were as powerful as ever, but none of them hit anyone. It was probably because of what Rem had shouted earlier. "Whoever gets hit by an arrow loses!" And so everyone fought harder. The mad order of knights dodged the sporadic arrows and continued fighting just fine. Off to one side, Teresa was charging forward with sword and shield, screaming like a beast. "Ah! Ah!" Her half-giant blood was boiling just enough. The number of wooden monsters dropped sharply. There was no need for Enkrid to even step in. Come to think of it, it was only natural. This group could be seen as the equivalent of an entire nation's military might. A single knight, Nunovelect, continue reading, was already a disaster on their own. But this force had 9 of them, not even counting me, Shinar, or Jackson. That still left 6. And with those 6, they could topple a country with power to spare. Bang! Boom! Clang! The only thing scattering through the strange sounds was black sap. Not a drop of red blood from anyone. Well, except for one. Pell, worked up in a frenzy, had charged between 3 wooden monsters. While trying to dodge an arrow that flew in at the same time, he ended up getting grazed on the arm by a branch shaped like a blade. Thankfully, he had a bracer covering his forearm, so he wasn't seriously wounded. Just a bit unlucky, the bracer itself wasn't pierced. It was made from triple-layered harpy and troll leather, with a thin sheet of Noir Mountain wrought iron tucked between. But the joint section had to be made thinner, sacrificing some toughness, and that exact spot got scraped, drawing a drop or two of blood. Still, it was barely a scratch. "Hell, you lost?" Rofod said, dashing over while dodging a wooden root that shot up like a spike. He reacted faster than a starving facehound. He even evaded the wooden monster's follow-up attack with a stunt-like maneuver. At this point, Madman suited Rofod all too well. If someone from the Red Cloak Order saw him now, they'd wonder if it was really the same Rofod. He risked danger just for the chance to mock someone. There was no longer any sign of the safety-conscious Squire Rofod. That wasn't an arrow hit, so it doesn't count. Doesn't count? You got sliced deep enough to be carried to the rear. It was just a scratch that didn't even bleed after the initial spatter. Sure, you could squeeze out a few more drops, but if that warranted being sent to the rear, then even a twisted ankle would be considered a near-fatal injury. Did you get some monster sap in your eye or what? Pell snapped back. Rofod just chuckled and stepped away again. "Idiot, tot." Rem scolded Pell. "Everyone faces failure at some point." Ragnar consoled him, which somehow felt even more annoying. Pell decided he needed serious training in absolute defense. That was his thought as he went on to help wipe out another group of wooden monsters. Then, just as a black bolt crashed down, Jackson, who had vanished, popped out again at the front edge of the forest wall. Black sap coated the ground, and even the Demon Realm forest looked like the sunlight filtering through it had turned gray. It was a dull and oppressive light, but no one seemed bothered. Some still struggled with the air of the Demon Realm, but they'd get used to it eventually. In any case, everyone had sap splattered on them to some degree. Jackson was the only one who looked untouched. Rem was about to make a remark, but Jackson spoke first. "I cleared a path over here also. There's something interesting up ahead." Rem and Jackson had similar ways of saying things, which meant something dangerous was up ahead. And if they called it interesting, it meant it was very dangerous. "Let's go." Enkrid didn't wait for everyone to finish adjusting to the Demon Realm air, because that's what the enemy would want, and there was no reason to move according to their wishes. Even the arrows had paused for the moment. You can't keep firing arrows imbued with will using teleportation in the hundreds, Rem said, taking the lead. He knew how to use similar methods. To launch arrows with that kind of power took a fair amount of preparation. The group advanced with Jackson at the front, cutting their way through. They didn't have to walk far. The wooden wall was thin, and beyond it, they saw the real barrier blocking their path. Gwoo! It was a wall carved with human faces, with irregular bundles of thorns sprouting around each one. Or rather, a fortress wall. This was a Demon Realm outpost known as the Thornbush Fortress. I get the whole black bolt thing, but what the hell are those? Rem scratched his head with the handle of his axe. At the same time, he looked up. There, on top of the Thornbush Fortress wall, and even higher atop a tree, shaped like a jagged spire, stood a figure with a bow. It had pointed ears, dull gray hair that reached past the waist, and deep navy skin. Its sharp eyes and high-bridged nose made its race unmistakable. A fairy? Rofod said, not really a question, more out of surprise. Incorrect. That is something more like a rotted sprout from a putrid potato. A corrupted elemental, its form now twisted beyond recognition. The reply came from Shinar. Her eyes were darker than usual, glinting with an uncharacteristic killing intent. The fairy, with purple pupils tainted by demonic energy, blinked slowly a few times. The wall was high, and the outpost even higher. Not close enough to speak face to face, but Enkrid's pupils narrowed as he locked onto its eyes precisely. The fairy stared back at him. Not a bad-looking one, the creature muttered. Enkrid silently measured the distance, then pulled a rod slanted at his waist and shook it in the air. Thunk. The rod extended, a spearhead popping out from the tip. As he drew and shook the rod with his right hand to release the spearhead, he planted Dawnforged into the ground with his left foot to use as a pivot. Then he pulled the grip of his sword with his left hand, rotated his entire body with will, and hurled the javelin in his right hand. It was a thrown variant of the vortex, a mid-sword technique. Technically a javelin, but the principle was the same. Who could have predicted that he'd do something like that the moment they met? Enkrid's entire movement had taken place in the blink of an eye. It shattered everyone's expectations. Boom. Crash. The javelin tore through the air like a bolt of light and struck the tall wooden outpost above. It didn't kill the fairy. Enkrid hadn't expected it to. It did knock it off balance, though, making it stumble sideways in shock. What had blocked the javelin was the armored lump standing next to the fairy. It wore a helmet with a fully closed visor and was clad in heavy iron plate armor. In its hand was a morning star, the surface of which was already smoldering with black soot-like energy. It was clearly a magical weapon even at a glance. The creature had a weapon in its right hand and a shield in its left, and it had blocked the javelin with that shield. A tremendous sound rang out, but the weapon didn't strike its mark. The spear deflected and fell with a thunk about halfway between the Thornbush fortress and the group. "Too bad," Enkrid said. He had poured all his strength into that throw. His right foot was still lifted mid-motion. He reset his stance. Groa. The trapped souls that made up the Thornbush fortress walls let out a scream, sounding, strangely, like they were startled. What the hell? Why'd he throw something right away? These people are scary. Aren't you scared? That's probably what they were thinking, if they could think or express anything at all. When you receive a gift, it's only proper to return the favor, Enkrid said in a flat tone. How many arrows had his group blocked up to this point? Not wrong, Ragnar agreed. And the others didn't react much differently. Chapter 765. Beneath the tall spire of wood stretched a bramble-covered wall, long to both left and right. The wall's outer surface shimmered with a wave of resentful cries from lingering souls. Ah! Incomprehensible whispers, layered beneath low, droning sounds that mimicked a melody, and then piercing screams that cut through the two voices. It was a choir made of malevolent spirits. The chorus of souls clad in thorny shrouds rang in one's ears and pounded against the heart. A harmony steeped in despair and fear, sorrow and agony. It was ominous. The kind of resonance that instilled anxiety in all who heard it, making one feel they might as well just join those things or die instead. Or that was for ordinary people. It didn't apply to the mad order of knights. Damn, that's loud. Raymond had already established his own domain through sorcery. Even without it, he wasn't the type to be affected by the screams of such petty things. He dug in his ear with his pinky, then blew on it lightly. Then he tossed out another comment. Can you quiet down? His sorcery specialized in shaping form. Ram's strength lay in pulling out what was needed on the fly and customizing it. Almost before his words had even ended, a black shadow surged up behind his back. No one present knew it, but that thing held the spirit of a tiger beast that had survived over 100 years in the Hanal Mountains. It was a being that devoured souls whole, an enemy of malevolent spirits. Ah! 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 The noise from the bramble wall began to recede. The ghostly eyes carved into the wood along the wall turned away. Though they were just roughly hewn wood without detail or pupils, they seemed to avert their gaze. The wall appeared to have grown afraid. Shh! Ah! Rem raised an index finger to his lips and whispered. While Enkrid stared ahead indifferently, Teresa slightly opened her mouth, then closed it. It wasn't from surprise. She had almost stepped forward, but now she realized she didn't need to. What Rem had done might warrant astonishment, but no one here reacted with shock. That much was expected. Naturally, all eyes turned upward. The towering tree was no different from a human-made spire. Its broad branches served as platforms, also the reason why the navy-skinned Fae had been able to roll sideways and dodge the spearhead Enkrid had thrown. The one in black armor loosened his grip on his shield. It was the shield that had blocked Enkrid's forcefully thrown spear, now bearing a shallow gash. Woo! Ung! A vibration rang out from inside the visor. Some sort of utterance, though the words were unintelligible. The fallen Fae placed a hand on the ground and stood again. His eyes turned toward Enkrid. You! Not quite shocked, but surprised, those eyes now glared at Enkrid. If you stare like that, it's embarrassing. Enkrid shrugged as he replied, and beside him Shinar offered soft support in a low voice. A rotten thing too foul to become nourishment dares to lay eyes on anyone. Meanwhile Lua Gan stepped forward a few paces, flicked her whip skillfully, retrieved the fallen relic spear, and tossed it back to Enkrid. With a firm thwap, Enkrid caught it, gripped the shaft, pressed it down, folded it back into rod form, and strapped it at his waist. Bit of a flashy start, Rofad muttered. What is that thing? Pell pointed ahead as he asked. The will to cut through the wall, whatever it was, radiated off him. A dusty old Fae, that's what. The magic spirit, whom neither Pell nor Rofad even bothered to acknowledge, insulted Shinar. Fruit must ripen to be sweet, Shinar replied calmly. She even whispered to Enkrid, saying how things aged to perfection are delicious, as is the way of the world. Whatever anger she might have felt, she was the sort to speak her mind regardless. That had always been Enkrid's impression of Shinar. This was a demon realm, and before them stood the Thorn Castle, a rare construct even within that demonic zone. But no one appeared intimidated. More than calm, they were practically at leisure. An attitude that didn't match the setting or situation. In other words, dissonance. Well, look at you. That's when it happened. Below the treetop spire, above the bramble wall, a man appeared staring this way blankly. His skin was dusky, but still within what you'd call human. Ordinary features one might see anywhere. Brown hair and brown eyes. The only notable trait was his slightly large build, but still smaller than Odin or Teresa. Though he was up high and hard to measure exactly, a general sense could be guessed. Enkrid's gaze turned to him. Their eyes met. The man seemed to instantly recognize who stood at the center of this incoming group. Enkrid hadn't thought many humans lived in the demon realm, so he asked, Sanctuary Church? He knew that the Demon Realm Sanctuary Church was a cult that worshipped the demon realm. It wouldn't be surprising if some of its members lived here. It was easy to assume that not all of them stayed on the continent. Sanctuary Church? Why the hell are you bringing up those morons? I'm a disciple of the Redfoot. Enkrid didn't understand a word the man said. Redfoot? What now? There was a gap in information between them. The issue was that neither of them had any intention of resolving the Udur's confusion. There was something else odd about the man. He spoke the Imperial tongue, but his intonation was oddly off. Yap, yap, yap. Rem cut in. What is it? Pell asked again. Lua, Garn, and Rofod had been trying to locate an entrance through the bramble wall for a while now. The two of them exchanged words but kept doing their task. But no entrance could be seen anywhere. Did they scale the wall every time? The magic spirit, gripping his longbow, continued to glare at Enkrid. Shinar, in turn, stared back with slow intensity. What's the red foot? Enkrid, paying no mind to what his group was doing, threw another question at the man. Instead of answering, the man looked around the group and said, "A being who will become a god. No point asking further." You wouldn't get any real answer. That was what instinct told him. Right, of course, Enkrid replied vaguely. The man standing atop the wall scoffed as he answered, "This is Thorn Castle, and I am its lord." Huh? Yeah, you look like it. While the man took a breath, Enkrid spoke. Both had raised their voices, and those voices echoed around them. Then the man curled up one side of his lips in a sneer and looked down on the group. His voice was calm and ordinary, but that made it all the more irritating. The mere act of speaking calmly in a moment like this was infuriating. So what exactly can you do? His voice was quieter now, yet somehow clearer than when he'd shouted. It stuck right in the ear. Kia. The group fell silent for a moment at his words. Then Rem was the first to react admiringly. Damn. Look at this guy bursting with confidence. The man lifted his foot and tapped it against the floor. A show of, "I have a wall on my side," or something like that. Enkrid laughed. Moments like this. What was it? They made his blood sing. There had been a time when, lacking strength, he couldn't protect those behind him. That had happened more than once. To achieve what one desires, what's needed is power. He'd heard that advice many times, and Enkrid had come to the same conclusion. That's why he wielded his sword. But there were times when, no matter how desperately he swung it, he couldn't do a thing. Yes, those times existed. When he was weak, trampled down and shoved aside. But not anymore. And so, looking at a guy like that, stepping forward, made him curious. What would happen when the thing he placed his faith in came crashing down? He didn't know what this red foot was, but it clearly stood on par with the sanctuary church. And before coming here, hadn't Zoroslav warned him? You must beware the priest. Well, that was all Zoroslav knew. That man had supposedly taken people from the village multiple times. You're the priest, right? Enkrid asked. The man now slowly raised both corners of his mouth. The smile rose so high it looked like it would touch the corners of his eyes. An unnatural smile. Clearly different from a human's. Yeah, you're not an ordinary human either. If anything, looking so normal on the outside only made him further from the category of normal. There's no way someone who lives in a place like the demon realm and builds a castle like this is sane. So you thought getting through the Grumrut swarm was the end of it? The man snickered. Behind his back, black soot began to rise and take form. Though it had no wings, the shadow was composed of enormous muscle. Even though it was smoke black, the lumpy shapes were clearly visible. No chance in hell. Markante Berta Han. The last part wasn't aimed at Enkrid's group. Ar. The reply came from the woman on top of the spire, the magic spirit. She lowered her longbow and spoke. Survive, because I'm going to be the one who kills you. Her words were directed at Enkrid. Whatever trick it was, even whispering from up there, the magic spirit's voice came through clearly. Even though the treetop spire rose to the height where one had to crane their neck to see, it didn't matter. Worry not. I'll protect you, Shinar responded. Felt more like I was the one protecting you the whole way here. Enkrid turned his head lazily as he said that, and Shinar gave a faint smile. "And that's why I was happy." A straightforward expression of affection. There wasn't much he could say in return. "Ah!" As the man presumed to be the priest finished speaking, the wall howled again. The chorus of souls clad in thorny shrouds now rang louder and deeper than before. At this level, even knights would have a hard time resisting the effect. Rothod let out a puff through his nose. The jarring sound rippled from his ears through his entire body. "They're coming." That was Jackson's voice. Even without heightened senses, it was easy to feel the presence. From both sides of the wall and from behind, black lumps rolled across the ground like things dropping off. It was a horde of ghouls. "Their Univeld Tuck," continue reading. Entire bodies stained black. The demon realm's ghouls seemed different from others. "Scream all night. I'll use your screams as my lullaby." The priest felt a surge of curiosity. Let's see how long they can rampage. It's been a while since anything fun showed up. So he added that line. Enkrid turned his head from side to side once, then looked at the wall and thought, "What should I do now?" Kiak! Overhead, 3 black birds large enough to carry off a person circled in the sky. A few feathers dropped from their bodies. Each falling feather was about half the size of Auden's forearm. Beasts of considerable size. Technically, they were modified beasts, but no one present could know that. Looking at the monsters and beasts, Enkrid realized one thing for certain. If we'd left this place alone, everyone would have died. Even now, the thought passed through his head as he recalled the eroded village. Outside, they had already swept away all the monsters and small colonies. As a result, they had protected a single eroded village tainted by demonic energy. But placing significance on protecting them meant nothing, because the beasts inside here were far beyond that level. The ghouls approached, and their appearance was strange as well. Suture marks were scattered across their necks and heads. Their mouths were sewn shut, and it looked like their skulls had been split and stitched back together. Some sort of manipulation by a monster, that much was certain. The first to move at the sight of the approaching ghouls was Jackson. In a flash, he had reached one ghoul's back. Then, with a stiletto, he stabbed its neck, and with a kick, he shattered its ankle. After that, he discarded all stealth and retreated, leaving a motion blur behind. It looked like a long streak formed entirely out of Jackson's afterimage. From the stabbed ghoul's neck, black and yellow pus-like lumps began to swell. The bloated pus grew bigger than its head, then to the size of its torso, and exploded. Boom! With a loud noise, the black and yellow pus sprayed in all directions. The moment Jackson saw the ghoul's irregular appearance, he had sensed danger and moved to analyze their attack method. It was appropriate and effective. Now that they knew, these things explode into pus when they die. "The smell's awful," Shinar said, drawing her leaf blade out about a handspan. Around the sword bloomed the scent of flowers and forest, but it wasn't enough to stop the exploding ghouls. When struck, they scatter plague in all directions. You could resist to a degree, but there were just too many of these plague ghouls. Somewhere that bastard's laughter echoed again. Enkrid saw the massive ghouls charging forward, not on 2 feet, but bounding forward on all 4s. "There's quite a lot." "Auden." "It is not my turn, brother." "Oh, then Teresa, yes." The half-giantess calmly stepped forward at Enkrid's call, her eyes steady and still. She planted her shield into the ground, then climbed onto it. She used the shield as a narrow, elevated platform. And just like that, she had created her own small stage. Once upon a time, Count Molson had commanded a chimera unit. He had modified semi-knights and tried to elevate them to full knight level. tracing the origin of all that research would lead one to this man. Would these be suitable as test subjects for plague ghouls? All the top elites of the continent seemed to have gathered, so surely they'd provide that much. The priest had hollowed out the ghouls' bodies and refined evil spirits to inject plague into them. It was a task that required mastery in incantation, sorcery, alchemy, all of it. He'd also deployed modified crow beasts and even crystal-armored knights. Hold out longer and show me something interesting. The priest sincerely hoped for that. They'd likely last quite a while. Then they'd need time to ripen. So, thinking that, he returned to his room to sort through his research and ideas. Once night fell, the monsters would become even more frenzied. In the demon realm, even sunlight turned ashen. Unless it was a red moon, even moonlight struggled to pierce through. Thus, the nights here were pitch black, meaning the humans outside would suffer even more. Sometime later, just as he was about to rise to watch the scene for a bit, Kugan. He felt a tremor. It was no small rumble. Kia, ata. At the same time, the Song of Thorn Castle turned into a scream. Kugugun. The tremor grew stronger. It felt like the entire castle was shaking. And it wasn't just a feeling. Chapter 766. A man shall come to end it all. A knight who shall stain war and life with twilight. We shall call him the Knight of the End. He who shall bring everything to a close. A hero to end the war. Zoroslav heard the song, a piece passed down orally in the village for generations. A few children sang it like a hymn outside the window. Across the continent, the tale spread as the Night of Ceasefire, or the Night of the End, with similar melodies and lyrics. Some called him the Night of Ceasefire, others the Night of the End. In some regions he was even known as the Night of Twilight. The original lyrics had long been forgotten. In some places the names Ceasefire, End, and Twilight were sung interchangeably, and to them it wasn't merely a song. The Night of the End, or the one known as the Night of Ceasefire. Such a figure was part of the legend that someone would someday protect them. Do you truly believe that man is the Knight of the End? The end mentioned in the song referred to the end of the world, and that world meant the demon realm. In other words, a knight who would bring about the end of the demon realm. There were those who interpreted it that way, not that it was necessarily true. Zoroslav looked at the people seated at the wide table. It was the meeting room of the village hall. More than 10 people, over 20 eyes, were fixed on him. Zoroslav was a realist, and until now he had always thought, it's just a song that sings of hope. From a practical perspective, this song was something born out of necessity. What is the most essential thing for a human being to live? Food, clothing, and shelter? One could survive with even one of those missing. But once the heart breaks, that's the end. Why live like this? For someone who starts thinking that way, even food, clothing, and shelter lose their meaning. Does life need a reason? Should one go so far as to become an eroded just to live? Do we really have to live like this? If someone asked, there was only one answer. Of course we want to live. There was a day he saw a child smile as if it were delicious, while sipping a bland soup made with shriveled, dry turnips. He clearly remembered the day that child was born. Though life wasn't leisurely, peaceful, or comfortable, even within that, they found the beauty of living. They could stroll and watch the changing seasons. They could speak with someone beside them and love one another. They longed for life to enjoy all these things, even if it meant living wretchedly. And one of the means to sustain that life was hope. What people most needed to live was hope. So, to Zoroslav's understanding, That old orally transmitted song was merely a tool meant to breathe hope into the group. Someday, a hero would come to end their suffering and bring them a better life. That was the so-called night of the end. That's what the lyrics said, but he'd never believed it. At least not until now. Surviving by relying on the demons, that was the reality they lived with. That's what Zoroslav had believed until now. He faced that reality, accepted it, not some old song. I do believe so. That man really is that person. A friend who had always spoken more bitterly and cynically about reality now spoke with sparkling eyes. Eyes that had been neglected, shunned, and abandoned were now colored with hope. A man who cut down the symbol of the demon god without hesitation, who slaughtered the surrounding monsters and beasts, then turned his back without waiting for a reward. A man who entered the demon realm not seeking anything. Even to Zoroslav, he looked like the night of the end. To people who had never even experienced the crumbs of hope, a hand cloaked in kindness had reached out. Could they reject it? No, they couldn't, because they too wished for a better life. Everyone in the village prayed for the one who had entered that place. Teresa stood atop the small, narrow stage she had created. She hadn't drawn her sword. She didn't need it now. You take in a woman who only knows how to fight, and she can't even be grateful? Why was she remembering that now? It was from the time when everything had been mortgaged to the bishop of the cult. A time when her world had been nothing but black and gray. That was when she met Enkrid, and for the first time she found joy in swinging a sword that once held no meaning. I shall fight and fight again to prove myself. That was the answer she had given Enkrid when he asked her how she'd like to live if she were born again. Everything from that moment remained vivid in her mind even now. The air of that day, the temperature, everything. There was a hot, rising breath, and there was the version of her who regretted the past as she looked back. Thus, Teresa of the cult died and was reborn as the wandering Teresa. She had tried to hide behind a small mask, but soon realized how meaningless that was. In the end, I will fight. That wasn't something said for the giant's blood that flowed in her veins. It was for who she had been and who she would be tomorrow. And after all, fighting didn't always have to mean swinging fists and spilling blood. Teresa had fought with her past self. She had accepted a new God and learned the teachings of the Holy War. Standing on a small stage made from a shield, she turned her head slightly to look back. The hero who had saved her was staring right at her. She opened her mouth as she looked at him. Ah! A rough sound emerged from her vocal cords, and no matter how one heard it, it sounded captivating. She looked ahead once more, at the monsters oozing pus as they approached, at the fortress in the distance, echoing with screams. And she began to sing. Her voice gained rises and falls. It flowed and broke, even her breath sounding like musical notes. Thus, she began her song. Soon, a hymn praising what? The divine rose to the sky and shook the earth. Awakening divinity was a power granted only to the few, and the talent to move others with one's voice, also only granted to the few. In other words, awakening divinity and properly performing a chant required entirely separate talents. If someone by chance was born with both, and if they dedicated themselves with tireless effort, they could command divinity through song. In the Holy Night Order, such people were called sacred singers, spoken with both respect and reverence. Some called them holy cantors. Odin had glimpsed the fragments of such talent in Teresa and had guided her toward awakening. When Enkrid had departed for Zaun, Luagan had stayed behind to assist her for the same reason. She knew how to sing a unique battle song called the Frog Cry, and her cry affected everyone around her. In some ways, it worked on a principle similar to a chant. The half-giant planted her shield into the ground, created her own small stage, climbed onto it, and began to sing. Her voice flowed along the melody, beautiful and refreshing. When she raised her pitch, it rang out as if clearing the skies. Ah! Just hearing it made one feel invigorated. This, Enkrid muttered. In time with Teresa's song, something began to take shape in front of her. Seeing it made his mouth open on its own. Ah! Ah! A wordless song. Teresa's breath itself was part of the melody, and it sent chills down the spine. They say a good bard knows how to play instruments, and a great bard knows how to sing as well. Her notes were deep, her resonance wide. Grand, warm, and serene. The air, despite being in the heart of the demon realm, wrapped around Enkrid and the others with a gentleness that was hard to believe. May the Lord protect us, Audin whispered a prayer. That serenity, it wasn't just a feeling. Though her voice wasn't loud, her lyrics fused with divinity and took shape, forming a barrier that blocked the ghoul's advance. The wall didn't stand as high as Teresa, who was raised atop her shield, but it reached well above an average man's eye level, and glowed white. The walls of white light stretched left and right, pushing back the darkness of the demon realm. That sight alone was awe-inspiring. She said she got the idea from watching the company captain. Ah! Enkrid let out a short exclamation of admiration. So the iron wall shown when they blocked Aspin's forces had been her source of inspiration. Back then, Enkrid had also infused his voice with will. Apparently, that too had influenced her. Audin had always said not to worry about Teresa, but he hadn't expected she would pull off something like this. It's not perfect. They're slipping through. Luagan rolled her large eyes and spoke. And she was right. One ghoul was squeezing its body through a gap in the divine wall. Its body sizzled and smoked as it passed through the white light, but it managed to get beyond the barrier. Thud! It dropped to one knee and drove its bent fingers into the ground, crawling forward. And right in front of it, it encountered a man swinging a short sword without the slightest concern. Slice. Monsters, too, had flesh, bones, and muscle. Jackson, who knew exactly how to pierce and cut at the right angles, found slaying these creatures effortless. But their reactions, after being cut, weren't normal. Blorp, dot-aligned. Yellow pus began to swell at the severed areas. It happened again. Yellow pus bulged at the cut edges. Pop, darian. Pardbeji. Mewawerd. Triwirma. Shars. The pus burst with a squelching sound. Normally the burst would scatter plague spores in all directions, but Teresa's divine power crushed the spores and obliterated them. As her pitch rose, white light gathered and pressed down upon the exploded ghoul. Audin moved as well. There were many gaps. As his feet tapped the ground, he seemed to appear in 3 places at once. It was an afterimage left by high-speed movement, agility unthinkable for someone of his size. Moving like that, he casually extended his fist, and the ghoul heads caught in his punches burst repeatedly. The pus-filled parts swelled like inflated pig bladders and then burst again. Audin didn't need to rely on Teresa's aid. He couldn't sing sacred chants, but in terms of handling divinity, he surpassed her. He reached out over the head of the ghoul he had just crushed. A white glow spread from his hand like a cloak and settled down. The explosion of pus couldn't pierce that light. Thud. It produced only a dull thump. Impressive talent, Luagarn said in awe, pulling out her whip. Her weapon was longer than a sword, meant for mid-range combat. It was also an artifact that naturally kindled flames. A plague ghoul that had barely squeezed through the barrier was struck by her fiery whip and had its head shattered. The weight at the end of the whip was made of heavy gold, and the whip itself was braided from monster hide. The faster the whip, the stronger the impact, No need to explain the kind of force that would produce. Crack! Crack! The whip sliced through the air and incinerated the heads of ghouls. One needed at least a knight's reflexes to follow its movements. The ghouls' heads and bodies burst with pus, but even that just became fuel for the flames. Then Ragnar joined in. With his languid gait, footsteps heading toward no clear direction, he slowly approached the plague ghouls. At some point he had drawn his greatsword, and it glowed faintly red. Even as the sun began to set, there was no lack of light here. Ragnar swung his greatsword like a farmer harvesting barley with a sickle. He minimized the blade's arc, relying solely on wrist snaps and footwork. A sequence of simple, repetitive motions. Thunk, 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 thunk. Instead of barley, plague ghoul heads floated into the air and thudded to the ground. Even those severed by Ragnar began to swell with yellow pus at the wound, but the buildup was much smaller. Shkata, gulp. They didn't even burst properly. Sunrise purges the impure. Named for the sun, it bears. A relic passed down through the Zon lineage. This was exactly the kind of performance it was meant to deliver. The number of enemies was overwhelming, so plenty were still slipping through. At this point, it was almost as if Teresa were intentionally letting them through. She then gathered the remaining divine power and scorched the majority of the plague ghouls in holy fire. The ones with sewn-shut mouths couldn't even scream. Watching the ghouls be swept away, Rum grinned and spoke. "Hey, you two really need to match my rhythm here." He was speaking to Rofod and Pell. Teresa's sacred chant had created a divine wall, but it wasn't going to protect them from above. Screech! So, that left the giant bird diving down from the sky. But would that really be a problem? Probably not. Chapter 767, a black bird circled, then folded its wings and dove downward. The speed didn't match its massive size. Maybe its weight made it fall even faster. Boom! The air ripped with a loud sound, and just as the black bird streaked past below, Rem vanished from his spot. This insane bastard! Pell had seen what Rem did, and couldn't help but blurt out high praise. He had wondered what Rem meant by "cover me." But, right before the bird struck, the madman from the west had wrapped a cord around a hand axe and tossed it into the air. As the black bird came barreling down, its beak poised like a great lance, Rofod and Pell swung their swords to deflect the beak off its mark, and the axe and cord launched by Rem snagged around the creature's neck. Thus, Rem climbed onto the bird's back, and the bird took flight again. "Commander," Rofod called Enkrid. Enkrid already knew the name of the one person on this earth no one needed to worry about. That's Rem. In other words, someone who could handle his role even in the sky. Lulu, la la! A monstrous scream echoed from above. It was Rem's voice. He was likely forcing out a joyful cry under the influence of Teresa's song echoing from below. It had been a while since Rem recalled lyrics from the West. Wasn't there a saying that a crow's cry was bad luck or something? Mounted on the bird's back, Rem summoned a companion spirit with a spell. The moment the massive eagle form appeared behind him, he drove his left fingers between the black bird's feathers. Like talons, they pierced through and dug into the flesh. He puckered his lips and let out a whistle that echoed like an eagle's cry. Using his left hand as an anchor, Rem lowered himself and crawled forward, like a climber scaling a cliff. The only difference was that the cliff was a massive beast's back, and they were midair. He moved toward the black bird's head, then drove the axe he'd set up earlier straight down into it. Each movement was so fluid and precise, it all seemed instantaneous. The black bird thrashed, twisting left and right to shake him off, but Rem didn't fall. And the result? Thunk! The axe split the bird's skull. Black blood and brain matter rained down from the small head. Still gripping the beast with his left hand, Rem bent low and half rose. When he looked up, he saw the distorted gray sun fading far in the distance. Another bird flew past it. Rem had already predicted its movement. He'd holstered the weapon he had just used and pulled out the axe embedded in the now dead bird, then hurled it. Being large meant it offered plenty of target area. Schwip! The hand axe sliced through the air and embedded itself with a thunk in the back of the second bird. The first bird was falling, but it could still serve as a stepping stone. And Rem used it exactly that way. He bent his knees slightly, flexed his thighs, grabbed the cord still attached to the axe, and yanked. The black bird, flapping frantically in midair, was pulled toward him and stalled for a moment. Just a moment, but that was enough. Rem pulled the cord and leapt, arms spread wide as he caught the wind and landed on the second bird's back. With his arms outstretched, he looked like a real eagle in flight. Meanwhile, the first bird, his former platform, crashed down far from the battlefront. Crash! As the sound of its fall echoed, Rem's axe once again smashed into a second bird's skull. His whistle rang through the skies once more. How the hell was he planning to get down? It was a reasonable question, but Enkrid didn't ask it. He truly believed Rem would figure it out on his own. He wasn't the type to go up without a plan, and there were plenty of ways down. He could slow himself using a tree as support, or just ask Auden to catch him if needed. His legs might break, but probably not. It wasn't a She Nova lock, exclusive on Nova L. If he'd gone up so high, he looked like a speck. This much should be fine. And right as that thought ended, the last of the 3 black birds panicked the moment Rem climbed aboard and shot up into the sky. Even Enkrid could see that its reaction was pure fear. But in the end, it was like a suicide run. Humans can't fly, not even knights. The bird that had cast a deep shadow overhead now looked no larger than a person. Would Rem bash its head and ride it down? No, he simply slashed the bird's throat. Once again, black blood rained from the sky. Blood and feathers poured down, along with a falling bird, and one man. Rem used the corpse as a stepping stone again, and displayed an astonishing feat. Once he descended far enough, he literally flew through the air. Rem wasn't a knight. He was a shaman. He summoned the spirit of an eagle to buoy his body. Not that he could truly fly, but with his arms and hands spread wide, it looked more like gliding than falling. The only issue was, that guy looks lost. Apparently done dealing with the plague ghouls, Ragnar walked over and made the comment. When Enkrid didn't respond, Ragnar repeated it for emphasis. That idiot who can't even find his way is over there. He almost sounded amused. Hell make it. The black bird had flung Rem far into the distance. Whether it intended that or not, who could say? It was already dead. If it had wanted to strike one last blow even in death, it had done so well. Still, Enkrid wasn't worried. He meant it when he said Rem would make it. Rem wasn't Ragnar. A hunter from the west could find his way even in the demon realm. There was no need to wait. Whatever they were thinking, both the magic spirit who had been perched on the spire and the priest or castellan had vanished. In truth, both had left because they knew this rowdy group would keep fighting until exhaustion. Plague ghouls were tricky monsters, difficult to handle, and it wasn't just ghouls they had to face. Above them flew modified crow beasts, and beyond the ghouls, monsters created through forbidden research and sorcery. Besides, this side was protected inside a fortress ringed by thorned walls. They could afford a bit of leeway. From the magic spirit's perspective, having already launched her arrows, it was time to conserve strength. Their plan was clear and deliberate. They would mock the weary from above, after the battle. Well done, you fought hard. Now, why don't you play with this four-armed werewolf? Oh, my apologies. Did you happen to see my handcrafted elite monster back there? They would say this from the wall as they looked down. So the challenges ahead would be on a whole other level compared to dealing with plague ghouls. From atop the tower trees, arrows would rain down. Crystal knights in black armor would also be sent out. Even Enkrid couldn't fully read the intentions of the vanished priest or the magic spirit. But if they were relying on those walls, that faith was something he fully intended to shatter. And although the two had left, the walls were not unguarded. A few shadows could be seen. Enkrid's eyes detected their movements, and in that same moment he realized Jackson had vanished. He would be doing his part, and the rest of them here would do theirs. Enkrid opened his mouth. Lua. Luagarn didn't answer his call. Instead, her large eyes simply rolled again and again. The wall, the monsters, the arrows, the magic spirit, the terrain, the situation. She painted a picture in her mind with all of it. Frok Luagarn, she finds victory in disadvantage. That's her specialty. She's the kind of strategist who turns weakness into parity, or even advantage. Because it all stems from her instinctive combat sense, it's hard to teach and harder to learn. But the talent itself was undeniable. If someone could turn the tide when things looked grim, then how much more fearsome would they be when already in a favorable position? It's obvious. Those who fight well when things are bad will fight even better when everything's in their favor. The foundation of Luagarn's tactical swordsmanship was exactly that. Enkrid had more or less learned it after dying countless times. How could Luagarn not grow fond of him? Combat instinct isn't something you can just teach, but this guy learns when taught. No matter what he's doing on his own, he somehow figures it out. That curiosity and craving for brilliance were what stirred Frok's interest. That's why she was here. When Luagarn looked toward the fortress wall, Enkrid began to think along the same lines. Siga experience. Enkrid recalled the moments in his past where he'd assaulted castles. Not many, but enough. There was no need to weigh the advantages of defense or the weaknesses of offense. There was no moat, and it wasn't likely they'd pour boiling oil from above either. But the moment they approached that wall, wraiths clad in thorny robes would reach out and try to tear them apart. He didn't need to experience it to know. This isn't an ordinary castle. So we can't approach it with ordinary tactics. Normally, defenders would use a moat as a barrier and send out guerrilla units to cut off the attackers' supply lines. Defense was like guarding your home. Offense meant sleeping on damp ground and enduring blows. Usually, defenders have the advantage, though sometimes the opposite holds true. Like when a castle low on rations is surrounded and starved into surrender. None of that applies now. Their side was a small elite force with no supply line. The Thorn Fortress in the demon realm wasn't an ordinary stronghold. It seemed like a long reflection, but Enkrid's thoughts moved quickly. Everything flashed through his mind, leaving behind just two key questions. What did their side lack? A siege engine? Even if not a full siege, having something like a mangonel or trebuchet would help. There were ballistae on the wall that looked like they were made of bone, things the enemy had that they didn't. Then the second question, what did their side have? 9 powers known as disasters. No, 8 for now. Once Reom returned, it would be 9. For now, it was 8 disasters, plus Frok, who knew how to spot weaknesses. Enkrid's gaze settled on Luagarn. Lua didn't puff her cheeks once. She made no sound, just stared quietly. The gray sunlight faded. More precisely, it was swallowed by darkness. It was as if black soot had begun to spread through the twilight of the demon realm. Someone had dipped a black brush and started painting from the sky to the ground. Just before that blackness engulfed everything, Lua Garna's cheek twitched. Gurk. Looks like fun. That was all she said. Let's smash through it with brute force. Her explanation was short and clear. She more or less knew what each member of their group was capable of. Telling them to circle the fortress and fight carefully would have been a poor move. Will isn't infinite. Even Enkrid, whose will never dried up, didn't have infinite stamina. So the answer now was to break through in a single push. And they had the firepower for it. The enemy had underestimated Enkrid's party. The group, initially clustered together, had fanned out to the left and right, stretching out across the front of the wall. Lua Garn didn't overthink it. Sometimes simplicity was the clearest answer. If they delayed to overanalyze, they'd hand the advantage back to the enemy. What was needed now was something unexpected. If you had ridiculous power, you could do something ridiculous. This was exactly the kind of thing Lua Garn hoped for. There were no doors in the fortress wall, nowhere that resembled a path, only thorns, sharp as awls, painful even to look at, spikes thin and jagged enough to punch holes the size of fists. I'll open it. Audin spoke as he looked at the doorless wall. We. Perhaps due to Teresa's hymn, the wails of the wraiths forming the wall had changed again. One creature vomited something dark red that pooled like a moat below the wall. Was it trying to make a ditch? Another stuck out a tongue covered in barbed thorns, its twisted face twitching like Lua Garn's whip. Bah. Crack, crack. The tongue of thorns ripped the air, ready to shred anything that approached. Another stretched out its arms. One had a split face and a tongue like a sharpened awl, stabbing out. Nothing stayed still. Not one of them. Shall I sing? Teresa asked. Spare your strength, sister. Audin shook his head. Chapter 768. What the? One of the navy-skinned fairies, one of the magic spirits, opened her mouth. One. She was reacting to the sight in the far distance. She didn't seem especially surprised. After all, she had seen plenty of holiness before. Still, spreading it that widely to block something was a rather unusual approach. Of course, the Lord of Thorn Fortress didn't live there alone. There were others besides him. In addition to the monsters led by the Lord, there were assistants to aid his research and 2 magicians skilled in alchemy. There were also several monsters without intelligence, but who fought as well as knights. Among them, 3 magic spirits stood guard atop the fortress walls. Their role was to report anything that happened and to harass intruders. More precisely, they were to wear the intruders down through relentless pummeling, then offer the exhausted materials to the Lord. That was their job. They were unusually expressive for fairies. Likely because they had absorbed the essence of the demon realm and lost their fairy-like nature. They spoke to each other while watching the wall of white light from afar, flailing in desperation. A mortal's thrashing. Should be fun to watch. They think it's over just because they stopped the plague ghouls. Holiness, huh? All 3 magic spirits had replaced their fairy essence with the energy of the demon realm, commonly called demonic energy. Because of that, one of them could dominate the minds of monsters, while the other 2 used bows. Naturally, they could imbue their arrows with demonic energy, though they were far inferior to the archer who had initially targeted Enkrid's party, which was why they had been assigned to surveillance instead. Also, just because they had fallen didn't mean they'd lost their innate fairy traits. They still had agile bodies. That girl carrying holy power, we should skin her and examine it. I wonder if half-giant hide is thick. If so, it could be useful for making chimeras. The skin of a giant was like rock. If hers was similar, it would be highly usable. These beings possessed a cruelty unthinkable for fairies. Whether that was due to the demon realm's influence, or simply the time they had spent here, or both, no one could say. They themselves believed that having cast off the lineage of forests and flowers and become the demon realm's adopted children, they now possessed superior strength and talent. And to any human observing from the side, there was indeed something distinctly unfairy-like about them. Slow. Compared to Shinar, or the fairies who had moved to the border guard's city, the difference was stark. True fairies never harm even a single blade of grass without reason. They cultivate it, believing Novelake Tui, official version, that their sharp sensitivity could just as easily harm themselves. They restrain and control their emotions. But the fairies in front of him were not like that. They displayed emotion openly and performed revolting biological experiments without hesitation. They were no longer delicate like true fairies. Jackson didn't know all of this. He merely sensed that they were duller than expected. And that was enough. The moment he had sliced down 2 plague ghouls, Jackson surged upstream, straight toward the direction from which the monster horde was pouring. Even Enkrid wouldn't be able to pass unnoticed between monsters who had sewn their mouths shut and would rather explode than live. But Jackson could. The air of the demon realm is different. As long as you understood that difference, adapting was simple. Assimilation, a technique reserved for knights known as blur to the dagger of Jor. It made the body faint, ghost-like. That's where the name came from. But what did names matter? Distinctions are meaningless. He had realized that long ago. He could hide his presence and move in reverse through the ghoul horde. And that's what he did. Lowering his posture, stepping quickly, he bounded along the outer edge of the swarm. Then, when he saw the spectral mouth on the thorn wall glowing, he stepped and leapt up. Some spirits reached out in a feeble attempt to stop him, but it was useless. Jackson even used those reaching hands as footholds to climb the wall. A few wraiths let out shrill screeches, half emerging from the fortress wall with outstretched arms. But Jackson calmly drew a dagger imbued with holiness and slashed them down. Kiayak! The wraiths screamed in agony, but their cries were drowned in the dirge sung by the specters of the Thorn Fortress. Only a few particularly sensitive ones reacted. Thus, Jackson even deceived the gaze of the spirits. For him, this was normal. These were the techniques he had honed all his life. Had they been as sensitive as real fairies, even he would have been caught. But this had been the product of many fortunate factors. They were dull, and Thorn Fortress, this demon realm bastion, had never truly been breached before. Several knights had seen or heard of this place over the years, but judged that nothing could be done. To attack alone was suicide. To attack together, there were never enough hands. Most importantly, these inhabitants never caused immediate problems. Outwardly, they seemed to stay quietly within the demon realm. All of that had created this present situation. Jackson, by instinct, had exploited every single gap, and so he climbed the wall. Once he confirmed the 3 guards atop it, he appeared behind them and, with stilettos in both hands, pierced the backs of 2 necks. From their perspective, it was pure horror. The remaining one couldn't even scream. His eyes bulged as he turned around. To him, it seemed as if a shadow had risen from nowhere and stabbed his 2 companions. He immediately swung his longbow like a bludgeon, but Jackson moved like flowing water. As he withdrew, the bodies of the 2 that should have collapsed instead stopped mid-fall with a thud. Jackson glanced back at them. That was not the normal reaction of someone stabbed, but there was no need to be surprised. This was the demon realm. Anything beyond expectation could happen here. The 2 stabbed ones froze with their backs bent unnaturally, then slowly lifted their heads. A crack came from their necks as bones misaligned. Their puppet-like motions lost all focus from their eyes. The whites showed. Their pupils had vanished. Then from the wounds Jackson had pierced, specifically the holes in the back of their necks, there was no black blood. Instead, with a glorp, their flesh swelled and new organs formed. A long mass of flesh drooped like a giant serpent to the floor. What could one call a thing like that, sprouting from the neck? A tail? An arm? No one knew. A neckline? Necktail? In any case, the deformed new organ of the magic spirit extended along the floor, its muscle-like structure tensing and releasing, until the end suddenly sharpened and flew at Jackson. It was as fast as an arrow. Jackson's gaze followed the new appendage closely. Beneath the navy flesh, black veins stood out starkly. In a way, it looked like a thick, writhing worm. Jackson dodged and slashed with his stiletto. Swish. Even that mutated, aberrant organ had joints, or at least gaps that looked like them, so he split through that part. It was a blade art technique that used the enemy's own momentum. One could call it the pinnacle of accidental swordsmanship. But it looked as if he'd anticipated all of it, striking with perfect composure. If Enkrid had been here, he would have applauded the sharp insight and marveled at how Jackson had used the opponent's charging force. Well, black blood sprayed from Jackson's cut, but the aberrant organ ignored the wound. Like a snake changing direction, it coiled and aimed for the back of Jackson's head. You bastard! Meanwhile, the last remaining relatively intact magic spirit notched an arrow to its longbow. But the moment it did, a blade struck its forehead. Thunk! The crisp sound of a blade splitting a skull. It was the silenced dagger Jackson had thrown while dodging. As Jackson slipped past the two mutated fleshworms lunging at his back, the one struck in the forehead twitched, pupils rolling back and light vanishing from its eyes. Its body began to tremble. Once again, Jackson observed. A curse? Or is death the activation signal? It seemed something had been implanted in them to function that way. Darkness descended, limiting vision, but Jackson was someone who preferred the dark. He had no trouble perceiving his surroundings, even in pitch black. Whatever vision lacked, his other senses compensated for. As he continued watching, listening, and feeling, the silenced dagger embedded in the fairy's forehead wrenched itself free. Irk, thunk. It dropped to the floor, and from the hole in its forehead, flesh sprouted, another organ identical to the aberrant one, still targeting him. Yet even then, Jackson did not stop watching, listening, and sensing. Doing so, he noticed something odd. What he had thought were veins bulging beneath the surface of the fleshworm organ turned out to be something else. The thick black lines pierced through the epidermis, and then bloomed. A black flower unfurled. They planted a cursed seed. Then what was animating them now? Will. Will was moving them. But Jackson's will, unlike that of the other knights, moved in a different direction. Stimulated through his senses, his will didn't just observe. It intruded, dissected, and reflected inward. For a body to move even after death, it would have to be undead, or possessed by a spirit. He had already seen the plague ghouls below, and could guess a bit of the enemy's methods. They embedded spirits of the plague within the ghouls. And now in these, they had planted some kind of unique plant that grew in the demon realm. A sharpened sense could achieve things like magic. It was obvious to Jackson, though astonishing to others. Within the three aberrant beings, Jackson saw a pulsing black oval shape beating from within. From the black flowers blooming out of the necks of the magic spirits came drifting black powder. It was a poison that could intoxicate even knights, and would kill an ordinary person on skin contact. But Jackson had consumed dozens, even hundreds of poisons since childhood. That didn't mean he'd foolishly inhale an unknown one. He pulled out a small hood and covered his mouth. It was a speck object from a fairy city, capable of purifying air taken in through the nose and mouth. Back in his days with a mad platoon, he had established trade all over. He'd gotten what he needed even from the fairy city. No one, not even Enkrid, knew about it. Thus, with the speck object protecting his respiration, poison absorbed through the skin posed no threat. The writhing, whipping, dust-spraying, floor-pounding fleshworms flailing all around him were no more dangerous than the axe swings of a rabid barbarian. His skill at frontal combat had grown significantly after endless battles with the madmen. He hated to admit it, and would never say it aloud. But yes, those maniacs had help. Jackson pierced into the openings in their attacks and stabbed at the seeds inside their bodies. Information control was the core of battle. He wholeheartedly agreed with Luagarn on that point. That was why he'd gone ahead, to delay as long as possible the moment when what was happening outside the fortress reached those deeper within. And he was satisfied with that. It wasn't the first time he'd used his strength for something other than killing for Krona. But if he said he wasn't enjoying himself now, it'd be a lie. He was helping someone, and that someone was walking toward a great ideal. Then in his mind he heard the voice of his master, speaking like a ghost. "Yeah, you bastard. You look good right now. Use your damn talent. Just use it for what you believe is right. Didn't I say it 100 times? Your ear's not bleeding yet." His master's tone had always been annoyingly light. Jackson now knew it was because he himself had been too gloomy. "I know." Words he'd heard to the point of bleeding from his ears had finally etched themselves onto his heart. When had it begun? Jackson had learned what was right by watching Enkrid. And so, anyone who blocked Enkrid's path was the enemy. And right now, that righteousness, and everything else, was approaching the fortress. The explosion of the plague ghouls had made the air thick and foul. Normally, just approaching this close would have been impossible, but Teresa's sacred hymn was purifying the path they walked. Enkrid looked upward. Several shifting shadows were toppling over, one by one. It looked like they were suddenly having seizures, but no one needed to say it to know the name of that seizure was Jackson. "Wow, what the hell is that now?" The fallen enemies began to change shape. A fight broke out. Only then did Jackson's shadow become visible. Should he help? The thought barely lasted a moment. He didn't move. There was no need. Not long after, the three aberrant beings collapsed to the ground like discarded skins. Why something that looked human suddenly sprouted serpent-like limbs was anyone's guess. Chapter 769. Information Control. Luagarn murmured as if reciting something. It was what she had requested of Jackson. She'd said it because it seemed the lords of the demon realm had left their posts, trusting the monsters they commanded. It was a hopeful suggestion, worth trying but not essential. As it turned out, it was timely and effective. The enemy's response wasn't particularly sharp. Even now, despite how close they were to the fortress wall, which meant what was about to happen next wasn't anything special, just within the expected parameters. "They're coming." From behind Enkrid, Shinar whispered. The sound of the Thornwall's lingering spirits was deafening. From the shadows to the left and right of the fortress wall, monsters began to shuffle forward, as if they'd been waiting. There were 4 armed werewolves and werebears among them. One werebear in particular was especially massive, wielding 4 pitch-black clubs, 1 in each hand. 4 clubs swung by 4 arms. It looked quite threatening. More than anything, compared to the enemies they'd fought outside, each of these radiated a clearly more dangerous aura. That's right, this was the demon realm. "We hold, and we break through," said Luagarn. Sometimes the simplest strategy becomes the sharpest spear. With this much strength at their disposal, why bother climbing the wall or searching for some hidden gate? Jackson had only done that because of his unique talents and the need for information control through assassination. These people? They didn't need to. No, it was better to say, they didn't have to. And that bastard earlier, what had he said again? So what can you do? Luagarn wanted to deliver a very clear, very memorable answer to that question. As the group neared the fortress wall, more than just monsters gathered. The bone-made structures aligned along the wall's left and right side suddenly began to move on their own. Their frames were made of bone, and the projectiles they launched were thick, bone-crafted bolts. In other words, these were ballistae imbued with evil spirits, monsters in their own right. Riak. The purple sinews twisted themselves into taut strings, automatically loading and releasing arrows. A heavy bolt snapped free from the string and hurtled toward the center of the group. It was an automatic response to their entering a certain distance from the wall. One could call these the defensive monsters guarding Thorn Fortress. Just before the arrow flew, Enkrid's gaze swept over the structure. Even in the demon realm, they had all the proper gear. These were siege defense weapons transformed into monsters, left behind for fortification. He might have even called it commendable effort. His hand hovered above the grip of Duskforge, but Enkrid didn't move. Someone else jumped ahead, soaring upward and swinging a sword. Clang! A swift blade intercepted the bolt. The struck projectile, twisted together from bones, ricocheted off with a thud, striking the ground in front of a shuffling werewolf. This one had patches of missing fur all over its body, but its forearms were unusually thick. If something got caught in those arms and squeezed, an average human limb would snap like dry twigs. Not that there were any average humans here. The werewolf snatched up the fallen bone bolt, gripping it as if to use it as a weapon. It swung the bludgeon-like bolt through the air with a whoosh whoosh. If monsters could improvise weapons on the fly, it suggested considerable intelligence. Though considering it was drooling pus instead of saliva, intelligence might be a stretch. Its appearance was more akin to a dog-faced phallus. The one who had deflected the bolt was Pell. Gripping his sword with both hands, he spoke without breaking his stance. "I'll handle the sky." Pell thought this was the perfect environment to practice the sword that blocked anything. The ballista's bolts were heavy, yes, but from a knight's perspective, not especially fast. Not a difficult task. "Do as you wish," answered Auden, standing at the group's center. Krara. The pack of werewolves and werebears continued closing the distance. None rushed. They all approached in a slow, lumbering gait. But they were so large that even that slow pace closed the gap in an instant. Seeing the monsters approaching from both sides might have terrified others, but everyone here remained composed. Pell looked up at the sky. The others focused on the approaching beasts. They all took calm, measured breaths. No one wavered. Shing. Pike. Teresa drew her sword. In her hands it looked like a standard longsword, but it was actually a greatsword, rivaling Ragnar's sunrise. The fact she wielded it one-handed without effort was proof of the giant's blood running through her veins. She began to hum a hymn. A soft, melodic chant that shimmered white light across her entire body. Holy power was the most visibly manifest force among the supernatural abilities of this world. Doing something like that with will would require immense enlightenment. But Enkrid already knew very well that each person's strength had its own nature. Holy power, in contrast, lacked offensive force. It was meant to heal and protect, not to destroy. To compensate for that, Auden had undergone relentless training to surpass the limits of the body. In fact, the entire Holy Knight Order had done the same. Odin just did it more violently than the rest, making up for lack of offense with brute strength. In that sense, holy power might have been the perfect force for a half-giant, provided, of course, that one also had faith and talent. Teresa's lips twisted into a smirk. Earlier, when she had sung, she had been Holy Teresa. But now she was the half-giant Teresa who thirsted for slaughter. The soft white glow accompanying her humming no longer represented healing or protection. It was the manifestation of raw physical power supporting her monstrous strength. Boom! Her greatsword crashed down on the head of a charging werebear. Its skull didn't shatter. Black blood sprayed, but beneath the skin, the flesh was hard, like metal. It was an armored bear, a type of werebear with a hardened exoskeleton. Teresa's strike marked the start of the battle once more. Thump! Pell blocked another bolt. Rofad moved to hold one flank. Sunrise in Ragnar's hands cut and burned through anything in its path. White smoke curled up from the neck stump of a werewolf. It was where Sunrise had passed through. Ragnar's slash extended in a long arc, severing the necks of 6 monsters in a single sweep. It was Orara's sword, carried forward. In a situation like this, no one held back their will. Everyone fought at full strength. A knight cleaves 1,000 on his own. That meant that slaying a few hundred monsters alone was entirely within the realm of possibility. So when several of such people gathered together, it was only natural that the approaching monsters would be carved down like butchered meat and left strewn across the ground. Among the advancing group, it was Odin who finally reached the moat of bile. The foul stench rising from the ground was what some of the spirits had vomited out. The smell alone was toxic, but it held no effect on Odin. He didn't engage the monsters charging from either side. He left those to the others. Gwa! The spirit of the wall howled. Odin faced it and took his stance, left foot and left hand forward. Then, twisting his ankle and waist, his right fist thrust forward, gleaming white. The rotational force of his entire body was condensed into that single punch, and that rotation, too, was applied to his holy power. "O Lord," he whispered, and the air around him seemed to roar as it spiraled. The gathered holy power stirred the wind, forming a small vortex that surged around Odin. Flap! His hair fluttered upward. In that state, Odin thrust his arm forward. Wind, white light, all of it tangled along the trajectory of that extended arm and burst forth together. Boom! The white light spun with his punch and collided with the spirit clad in thorned vestments. Boom! A deafening impact rang out. The point of contact erupted with pressure, causing the thorned wall to scatter in all directions. The wail of the spirit pierced through the air. With a single blow, dozens of lingering spirits were sent skyward. "O Lord, whether to grant them forgiveness or pass judgment, that is your will alone. I merely send them to your side." Odin withdrew his fist and prayed. Whatever the spirits felt upon hearing that prayer, no one could guess. Who knew if they even retained reason? The result: a single holy punch left a hole in the wall large enough for a man to walk through. The thorn spirits didn't sit idle after being struck. They resisted. But Odin's faintly glowing divine armor rebuffed and shrugged off every retaliation. The ground touching the shattered wall trembled. "The foundation's weak," Odin remarked breezily, taking a few steps to the side. The shrieking spirits fell momentarily silent. They probably didn't really think it, but if any of them still had reason, they might have screamed, "What the hell are these people?" The apostle of the war god, who believed no curse could harm him, pulled his fist back again. "Loud way to knock," Enkrid commented dryly, watching it unfold. For some reason, It reminded him of the time they broke into a hidden passage while raiding the Gilpin Guild back at Border Guard. They called it knock-in back then, too. Nothing much had changed. Except now the door was a fortress wall in the middle of the demon realm. Guan! The second punch exploded with another roar. With just those two sincere strikes, Auden had punched a hole through the wall. The cavity began writhing, trying to regenerate, as if the wall itself were alive. Shannara furrowed her brow. Her expression made her disgust plain. They're mimicking the fairy city. Her city, more precisely, the city she'd lived in and lent her name to, was built of living trees. A city whose very foundation was alive. The fact that the demon realm fortress was mimicking that disturbed her greatly. It meant someone had stolen parts of fairy knowledge and used it here. The regeneration wasn't slow, but even faster was Auden's fist. And with just two punches, even if it was only an eye-hole-sized opening, they could now see through the wall. "The door's open," Teresa remarked softly, just after she'd grabbed one of the werebear's clubs and hurled it aside. Before that, the armored bear that had charged her wasn't decapitated. She'd simply beaten its body to death instead. It had been a brief moment to catch her breath. "Wouldn't it be more accurate to say we made one?" Pell interjected, blocking an incoming ballista bolt. He floated in the air, deflecting arrows with practiced ease. He spun midair, using rotational momentum to strike, despite having no foothold, his Aat-Unova-Vite-D, original source. Technique was solid. It was almost impressive to watch. Enkrid agreed with Pell's assessment, but didn't argue it. What mattered was that the path was open, and from the corner of his eye, Enkrid saw something else. He, too, was ready to lend a hand. Seeing, Duskforge almost seemed to shiver, as if demanding why it hadn't been swung yet. Enkrid stepped forward as if to soothe it. He could see Jackson on the wall above, dismantling the bone ballistae one by one. Thanks to that, the number of incoming bolts was steadily decreasing. That meant there was no need for Pell to stay and block them anymore. Enkrid shot forward like a spring. Claws from the werewolf. Black club descending from above. A foot extending from one of four arms to trip him at the ankle. That foot had claws sharp enough to slice through flesh just by grazing it. High, middle, low, attacks came from all angles. Each monster had learned how to fight. In his right hand was Duskforge, in his left penna. Enkrid advanced, tapping lightly with both blades. He didn't thrust, he alternated slashes. That alone was enough to sever monster limbs, sending them crashing to the ground. Before their attacks could land, Enkrid's optimized reflexes struck. Flashes of light sliced through their limbs. One flash, then another. When those flashes followed each other, they became lightning. Zack! Quarer! The blades roared like thunder as they tore through the air. A trail of black blood stretched behind him. Now this much was effortless. It was the result of his growth, born of his will to always deliver the best cut, anytime, anywhere. A sword is wielded by a person. Even the 5 divided sword styles, all of them required the person behind the blade. It was a continuation of the thought that had surfaced last time. Only the thread of an idea for now, but who knew how far this sword path would stretch? He brushed aside the thoughts quickly. Once he got within arm's reach of the wall, Enkrid sheathed penna. His muscle tension was perfect. His circulating will lacked nothing. It felt like he'd just woken from the best sleep of his life, overflowing with strength. A day like this made it feel like anything was possible, as if omnipotence was within reach. Not that he'd ever recklessly attempt the impossible. "Hello, spirit friends." Enkrid gave a simple greeting and lifted Duskforge, so it was parallel to the ground. The blade shimmered with a sky-colored hue and vibrated with a low zing, as if thrilled to be held by Enkrid once more. Of course, The vibration came from the sword resonating with Enkrid's will. But then again, how one receives that is up to the wielder. Auden was punching through with holy power. It'd be nice to help out. Will surged and flooded into the blade. This was the demon realm, and before him was a fortress of the demon realm. He already had all of that in mind. So what? That bastard had asked earlier. What can you do? Grume, you're insane, came Loa Garn's murmur from behind. Enkrid wore no smile, only seriousness. What can I do right now? This was the answer to that question. Chapter 770 Will raged violently. It must have been because there were few things more thrilling than this. Enkrid sometimes felt that Will moved on its own, departing from his intent. This was one of those times. But if asked whether that was a bad thing, he would answer, not at all. What the unconscious desires, such things are reflected in will. In terms of structure or principle, it wouldn't stray far from that. His loosened thoughts gave rise to a dozen impressions, but they soon gathered into one. Strike! Even the shaking will was gathered into one. Will, responding to intention, flowed along his whole body, passed through his arms and fingers, rode along the grip of the sword, and moved toward the blade. An engraved weapon is a part of my hand. That's what it felt like. It felt natural for Will to head toward and dwell within Duskforge. His steady breathing stopped, and he half closed his eyes while looking at the wall. From far away, Ragnar, holding Sunrise, stared at his commander like that. In his eyes, the will contained in Enkrid's Duskforge was endlessly folding and thickening. Something interesting. Something interesting, Ragnar muttered. Shannara, watching Enkrid leap forward, stopped her limbs, which she had been swinging roughly. Shannara was much the same as Ragnar. She had already been conscious of him, so it wouldn't be wrong to say she had looked at Enkrid even faster. The air of the demon realm was, in itself, poison to fairies. She was only able to endure it because she held spiritual energy at the level of a knight. Otherwise, a fairy wouldn't even be able to set foot in the demon realm. This place was truly filled with unpleasant air, a place that made one's chest tighten on its own. And yet, watching Enkrid holding his sword now, it felt as if the aura of a forest was emanating from somewhere. That might have been a trace of the power she herself had infused when creating that sword. Or if not that, it could be that the fairy's sensitive senses were predicting what was to come. Whatever it was, the reason didn't matter to Shannara. An ordinary person might be horrified at seeing what Enkrid was doing right now, wondering what madness this was. But for Shannara, her heart was only filled with a desire to cheer on the madman at the front. Wasn't that the proper attitude toward the one you love? More than anything, Shannara believed in that man. Wherever he went, a path would open, and wherever he headed, there would be light. The sword that would protect the child of forest and flower must surely be holding black energy within. It made her want to hum a fairy's song. Instead of singing, she whispered in a voice that resembled her heart. Vera, my fiancée. No one heard her whisper. Pell, who was blocking arrows, and Rofod, who was fighting monsters, couldn't help but have their gazes drawn toward Enkrid. Is what that guy's about to do really what I think it is? That thought quietly surfaced in both Pell and Rofod's minds. Even with monsters charging, part of everyone's awareness turned toward him. Enkrid, knowing that his sword wouldn't break, poured the endless will into the blade with all his strength. The formless power born from will seemed to flow through all the blood vessels in his body. All of it was entering the sword. Duskforge accepted it effortlessly. For an instant it felt as if he might collapse from the loss of strength. He adjusted to avoid that. And then Enkrid pressed his engraved weapon against the fortress wall. Click, done. The blade, aligned horizontally with the ground, sank a finger joint deep into the thorny wall. With both hands on the grip, he steadied his breath. There were no stray thoughts. His focus was so sharp, it seemed a blue circle had formed within his pupils. Woo! The wall screamed grotesquely and tried to stab with spike-like thorns, and the vines that stretched out like whips sought to ensnare the madman standing before them. As if dodging that, Enkrid lifted his foot. He ran forward, leaving the sword stuck in the wall as it was. In other words, the blade cut into the wall. It couldn't simply be called a scratch, because will had been infused into the sword. As Enkrid ran, the wall burst apart with loud crashes. Kya! The howling souls shrieked. Kurrakakakakakan. The sound continued in sync with his strides. Enkrid dragged Duskforge along the lower part of the wall in the direction he was running. Black blood splattered as the bottom of the thorn wall was cut, exploded, broken, shattered, and crushed. A whitish smoke-like mist rose, and whatever that was, anything with a beginning has an end. Enkrid stopped running. Steam rose from his shoulders. Flap, flap, flap. His dark green cloak, fluttering wildly in the wind, settled to wrap around his shoulders and back. As far as he had run, a long gash was left in the thorn wall. Shortly after, the ground trembled faintly, and the wall began to shake and tilt backward. Kugugun, Gandayi, Ashtanwayon, Tirakar, Pentian. The earth rumbled, and a section of the wall fell backward. It was a spectacle. A sight that made one wonder such a thing could be done by human hands. Though the collapsing wall looked unreal, the tremors and impact proved it was not a dream. As the fallen wall hit the ground, it shouted that the weight it bore was no joke. Kwang! A sound and shockwave ripped through the surroundings, loud enough to burst the eardrums of an ordinary person. The vibrations made everything shake. It felt like an earthquake. The ground trembled. Naturally so, Enkrid had caused a portion of the wall to collapse in the direction he had slashed. The stones embedded to hold the thorn wall together broke and shattered, creating clouds of grey dust. Just because it was the demon realm didn't mean the dust was black or purple. A rock is still just a rock. Over the violet land of the demon realm, night had fallen, and in the pitch-black darkness where colors could dive out, exclusive on Novelot, no longer be discerned, the dust still saw. As if smearing over the night's darkness, something whitish covered everything. Amid the booming and the dust, a brief silence spun through. Even the monsters that had been charging looked like they might retreat in response to the sound and tremors. Everyone stopped in surprise, stunned into silence. Could the one who builds iron walls also cut down fortress walls? Astonished gazes gathered on Enkrid. Still, they were the mad order of knights. They were shocked, but not so much that they lost their minds. Not piercing through, but cutting it down and toppling it? That was Pel's muttering. Even with dust flying around, Pel had seen it, and his pupils were trembling non-stop. How could something like that be possible? That was the meaning behind the words, not simply surprise. More precisely, if you asked how it felt to see that, did you ask what we can do? Luagarn's scream could be said to capture that feeling instead. Thump. His heart beat, and he was exhilarated for no reason. Damn it, he could do that? That kind of thing was possible? As such thoughts continued, he simply got excited. From Frock's mouth burst a frog cry that echoed across the battlefield in place of a battle cry. Frock's vocal cords echoed his question to the enemy loudly in all directions. Odin briefly stopped punching. Brother. It was an act that naturally drew admiration and awe. He had cut a fortress wall with a sword. Rather than feeling rivalry, Odin wanted to show something too, offering praise for the feat Enkrid had just demonstrated. In front of him lay a part of the wall he had just pierced with his fist. Lord! He threw himself into the inner part of the wall he had split and shattered. It was a place one could call a jungle of thorns, squirming, moving, entangled, twisted. Crazy, Rofud muttered in shock as he saw it. He saw Odin hurl himself into the wall of thorny vines that squirmed and repaired themselves. And the moment Odin entered, the wall too seemed to exert itself, its regenerative ability multiplied several times over. On top of that, the vines tangled and twisted, sealing the entrance through which Odin had entered. 2 breaths later, the hole Odin had entered through was closed with thorn vines, and from the gaps between the twisted wall, formed of distorted ghostly faces, thorny vines, and shattered stones, shafts of light began to leak out. The beams of light flowing from the crudely blocked hole grew thicker, and soon their numbers increased. Then the scattered lights gathered and exploded. The white light, the holy radiance itself, was silent. Only the booming that followed came from what was seared by that light as it collapsed. Kudu-du. The ground rumbled as part of the pierced fortress wall collapsed, dropping thorn vines and chunks of stone onto the earth. A Ballista monster that Jackson hadn't had time to deal with was swept away and fell with a thud, spraying black blood everywhere. As people dodged to the collapsing wreckage, their eyes turned this time to Odin. If Enkrid had cut the fortress wall, then Odin had punched a massive hole through it. Ha ha ha! I enjoying this, brother. The shining armor over his naturally gifted body was his symbol. The thick thorn vines above him and the stones engraved with spirits froze with their mouths wide open as if screaming. It was grotesque, but seeing it, Odin beamed with a radiant smile. It was a smile full of happiness and satisfaction. The Lord awaits you in heaven. The curses and screams that had been spewing from the fortress wall came to a perfect halt. The thorn vines that had resisted to the end drooped as well. These crazy bastards. What the hell are they? Only then did the one who had been provoking them emerge. A magic spirit followed him, and Enkrid realized for the first time that a fairy's eyes could open that wide. Ah, no. By now, it's a different species than a fairy, because it fed on spiritual energy. It was a fairy. Because it lived in the demon realm, it was a magic spirit. A longbow in its left hand, a sword resembling a needle on its left hip. The magic spirit's 2 eyes fixed on Enkrid. But during that time, Shinar was glaring at the magic spirit. To someone unaware, it might have seemed like a gentle gaze. But Enkrid, now somewhat familiar with fairy expressions, knew it was a glare. You whose form has rotted and decayed into that abomination. The magic spirit glanced at Shinar when she called out to it, but what had just happened in front of it was far more absurd. What kind of insane humans cut down walls with swords and punch through them with their fists? These kinds of lunatics were right here. You lot, really. Whether he was the Castellan, or a sorcerer, or one of Redfoot's apostles, the man couldn't even finish speaking. What kind of bastards even are you? Luagarn puffed out her cheeks as she watched. She was pleased. Frock, his cheeks puffed out as well, opened his mouth. What do you think? That's the answer to your question of what we can do. The Castellan looked around. Judging by the fallen monsters and the lack of summons or signals, even the 3 magic spirits stationed atop the wall must be dead. It was absurd, but that didn't mean he had forgotten what he was supposed to do. Especially since this wasn't even his first time seeing a wall collapse. Kill them, he spoke, and the moment his words ended, a black figure sprang up behind the shadows of Enkrid and Odin. It was a magic spirit specialized in assassination. Purple skin, a twisted dagger in hand, and an incredible technique that concealed sound, scent, and presence. Jackson, watching those 2, believed they could each hold a place within Jor Dagger. Two enemy shadows rose. And then a friendly shadow also rose behind the assassin targeting Audin. Jackson slashed the neck of the one reaching toward Audin from behind with a stiletto. A slicing sound rang out as the neck was severed, and at the same time, a thunk echoed from the skull of the one targeting Enkrid. It was the sound of the silenced dagger thrown by Enkrid, embedding itself. The one with the dagger stuck in his head made a motion like stabbing the air with his twisted dagger, and then collapsed. Was that necessary? Enkrid asked as he looked back. He had left Duskforge where it was and placed his left hand on Penna. He probably could have stopped it even if left alone. He had been focused, and although he had poured will into the sword to slash the wall, it wasn't a complete expenditure. He hadn't felt any drain. No need for thanks, right? Audin was the same. He could have taken a hit, but he was still enveloped in holy light. What he wore wasn't just some blade formed from will like Ragnar's. It was armor forged from holy light, strong enough that ordinary metal wouldn't pierce it. It felt like it was my fight, Jackson replied casually. And now, the true resident of the demon realm, the Castellan, the sorcerer, the servant of the Redfoot, was no longer even surprised. Yeah, so none of you are pushovers. Is that it? Chapter 771. The apostle did not consider it dire enough to feel a sense of crisis, but just witnessing the wall being destroyed made it clear these were not beings to be ignored. He raised his hand, and then from behind him, two women with shining eyes stepped forward. This is the second time it's been brought down since it was built. One of them spoke. She was the one to Enkrid's left, and her eyes were blue. More precisely, they looked like blue stones had been embedded in them. There were no visible pupils, only solid blue stones, set where eyeballs should be. No pupils, just a faint, flickering blue glow. Described in words, they might have seemed impressive, but seen up close, they only looked monstrous. If she'd attached those for style, that would be outright madness. Enkrid read the aura radiating from the two women who appeared. Witches. He was right. They were also the source of the strange rumors about the crystal prison. Not only their eyes, parts of their bodies also resembled glittering stone. The rumors that people would be trapped in the crystal prison meant they'd become playthings of these two witches. The wall of tormented spirits clad in thorny burial shrouds had collapsed, but the one behind the black lightning, the jailer of the crystal prison, and the one responsible for all of this were still standing. I'll add you to my collection. The red-eyed woman, who had kept her mouth shut until now, suddenly spoke while staring intently at Enkrid. It meant she liked how he looked. For a moment, no one from either side spoke. By this point, Shinar should have interrupted after hearing the witch words, but her hand remained on the leaf blade, and she kept glaring only at the magic spirit. Rofod felt that absence was strangely awkward, so he threw in a comment. A charm that seduces even witches. Everyone turned to look at him after that line. What the hell is he on about now? That was the expression on their faces. Are you playing the barbarian now that he's not here? Pell scolded. Rofod shut his mouth, thinking he shouldn't have said anything. Saying more would just give them something to pick on. There was no need to leave bait for teasing. Enkrid blinked once. Seducing. What the hell does that mean? He'd never seen either of those witches before. Redirecting his gaze forward, he responded calmly. I'll pass. Okay, see you later. The red-eyed witch was full of confidence. Who was the first? This time Luagarn asked out of the blue. It was because the witch's earlier comment about this being the second time the wall collapsed had sparked her curiosity. Someone else besides her had once thought to bring the wall down? The thought made Frock open his mouth. The Castellan glared at Frock, who had just spoken, and waved his hand, vowing to roast him alive one day. At his gesture, a A chilling sound like a blade being ground on a whetstone. Srarn came from behind the magic spirit, and something like a golem clad in crystal armor and holding a crystal sword rose. The color of the crystal was murky and pitch black. It was the same thing that had blocked Enkrid's thrown spear. Seen up close, it was clear it wasn't just black armor, it was crystal. Its build was smaller than Auden's, but it looked that much more agile. Drunken on omnipotence, you fools have come seeking your graves. The Castellan spoke, and Enkrid, instead of replying, swung Duskforge into the air. To anyone unaware, it would have seemed like nonsense. Why was he suddenly slashing at nothing? To the average person, it might have looked that way, but no one here was average. Everyone now felt that Enkrid had just cut something invisible with his slash. Pain got ting. That sound didn't actually echo out loud, but the blue-eyed witch felt as if she had heard it within herself. You? Just a moment ago, she had silently cast a curse spell, but it had been severed midway. And it happened from a single slash. By any logic she knew, that was impossible. That slash had merely cleaved the air, and her spell must have been disrupted by another sorcerer. That had to be it. Or maybe there was an artifact or magical item blocking spells. So that slash must have just been coincidence. Mine too. Her companion, with red stones embedded in her eye sockets, spoke as well. At that moment, the man in front of them had slashed upward with the blade he had just lowered. At that same moment, the flow of mana was severed. It wasn't that some impurity had interfered and broken the spell mid-formation. No, the spell was severed. The idea that a spell could be cut sounded absurd. But that's how it felt. The blue-eyed witch thought that, while Enkrid looked at the two of them and thought something else entirely. This is getting easier now. His experiences cutting through fire, through today's looping blaze, his time spent with Esther. All of it condensed into this moment. Enkrid had just cut through even invisible spells. Jackson, especially sensitive, had felt what Enkrid had done more clearly than the others and asked, "Did you cut it?" "Yeah." Enkrid's answer was concise. "What the?" the blue-eyed one muttered. "When knights and witches fight, the knight has the advantage. Swordsmanship always favors cutting down singular targets. But there are times when witches, or mages, have the upper hand. When they can cast prepared spells in a place they've laid out themselves. This was one of those moments. To the two witches, this was their front yard, and they had buried spell-enhancing tools all over the IGHT area. The collapse of the Thorn Wall had nothing to do with it. That wall was something they'd been gifted in the first place. It didn't belong to them. In fact, now that it was gone, spellcasting had become easier. In every respect, the conditions were ideal. Red Foot. The red-eyed one was full of suspicion. Even though the same thing had happened twice, she didn't easily believe it. Cutting spells. From the conversation between her chosen collection and the new candidate, it seemed spell-cutting was already taken as fact. But it could all be coincidence, or a scam. She shouted the name of the demon she served and released her mana. Artifacts buried throughout the ground responded. The air trembled as a huge circle appeared above the collection's head in the air. Inside the circle, red light flashed. Kwang. Sound followed. It was lightning. Not ordinary lightning. This was flame lightning, a forbidden spell. It required extensive preparation and sacrifices to cast. The red-eyed witch had used 3 of her spell-assisting tools to cast it. 3 artifacts buried somewhere in the ground had just crumbled into dust. She hadn't spared her prepared sacrifices. And yet, the result she wanted did not occur. Ah! A gasp tinged with emotion escaped her lips. Over the strange, clinging black leather that covered her body, her repeatedly modified and stone-hard chestplate trembled faintly. The red-eyed witch remembered something she had forgotten, something she'd never thought she needed. It was an emotion called fear. Just before the sky opened and red light fell, everyone reacted. No one here was unfamiliar with how to deal with spellcasters. If a spell manifested into a phenomenon, the most basic principle was to escape the range of that spell before it landed. However, the spell cast by the red-eyed one was a forbidden spell that even accounted for such reactions. If the walking fire was a flame that burned long, then the flame lightning was a fire that burned you to death in an instant. Its sacrifice was a shrine maiden capable of reading the stars, or more accurately, a sentient being with spiritual qualities, used as a mana battery. Their life force burned away. That's why it was forbidden. It was also a spell fast enough that no matter how fast a knight moved, he couldn't avoid it. She had essentially drawn one of her trump cards without hesitation. It was far better to use it and regret it than to die clutching it unused. The red-eyed witch wasn't just any witch. She was used to combat. She knew how to fight. I know the shrine be on. I pepped in see. I'll on a told if you else. That's why she had immediately cast a forbidden spell, a spell so devastating that even a knight, if struck, would be burned down to the bone. Enkrid accelerated his thoughts just before the red-eyed witch opened her mouth. It wasn't intentional. Once again, Will reacted on its own. Why? The answer came the moment he asked. No, the answer came quickly because he already knew before he could even ask. Whatever spell is prepared, it must show precursory signs before manifestation. It could be the voice shouting or a hand gesture. Sometimes spells are cast without either, but the key is that mana moves. If you can feel that, you can sense it early. That was something Esther had said. She'd also said that a battle between mages was about how well one concealed their mana release, and that there were many ways to render an opponent helpless even if they knew. Even when fighting with a sword, people used every trick to win. Why wouldn't that apply to magic? The source was the same. That idea applied here too. If mages wish to fight, then though the form might differ from a swordsman's fight, the principle would be the same. A swordsman reads the intent to strike through the eyes, aura, gestures, footwork, or even the tensing of muscles. Enkrid applied that to the mage. He felt the flow of mana. His 5 senses combined, and a 6th opened. Merged senses coalesced into one, giving shape to what he saw. Ahead of him, just before a black line twisted and began to rise, that line would shoot straight up, piercing the sky. That's how it appeared to him. Should one call it prediction or insight? There was no need to draw a line between the two. In terms of timing, Enkrid's perception began before the red-eyed witch had even finished saying the syllable reed. To him, her incantation sounded like reed flute oof, balloon, or some such, as if time had slowed dramatically, so he had already moved before the sentence was complete. Originally, he intended to dodge. There was no reason to take the hit voluntarily. The spell from that mage flew from beyond awareness, normally hard to dodge. But having already perceived it, dodging shouldn't be difficult. Just as one thread of his split cognition leaned toward evasive movement, Duskforge let out a hum, jing, reacting to will. It was almost as if the sword were speaking to him. Dodge? Why? The sword asked. Enkrid found himself without an answer. During that brief exchange, a few more thoughts brushed past his mind. If there's no reason to dodge, also, if he dodged here, the flame-compressed bolt would lose its target and scatter unpredictably. He had already learned the trick when slicing through the walking fire. What more was needed now? Nothing. His divided thoughts converged into one, and intent arose. He added strength to will. Before the witch's words were even finished, Enkrid's left foot slid a step forward to the left. He extended his left foot to brace his stance. The boiling will surged into his eyes, locking onto the descending lightning. A long red mass falling in zigzag rips. A flame. The end looked blunt, but the moment it touched something, the hidden violence within would burst forth. The force contained within would turn dozens into ashes instantly. Once again, Enkrid poured will into Duskforge. Then he raised his blade to meet the falling flame lightning, and slashed. The red-eyed witch, watching, couldn't distinguish where his motion began or ended. To her eyes, the only thing visible was the man who stood, both hands gripping the sword, having just slashed downward after the bolt struck. Dwar. The forbidden spell, flame lightning, split in midair into two parts and then scattered. The remnants lingered in the sky as red light flashed. Sparks flew in all directions, and each spark was bigger than a fist. Above the night of the demon realm, it was as if someone had lit a red lantern. The blinking red light cast shifting shadows on people's faces, then vanished. The thunderous roar continued. It sounded like the noise that precedes a lightning strike, but everyone here knew. No more lightning would fall. It was because some madman had cut a spell. Through the red-eyed witch's field of vision, the man standing before her came into view. Still and quiet, and just looking at him, she felt terror. It was as if his blade would slice through her neck at any moment, a cut that would erase her very existence. Fear bred anxiety, and anxiety disrupted her control over the mana that had rebounded from the failed spell. The mana twisted through her internal organs. The red-eyed one vomited blood. It was pitch black, indistinguishable from monster's blood. From Enkrid's lips and forearms steam rose. Even so, he did not move. Once when cutting the fortress wall, and now again when cutting a spell. He had overused will twice. Now was the moment to catch his breath. At that moment, Jackson moved. Mages were dangerous when fought from the front, but attacking from behind was a different matter. The one who noticed it was the navy-skinned fairy, the magic spirit that had fired black lightning. Behind! The magic spirit's shout, and Jackson's gesture came almost simultaneously. Chapter 772. At her shout, the two witches immediately raised their hands. With just that gesture, pitch-black veils formed around their bodies. But Jackson didn't stop. No, to be more precise, he had already drawn the item meant to tear through that veil. The moment the black shield appeared, Jackson naturally swept his left hand across his chest, and before anyone realized it, a short dagger had appeared in his grip. Flow through every moment like water. That was the principle of aligning with the blade of coincidence. Above all, it was a situation he had predicted. Insight born from experience had accounted for a moment like this. A witch of that caliber wasn't going to just stand there and take a blade unguarded. He gripped the dagger in a reverse grip and pressed the end of the hilt with his thumb. It was a stance perfect for stabbing downward. He was a handler of relics. To be more specific, among the Mad Order of Knights, he was the most proficient at wielding relics and spell objects. And now Jackson held a dagger in his hand. A replica of a relic known as Spellbreaker, specialized in ripping apart magic-based shields. The blade itself had been forged by a dwarven craftsman, and the enchantments engraved upon it were Esther's handiwork. The hilt was curved to fit perfectly in Jackson's hand, courtesy of the dwarf's craftsmanship. It was forged from Valerian steel, mixed with Norian wrought iron, making it strong and sharp on its own, but also clearly crafted for a specific purpose. His thoughts were brief, his movements swift. Before even making eye contact with the red-eyed witch, Jackson stabbed the barrier with the reverse-gripped dagger. Thunk! As the blade pierced the barrier, a pulse rippled across its surface and shoved him back. It felt like getting tackled by a bear beastman. It was because of a telekinetic spell that activated upon impact, designed to automatically push attackers away. He could have resisted with brute force, but instead, Jackson let his body yield slightly, going with the flow. As he was thrown back, he lowered his body into a shadow born from the scattering sparks of the firestorm being slashed apart. Only then did the red-eyed witch notice his presence. With her head lowered, she glared up, fierce and furious. "You dare! Who do you think you are?" That's what her eyes said. Just then, a harsh cracking sound echoed. The blade embedded in the barrier began to fracture. What now? The red-eyed witch couldn't even finish the thought. Boom! The moment she realized the blade was splitting, it exploded. It had always been a one-use item, a tool that Fragile needed to be unstable to detonate under such impact, but Esther had managed to stabilize it just enough with her own skill. There were two conditions for detonation. First, it had to be swung with force above a certain level. Second, it had to meet a construct formed from mana. Both conditions had been met. They couldn't use materials like true silver in the replica, but the effect was more than sufficient. As the dagger detonated, the shield shattered. There was no dramatic sound of magic breaking. The black veil simply dispersed like broken glass, fading into the darkness. Fragments of the broken dagger struck the witch's body, but they were useless. Her body, transformed to gemstone-like hardness, easily deflected the shards. However, crack. A stiletto belonging to the assassin who had approached unnoticed sliced through her neck. Of course, that assassin was Jackson, the one who had stabbed the anti-barrier dagger and been thrown by the psychic backlash. He had hidden in the shadows, then dashed forward low enough that his chest almost scraped the ground, slipping behind her once again. To put it simply, he let himself be pushed by the shockwave, used the darkness as cover, crouched low, then, as soon as the shield broke, rushed in and slashed her throat with a stiletto. Simple to say, not simple to execute. All of it happened before Enkrid even had time to catch his breath 3 times after slashing the firestorm. One of the two witches now had her head hanging loosely. Black blood flowed from her severed neck, though not in the quantity of an ordinary human. The thick, sticky blood clung to her skin like pine resin. Of course, unlike resin, the witch's blood reeked of rot. "Release your power," the priest shouted upon seeing the severed head. The red-eyed witch, her throat half-cut, began gurgling and letting out hideous screeches, "Gurglargya," as black foam bubbled up from her wound. The blood that flowed started to boil. Jackson had seen it before he even struck, how she vomited black fluid earlier. In other words, he attacked already knowing she wasn't human. So, as he cut her throat, he pulled out 3 more daggers and drove them into her body, one into her stomach, one into the back of her head, and another into her thigh. The whole movement looked almost like he was fixing her clothes or supporting her. Jackson danced. It was a lethal, close combat killing technique he had never shown even during training. The first move, he grabbed the daggers embedded in her stomach and skull and pulled them. Arc! Not as strong as Auden or Enkrid, but Jackson also possessed well-trained strength, and he knew how to add will to that strength. The embedded daggers carved black lines across her body. From those wounds flowed black resin-like blood. He didn't pull the blades all the way out. After cutting roughly a handspan, he left them. Normally, the killing art required pulling the dagger and stabbing elsewhere, but he had adapted. To be blunt, He didn't have time to move them. From the bubbling black foam, a sharp hand burst forth, a hand growing from the severed neck. It lunged at Jackson's nape, its nails raised like blades, sharp enough to pierce through steel. The red-eyed witch was confident those claws could even pierce enchanted steel, assuming they hit. Jackson dropped 2 of his daggers and dodged the strike, and even that showed impressive talent. Dodging at such close range was instinctive. The claws sliced only air. Jackson's hand reached for the handle of the dagger embedded in her thigh. He was already crouched low, nearly hugging her leg. This time, it wasn't a reverse grip. It was a hammer grip. Grasping the hilt tightly with all 5 fingers, Jackson used the witch as his pivot and spun in a full circle. The movement was as fast as a squirrel fleeing a predator. His afterimage appeared to wrap around her, then vanished. Skkkk. The dagger twisted in her thigh, slicing through flesh and releasing a gush of blood, her leg now half severed. He ripped the dagger from her thigh and immediately plunged it into the other leg. As the wounds multiplied, more appendages sprouted from the witch, hands, feet, jagged fangs. Her human form had already vanished. But Jackson didn't stop. His dance continued, gripping, slashing, cutting, stabbing. He slashed the transforming witch, who now foamed with black blood, while standing directly before her. Before the witch could complete her transformation, she had her head cut off, her legs torn apart, and her insides half spilled. At the end of that furious dance, the red-eyed witch was a much lighter corpse. One arm remained, her left hand, with only the index and middle fingers still intact, dragged her across the floor. Sa. Whatever she meant to say was never finished. Crack.ease. Jackson drew another blade, the length of a forearm, and drove it into the back of her head, turning it into a gravestone. That foul mouth had already been torn apart and reappeared on her back. And now Jackson's blade had pierced the mouth that had formed there. The double-layered sharp teeth confirmed once again that she was far from human. And just like that, one witch died. Ah! The watching priest let out a scream, and the crystal-armored bulk began stomping the ground with a heavy thump, thump. A death knight. An imitation knight made from a modified body. To some, it might have been a threat. To others, the stuff of nightmares. But its opponents were Ragna, Pell, Rofod, Auden, Teresa, and Lua Garn. We just have to cut them down, right? Pell spoke as he stepped forward, light on his feet. He was already raising his sword, ready to bring it down, applying the vortex technique he'd trained into his body through endless practice. The crystal-armored knight displayed knight-level strength, thanks to the modified body. The heavy, stomping monster blurred into afterimages and streaked forward like a line, an abrupt shift in speed. Pell, who had stepped ahead, swung his sword just as the monster pushed off the ground. He adjusted to the altered tempo, bringing his sword down faster, like yanking it into the strike. Crunch! The scariest thing about the monsters with crystal armor was that they didn't slow down even as their bodies broke apart. As Pell's idol slayer split open the creature's head and embedded in its chest, the spirit inside almost dissipated into the weapon. Yet, the crystal sword clutched in the creature's hand still came flying at Pell's neck. A frighteningly fast strike. It was nearly impossible to dodge that blow after having just committed to a powerful strike. Pell instinctively curled his body. If he was going to get hit anyway, better to minimize the damage. It was a split-second decision, but it turned out he didn't have to. He wasn't alone here. Clang! That dwarven-made sword, once declared a fine blade by its own smith, met the crystal sword. Rofod had thrust out his sword like a spear to intercept it. The crystal weapon, striking the length of Rofod's blade, stopped in place. Rofod felt a jolt ripple through his arm muscles. He had no choice but to block it with raw strength. If he had tried to deflect it instead, Pell would have ended up with a stylish new scar across his body. "You owe me," Rofod said. Pell uncurled his neck and yanked his sword free. The crystal armor that had served briefly as a scabbard collapsed to the floor, the pieces scattering freely. Whatever had been inside was gone now. The crystal armor had turned into a mere rock rolling across the ground. Pell eyed the lump of stone and muttered, "I'll forget what you said earlier." Rofod immediately understood. "As an oath, I swear it. Good, good. Let's call it even." Rofod had made the mistake of claiming even witches could be charmed by his demonic charisma, and now Pell was letting him off the hook. If Pell had taken that seriously and harped on it, Rofod might have had to hear about it for months. Or maybe not just months. He might have dragged it back up every time Rofod least expected it. Not a bad trade for just one swing of a sword. There were more crystal-armored knights. Counting sheer numbers, there were over 10. Internally, these weren't true death knights. They were bodies remodeled with spirits stuffed inside and soaked in potions. But Enkrid and the others had no way of knowing that. All they knew was that these were formidable foes. That sword! The Apostle of Redfoot cried out again, shocked yet again. This time because of Pell's weapon. A sword capable of slaying evil spirits? It seemed to strike precisely at the weakness of the crystal-armored knights. His surprise didn't last long. The Apostle still had a job to do. "All of you, get out there!" At his shout, more monsters surged out like a tidal wave. Some came alone, others in clumps of dozens. Luagarn saw it and raised her flame, whip and looped sword, one in each hand, then swung and lashed forward. The crystal-armored knights were one thing, but these newcomers were bizarre in their own way. A three-armed ogre, a troll with horns sprouting from its belly. These were monsters even she had never seen before. There was even a ghoul with 3 legs that couldn't balance properly and had to hop while holding up one leg. What the hell are these things? She had the thought, but it wasn't something she could afford to dwell on. They weren't even that interesting. These were personal collectibles the Apostle had been keeping inside the Thornbriar fortress, and now to them, they were just more enemies to kill. So while Luagarn focused on her task, Shinar stood before the magic spirit, as if she had chosen her opponent from the very beginning. The magic spirit lowered her longbow to the ground and drew her sword. Sharka kuk. Ting. Da. As the sword was drawn, the hilt ring struck the sheath, announcing the weapon's presence. It looked like a needle, but its tip was hooked, designed to tear flesh. Because of its shape, the ring around the sheath had to be struck in order to pull it free. Even when drawing it, the blade had to be tugged forward at the end, and that's what the magic spirit did as she spoke. "Did you come to be nourishment for the demon realm, you undeveloped lowborn?" The magic spirit could talk all she wanted, but she had chosen the wrong opponent. Shinar Noveldot, read the full story, self-proclaimed fiancé of Enkrid, was a fairy who had spent a long time by his side. With a calm face, the fairy opened her mouth. "Nourishment. Me?" Fairies are known for never lying, but that didn't mean she couldn't dig into someone's nerves. Shinar shrugged. Not a gesture that suited her at all, then held out her empty palm and gently waved it to the side, as if to say, "Look around you. If you had eyes, you'd know who was winning." So then, who's really going to become the nourishment? That was the unspoken message. The fact that she said nothing and let the opponent interpret it, that alone made it a master-level provocation. Eh? The way the magic spirit dragged out the word only amplified the effect. Shinar added one more thing. "Wouldn't it be more accurate to say you'll end up as fertilizer? Or no, not nourishment, more like demon shit. You half-sprouted potato shoot of a bitch." Shinar had learned to mix human insults into her fairy speech. It wasn't something one would expect from a fairy, and that unpredictability made it hit even harder. The magic spirit's navy face lost all expression. She was seething with rage. Chapter 773. The magic spirit possessed night-level combat ability, and this was the demon realm. Just as fairies were nourished by the essence of the forest, for her, the very air of the demon realm served the same purpose. This land, this battlefield, was her home turf. The corrupted fairy who fired black lightning believed she could slice through several of them on her own. Sure, they had just hacked down the fortress wall and killed one of the witches, but fighting people directly was a whole different matter. Besides, her specialty was one-on-one combat. Though surprised earlier, she now regained her composure, radiating a calm confidence. Even as she seethed from Shinar's insults, she didn't let it shake her. All of this revealed just how dangerous her combat prowess was. Anyone who'd ever wielded a sword or been in real fights wouldn't miss those cues. I'll handle this alone. This is my duty. Still, Shinar declared to the others that she would fight alone. Ragnar hadn't cared from the beginning. Auden and Teresa knew how to respect another's will. Enkrid glanced at Shinar, then turned his eyes toward the blue-eyed witch. As that one still got something hidden. It certainly looked that way. Judging by their behavior, it was likely. And the apostle wouldn't be sitting idly by either. The magic spirit looked past the lowborn in front of her to the others behind her. There were many opponents. Some were fighting off the modified monsters. A bear beastman was tearing apart the crystal-armored golems barehanded, crushing the grotesque mass of mutated flesh that spilled from their shattered interiors. "The Lord welcomes all," the beastman shouted, madness laced in his voice. Elsewhere, a man was calmly crossing the battlefield, heading straight for the apostle. And the rest of them, all of them, fought well. More than 3 at once would be difficult. So what should she do? Gather mana from afar, shoot arrows, and pick them off, one by one. Aside from her skill in duels, her speed was one of her main advantages. The magic spirit instantly calculated the order in which she would deal with them. 1 arrow for the man approaching the apostle, 2 for the bear beastman. Then find a gap to kill the half-breed with the shield and flank the 2 fighting monsters. The remaining witch would buy her enough time to execute that plan. A strategy forged in a heartbeat, crafted to secure a sure victory. She was clever, and on the surface, her reasoning was sound. But just because a plan sounds good doesn't mean it's going to work. "You're scheming," Shinar said, watching the magic spirit's eyes shift and calculate. Even while furious at Shinar's insults, the corrupted fairy remained cool-headed. She wasn't some dumb brute. What annoyed Shinar, though, was that the fairy wasn't even looking at her anymore. She had clearly decided Shinar didn't even need to be dealt with, like some weed that would just die on its own. Oh, right. There was a lowborn here. The corrupted fairy, magic spirit, turned her gaze back toward Shinar at those words. Shinar had guessed right. The corrupted fairy hadn't considered her a threat. While technically another species now, corrupted fairies and normal fairies still had many similarities. They all came from the same root. And that meant the magic spirit knew exactly how useless a fairy without spirit energy could be. She figured she could slit her throat in passing and move on to the next. Maybe she'd even rip that foul mouth wide open and remake it, because that tongue was way too sharp. Reading her opponent's intent, Shinar's lips curled into a small smile. The magic spirit said no more. She simply advanced and swung her sword. Her steps were simple, her movements direct, but their speed and unpredictability weren't so different from what Jackson had shown moments earlier. No sound of footfalls, no sound of the blade cutting air. She came straight forward and swung, every motion flowing as naturally as wind itself. Just as you couldn't stop the wind with your hand, you couldn't stop her blade that way either. The blade fell, and the fairy with her inhuman beauty had her face sliced in two. There was no sound, only a blur of motion left behind. That blur leaping aside was Shinar. She moved with a faint smile still on her lips and swung her leaf blade. It was called the Sword of the Four Seasons. The blade passed from spring to summer, autumn, and finally arrived at winter. The leaf symbolizing spring transformed into a needle, sharp and pointed, the embodiment of winter. All of this was possible because her weapon was infused with spirit energy. The blade Shinar now held had shifted, its slim body becoming a long, narrow needle. That needle thrust out straight toward the magic spirit. She raised her blade, dark, mottled in black and gray, to block it. Chuck! A small sound rang out as Shinar froze in a lunging pose. The magic spirit held her blade horizontally, blocking the strike, the edge resting just below her lips as she stared at Shinar. Her pupils, filled with malice, now brimmed with raw desire, the hunger to kill, to tear flesh apart. Dark energy pulsed in her eyes, oozing into the air. At the same time, a green light shimmered in Shinar's own gaze, and began flowing through the needle-like sword in her hand. A refreshing scent, clean and grassy, began to drift into the foul, blood-tinged air of the demon realm. The magic spirit's eyes widened. Her expression was clear, surprised once again. Shinar kept her smile in place as she spoke softly. "Did you really think I came here unprepared? My name is Shinar Kirhais. For all the children of flowers and trees, I will claim the life of one who once betrayed our kind." Blade pressed to blade, Shinar relished the spirit energy infused into her sword. She hadn't come unprepared. Not at all. She just hadn't used it until now because she couldn't afford to. She had poured the essence of the forest into her weapon before ever arriving. So when she had laid her head on Enkrid's shoulder, complaining of headaches from the demon realm's air, it hadn't been an act. Find illness. Of course, from afar, Enkrid was probably thinking exactly that. After hiding something like that, she still acted like she was sick? He thought it twice over. That's how much Shinar had whined until now. She seemed less like a several-hundred-year-old fairy, and more like a 12-year-old brat. And yet now, seeing her like this, she didn't just look fine. She looked like she was thriving. Soon, the blades of two warriors, each of a different color, began to clash and harmonize. Two colors traced lines as they struck and recoiled. Thunk. The sound was small, but its impact wasn't. A gale blasted between them. A strange wind, half reeking of blood and half scented like forest air, swept through the surroundings. At a glance, Enkrid didn't think Shinar would lose. Of course, all fights must play out to the end. Just because there's a difference in skill doesn't guarantee victory. Still, Enkrid trusted Shinar. He respected her wish to step up and settle this herself. Above them, the embers that had been crackling and dancing across the sky dimmed. The flickering light went out, and just before the last trace of that fire disappeared, "I'll devour everything." It was the shriek of the remaining witch. The death of the red-eyed one had ignited the fury of the blue-eyed witch. She waved her hands again and again, following Jackson's trail. With each movement of her hand, telekinetic energy condensed, and storm winds shaped like blades surged forth. Jackson responded with the first rule of fighting a caster: get the hell away and stay out of their line of sight, which meant he zigzagged away, curving his path to break her targeting. In other words, he ran hard enough to make his feet sweat. But the witch didn't lose track of him. Rather than trying to follow him with her eyes, she simply cast a spell across the entire area. You cannot soar alone among crows. It wasn't a borrowed spell, calling upon a being's power. It was a creation spell. As the spell spread, Jackson realized hiding his body was now meaningless. Well, he could force it, but there's no real need to push it here. The witch's spell scattered a fine dust through the air. Any movement left a trail. No matter how well he masked his presence, he had a physical body. This wasn't something that could be bypassed. So Jackson had no choice but to focus solely on evasive maneuvers. And so he did. When an armored skeleton got in his way, he dismantled a few bones without hesitation, kicked it aside, and kept weaving through the barrage of spells. Just then, light flared from the witch's hand. Sensing danger, Jackson grabbed one of the skeletal soldiers and rolled across the ground, using it as a shield. The burst of light left only a flashing afterimage in his eyes, scorching the monster in its path. Boom! Fragments of bone burst from the light blast. As a few of them clattered past, Enkrid finally began to move. He hadn't coordinated anything with Jackson, but they'd spent enough time fighting together. While Jackson kept the witch's attention locked forward, Enkrid quietly walked toward her from behind. It was a classic pincer movement. Not a bad position. He and Jackson were placed just right. It was easy to scatter her focus. He was in decent shape, too. No serious injuries, and his will was mostly recovered. Not in perfect condition, maybe. But Enkrid, who had eaten steel and slept on stone his whole life, knew this. Now is always your best condition. You won't always get to eat well and sleep soundly before a fight. So you have to believe, this moment, right now, is your peak. That was one of the truths he'd learned through pouring out Krona, listening, Shenovlight learning, and surviving. And that mindset alone helped his will flow stronger. That a knight's oath affected will only proved how much the heart mattered. His forearm, still steaming, ached, but that was just warm-up pain. Dare! How dare! How dare you! The blue-eyed witch screamed, half insane, flailing her hands and feet. Then, her voice abruptly turned calm as she chanted another spell, like a textbook case of split personality. Dog of Foreign. This clear display of dual nature only made her seem even more deranged. Wind rushed up from beneath her feet, sending her hair flying and inflating her robe like a balloon. As she reached out, thick, dark liquid dripped from her fingertips, and from the ground, black hounds began to rise, magical life forms born from soot. It was a spell he'd seen before. Had it been in the West? It was a spell often used by cultists, and she wielded it well. The only difference this time was that the creatures were tinged crimson-black, making them look fiercer, wilder. Still, Enkrid remained unfazed. And why wouldn't he be? All he had to do was keep walking, swing, and cut them down. The magical beasts lunged with pitch-black fangs, and Enkrid's sword danced. He slashed again and again, smooth lines tracing through the air. Everything cleaved, by the dawn-forged blade scattered like dust. Apparently not a fool, the blue-eyed witch switched to physical impact spells. Through the shattered walls, a massive boulder rumbled up into the air and flew toward him. The problem? It was way too slow compared to those black lightning arrows. He had noticed and deflected those too. So dodging a flying rock was laughably easy. Enkrid sidestepped, braced, and pushed against the boulder with one hand, redirecting it. The stone crashed through a pack of monsters, those wingless, dog-faced things with fake wings, flattening 7 or 8 of them as it rolled. Kia! The witch shrieked and whipped her eyes around in panic, but she couldn't stop it. While Enkrid approached, slicing apart spells, and as soon as she showed an opening, a silent dagger came flying in. The witch tried every trick she had against the two of them closing in from front and rear, but she couldn't stop their advance. Then, just like the red-eyed one, she began to change. Crack! Bones twisted, and her body transformed. Black, foaming blood erupted from her swelling torso, and 6 more arms burst from her back. Each of those arms formed different seals in sequence, performing a new ritual. To be precise, it was a summoning spell to invoke part of a demon's power. Chapter 774. By the power of the Red Foot. The witch muttered the same phrase 5 times in a row, her eyes constantly rolling back and forth. Both of those swordsmen were too threatening. Am I going to die like this? Like my sister already did? No. She refused to believe that. She wouldn't let it end like that. The days when they were called the Twin Witches flashed briefly through her mind. She pushed the thought aside and focused, reciting the incantation. It was a forbidden magic called starving bowels. Die, all of you. This particular incantation only worked if part of her internal organs were sacrificed. That was the reason she'd modified her body. But that didn't mean she was immune to the pain or agony that came with it. Black blood trickled from the corner of the witch's mouth. It hurts. The pain of her intestines rupturing made her lips tremble violently. But pain was still better than death. That she understood. The moment Enkrid stepped forward, he sensed a shift beneath his feet. This incantation wasn't as fast as the earlier firestorm, but it was much wider. The earth beneath him shifted and twisted, forming gaping holes filled with rows of sharp teeth. Caught in those, it wouldn't be a matter of flesh being torn, it would be bones being severed. The ground around Enkrid writhed, opening wide with mouths as if trying to devour him whole. Sensing danger, Enkrid kicked off the ground and leapt sideways. Strangely grotesque jaws sprouted up from the ground in the exact spot where he had just moved. Clang! Clang! The snapping of the jaws sounded like iron colliding, sharp and metallic. Vena? Enkrid thought briefly, glancing down. What he saw were dozens of mouths. This wasn't the kind of thing you could end with a single slash. The real body wasn't even here. There was nothing he could strike at. If one got caught in those teeth, chewed even slightly, one would be sucked into some demonic maw, somewhere far away, endlessly hungry. He didn't know all the details, but his instincts were sharp enough. A forbidden spell, huh? None of those were ever easy to deal with. Walking fire, firestorm, and now this. It was the same. As he moved again, shifting his weight to dodge, the same thing happened. More snapping jaws spawned in a radius around him, wide enough to fit several dozen adult men standing shoulder to shoulder. He stabbed downward with Dawnforge, slashing through one of the mouths that had sprung from below. It vanished, but before he could even catch his breath, another mouth sprang up right beside the spot he just struck. Slashing one means nothing. And if I move, it follows. Persistent. Vicious. That was the impression. Watching its activation and seeing the shape, he could grasp the general principle. So it's a sustain-type incantation. He was the target. Whatever the witch had sacrificed to activate it, this was a spell that wouldn't end until it had chewed something up and swallowed it whole. Even if I cut it, it just regenerates. So how long would this continue to spawn? That question soon became action. He stepped where there was still a slight gap and swung his arm holding Dawnforge. Slash. And slash again. If they kept spawning, he would keep cutting. It became a contest of quantity, her total mana versus his total will. The truth was, the witch had chosen the wrong spell. She had already burned through half the prepared sacrificial materials, not to mention sacrificing part of her own guts. This forbidden spell was meant to grind down the opponent persistently, to exhaust and annihilate original source, devour them slowly, wear them down until they couldn't move, and then chew them up and finish it. But it was unfair from her perspective. The bastard had fought all the way through the demon realm to get here, cutting through walls and spells alike. Wasn't it obvious he'd be running low on will? Surely his stamina had to be drained, too. But in the end, in a battle of who would give up or tire out first, Enkrid was never going to be the one to lose. His expressionless face and tireless, repetitive sword strokes resembled a laborer completely immersed in his work. The witch grew frantic watching it. How can he endure this? Even when grotesque tentacles occasionally burst out from the demon's guts within the spell, his response was always the same. He calmly pivoted on one foot and cleaved them away. With spinning force, his sword carved through the tentacles and swept across the ground like a whip. It created the illusion that the blade had extended in length. But it wasn't just an illusion. It became reality, slicing through another set of gnashing jaws. Ah! The witch screamed. Was it her spiritual sensitivity, or just a raw instinct for insight? She could see her end. Even if she transformed into some grotesque form, if she were cut into dozens of pieces, she would die. She'd already seen it happen to her twin. So maybe this was nothing more than a scream of sheer terror. I'll add to that. And then Odin joined the fray. Enkrid had already shattered the witch's hopes by mercilessly cutting through her forbidden spell. The witch, distracted by defending against Jackson's strikes, was suddenly forced to block the sacred fist of a giant bear of a man, using only her enhanced physical strength. Her body had been modified to match that of a knight, but crack, snap, dot, thud. It was useless. The man, imbued with divine power, immediately located the joint of the mass of flesh she had instinctively extended, twisted it the wrong way, shattered it, and finally stepped in close and drove his iron fist into the witch's skull. Bang! It was like she'd been struck with a solid steel weapon. Her skull caved in with a single blow, black blood spurting in thick streams. Before new flesh could regrow from the collapsed area, a white glowing fist struck her again, and again. Thwack! Thump! Wham! Whack! The rhythm of his punches turned her head into a percussion instrument. Stop! During the brief pause in the barrage, the witch, now collapsed, stopped screaming and casting spells. She pleaded, "Yes. I shall send you to your lord." Poor soul. Odin showed no mercy. He extended his fist and crushed the witch once and for all. Splat! He pulverized her with his fists. Her mangled body was smashed flat into the floor. That was the end. The witch had no words left. After more than 150 years of life, both of the wretched twin witches had met a pathetic end. And elsewhere, the apostle was still being chased by Ragnar's blade. This is absurd. The apostle rejected reality. Now that the forbidden spell had ended, Enkrid had a moment to catch his breath, and nodded in agreement with the apostle's words. Sturdy fortress walls, forces specialized for the demon realm, countless monsters, and overwhelming personal strength. Even 2 or 3 knights coming at once wouldn't be able to handle that group, so saying something like that wasn't unreasonable. Why are you nodding to that? The number of monsters here was actually fewer than outside, so Pell approached, thinking it was easier to clean up this area. More monsters meant more sword swings, more time, and more stamina consumed. Elite monsters or not, cut them, burn them, stab them. They died just the same. I am the apostle of the Red Foot. And then, from far away, the apostle made one final, desperate attempt. His entire body was coated in red muscle, like an external armor, and he began to swell. Thick blue veins bulged over the muscular layer, ropes of power, and his frame expanded massively. Even Odin, who usually required one to crane their neck up to meet his gaze, now seemed smaller. The apostle had grown taller than a giant. He had instantly shot up to the height of 3 or 4 full-grown men. The very process of that transformation was astonishing, muscles growing wildly, like something undergoing rapid evolutionary acceleration. "Worms!" the apostle roared, and the swordsman standing before him simply raised his blade in silence. That sword was named Sunrise, and the man holding it was Ragnar. The blade in Ragnar's hand shimmered red, pushing away the darkness around him. A single light had appeared on the battlefield. A god, born in the east, ruler of half the world, and devourer of darkness, was here. "Hey!" The wielder of the god's power called to the apostle. The apostle's eyes were red and wide, thick black veins webbing out across them. He didn't reply with words. He brought down his fist. It was a massive blow, like a hammer crashing down. The air was ripped apart by the swing. Boom! The path of the attack distorted the space around it. The apostle's monstrous strength tore through sound and space alike. It looked like Ragnar, standing at the center of it, would be turned to pulp. But it didn't happen. He spread his legs and grounded himself. Holding Sunrise, he let the will surge from his core to his entire body. Krakoom! The impact burst out in concentric circles, a deafening boom. Enkrid felt the force within that one blow. The apostle's physical might surpassed even the Minotaur who had fought wielding two blades. But there's no finesse. That's how it seemed. The experienced ones, the veterans, infused purpose into every swing. Every movement had meaning. There was no wasted motion. But the apostle's punches had no follow-up, no plan beyond the initial strike. In other words, he lacked battle experience. But the raw force in his strikes, that was no joke. Breaking through walls, he could do that. Killing every last monster in the demon realm, wiping out the cursed treefolk, all within his power. If this creature had made it to the continent, he could probably take over an entire city and feast on its inhabitants. That's the kind of strength he had. He just couldn't kill the one man standing in front of him. The apostle's massive fist, aimed directly at Sunrise, couldn't even shake the man wielding it. Squelch, itch, hiss. His flesh split on impact with Sunrise, blood flowing freely and then steaming as it hit the heated blade. The air filled with the stench of burnt iron and blood. Ragnar stood firm, gripping Sunrise, and thought, "My vow is to never stop, not until the day I die. To keep moving forward until my final breath." What may be easy for one man becomes a soul-racking ordeal for another. No two people are bound by the same limits. Ragnar's vow was born from that truth. What was natural for Enkrid was not natural for him. The apostle wielded both magic and flesh. Black-blooded tendrils erupted from his limbs, each one flying like a whip, cutting the air. Mouths opened across his back and belly, tongues lashing out, barbed, dripping with venom. But the glowing sword of light cut them all down, blocked and repelled them. Enkrid stood off to the side, silently observing. Everyone else had taken their positions as well. A swordsman and a monster, locked in a life-or-death struggle among ruined walls and dead beasts. Enkrid considered the possibility that Ragnar might die. There were moments when the apostle's spells almost broke through. Black thorny vines burst from the ground and sprayed a volley of fine needles. A few struck Ragnar's limbs, dulling his movements briefly. But even so, this side won. How distasteful, Shinar murmured. Vine magic was the specialty of fairies, specifically druids. Seeing the apostle bastardize, it made her visibly uncomfortable. By a mere knight? The apostle muttered. There were monsters in the demon realm that devoured knights. Plenty of them. One of those monsters, blood pouring from half his shattered head, looked at Ragnar. Half his skull was crushed, warped like heated metal, blistered and mangled. His muscle armor, once impervious, had been torn apart by Ragnar's blade. He was gasping, struggling for one last breath. Will he die even if we leave him? Enkrid couldn't be sure. Ragnar raised his heavy arm. This had been a bad matchup for him, trying to defeat a foe like this with a single sword. There had been a moment when, locked in a staring contest against a hypnotic spell, he nearly died to a tentacle strike. And just then, Ragnar sensed something flying at him from behind and twisted his body. He dodged half a beat late, but it hadn't been aimed directly at him, so it was enough. Had he stood still, he would have been hit. Whack! The flying object slammed into what was left of the apostle's head. It struck so hard that it tore through his neck muscle and skin and tumbled to the side. It looked like someone had smashed a pumpkin and then thrown something into it. What embedded itself in the apostle's ruined skull was a hand axe. "I got him," a low voice from the side, belonging to a wayward barbarian. The man continued, "The last one to strike gets the kill. You know that, right?" Right hand extended, Rem smiled faintly. His forehead bore small cuts, his forearms too, evidence of a tough journey here. This was the demon realm. No place for humans. The battle was over. There were still monsters scattered about, but the fortress was in ruins, and its guardian had fallen. A fortress city, not even the heart of the demon realm, Enkrid assessed. Still, it would have been a lie to say he wasn't proud. The others may not have realized it, but this place had been the target of multiple offensives by the Red Cloak Knights, and they had just swept through it the moment they arrived. Shiana, looking down at the corpse of the magic spirit she had killed earlier, wrapped her forearm wound with a long leaf, fairy-style bandaging. She scanned the surroundings and still heard faint cries of lingering spirits. If they left things as they were, thorned walls would soon rise again. Walls like that were born from obsession, which meant purification was necessary, and nothing purified like fire. Burn it. Those words came from the fairy who once hated fire. Whether it was a memory she had overcome or a new resolution, it didn't matter. Enkrid simply nodded, acknowledging the intent. Their task here was finished. It was time to light the beacon. Beneath the gray clouds that shrouded the sky, in the darkness that had fallen, a red flame began to blaze like the sun. The sun was still far from rising, but that flame burned just as hot and far longer. And in doing so, it fulfilled the wish Enkrid had carried all this way. Chapter 775. That's absurd. A man appeared in a dream and showed me his life. He had abducted humans, experimented on them, and used the knowledge gained from those experiments to modify his own body. In doing so, he lived for 200 years. To put his life simply, he survived by recklessly using others' lives for the sake of his own. There wasn't much else to say about it. "Oh, Redfoot," the man from the dream murmured. Then, like a piece of paper soaked and torn by water, he scattered and was swept away by the current. Enkrid blinked. The place where the man had stood was now just the gunwale of a small ferryboat. The owner of the boat let out a clicking laugh. Not with his mouth. It was something passed directly into his mind. In other words, the ferryman had deliberately made sure Enkrid knew he was laughing. The man dying in the dream was the apostle of Redfoot, which meant what Enkrid was seeing now was likely a trick of the ferryman. "I have a twisted hobby." "Not very twisted hobby." "Is that what you're trying to tell me?" Enkrid said flatly as he stared at the image. But the ferryman showed no sign of displeasure at the comment. He just laughed again. Click, 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 and then spoke. "Do you know what it means to kill one of their apostles inside the demon realm?" the ferryman asked. To Enkrid, half of what he said was hard to understand. The ferryman didn't consider what Enkrid already knew. He just said what he wanted. "Now they know you." Splash! The ferryman standing on the rocking gunwale felt unfamiliar. Enkrid tilted his head as he looked at the ferryman, uncertain whether he was mocking him or simply trying to emphasize the laughter. Enkrid wasn't a fool. From the ferryman's words, from what he himself had done, and from all that he had experienced, he deduced the meaning behind the ferryman's statement. Who were they? An apostle is a devotee, someone who serves and is devoted to another. Odin had called himself the apostle of the god of war. Then what was Redfoot? The 6 demons. It was reasonable to conclude that Redfoot was one of the 6 demons who ruled the demon realm. He should have been terrified. The lord of the Thornbush Castle had only lived 200 years, but no one could even guess how long the demons had existed on this land. If such beings were now targeting him, it would be natural to feel fear growing within. Of course, Enkrid didn't. I guess I've truly earned the name Demon Star now. He cracked a joke and woke from the dream. Crazy bastard. The unfamiliar ferryman cursed him from behind, but Enkrid didn't feel bad about it. Everything around him blurred, and reality came rushing back to awaken him. Enkrid opened his eyes, sat up, and replayed last night's events in his head. We returned to the city of the ingested. The moment they saw Enkrid, the people there either fell to their knees crying or began praying. Oh, demon god. Some, overcome with emotion, arbitrarily called Enkrid a demon god, and Lua Garn, displeased, immediately corrected their words and tone. Not a demon god, a demon star. Or, if you must, the one who enchants all. Some of the residents, intimidated by the aura Frock exuded, parroted her phrasing. The one who enchants all. This wasn't some stage play. Enkrid didn't make a fuss over it, but Frock puffed her cheeks and seemed quite pleased. They moved farther into the village, and at its center, a life-size statue, roughly matching Enkrid's proportions, was in the process of being erected. What's that supposed to be? Enkrid stopped and asked. Zoroslav, acting as the village chief, bowed his head and answered. We are carving it to honor the night of the end and the armistice. Most of the villagers had exceptional hands. Their craftsmanship in working with beast and monster hides was reflected in their carving as well. It wasn't the work of a master sculptor, but the sincerity behind it was real. Why isn't there one of me? Rem, seeing it, voiced his complaint. Ragnar, who had been injured while slaying the apostle, showed no interest and strolled off into the village hall that now served as their temporary lodging. Not bad. Jackson stopped to observe the carving and gave his evaluation. He had a keen eye for buying and selling art. The Intelligence Guild was also adept at handling stolen goods, and Jackson, being the head of the continent's top assassination and intelligence guild, naturally had refined artistic taste. It's not a statue of a god, but if it gives the people a sense of peace, then it's a good thing. Yes. Odin and Teresa also offered their own brief impressions. To be honest, Enkrid couldn't say he felt bad about it either, but there was something off in the way the people were looking at him. The reason for their strange gazes became clear before bed, when a child started humming a familiar song. Sing that song again. It was a song where the words end and armistice were used interchangeably, one that Enkrid had heard and loved in his childhood. Why does it have 2 versions of the lyrics? To his casual question, the child, with a mix of curiosity and fear, explained, to bring peace, the world must end, hence the end. When he asked what that world was, the child said they didn't really know. Interpreting it in his own way, Enkrid thought. To these people, the anguish and despair surrounding them must be one world, and ending that world was the end they spoke of. Lead the world to its end. To end the fighting was the armistice. Perhaps that's what they meant. They had returned from the battle inside the demon realm early in the morning. The group had skipped on overnight too, read the full story, food, washed up, and gone straight to sleep. And now they had awoken fully rested. Enkrid pushed aside lingering thoughts and stepped outside, stretching his body as usual. Since there had been an intense battle just yesterday, he opted for light stretches rather than intense training. Doing so made him hungry. His stomach growled, and near the entrance to the village hall, he spotted a basket woven from tree vines filled with various fruits. He filled his stomach with apples, some unfamiliar hard fruit, and a forearm-length, chewy loaf of bread. As he chewed, he sensed someone behind him. "You're up." "I may." It was still before dawn. Today, the sky was heavily clouded, so the sun would be faint. Still, it was far less gloomy than the demon realm. The owner of the green eyes, Shinar, the fairy with otherworldly beauty, looked more pale than usual. She resembled someone who had barely recovered from a serious illness. Understandable. Before Ragna cut down the apostle, Shinar had fought against the magic spirit. The spirit wielded a sword as well as a bow. When the curved black blade struck flesh, it tore into it. It must have been poisoned too. Just a scratch caused the flesh to rot. Shinar's exposed arm was proof. Her torn wound was black. Though a scab had formed, it couldn't be called a normal cut. Still, Shinar won. How? Enkrid had seen the whole process. The magic spirit spared no use of her power. What they called will or magica. Her sword shimmered with a dark grey glow, proof that surviving all those years in the demon realm was no lie. In contrast, the energy infused in Shinara's leaf-winter blade seemed precarious. If one side was a refined blade, the other was more like a sharp needle. Even so, she's the one who survived. Shinar had shown a movement that seemed to channel the essence of a vortex, then unleashed a chilling strike. Using her energy to cloud her opponent's senses, she pierced the heart of the magic spirit with her sword. That was when her arm got severely slashed. It resembled Jackson's lethal thrust. Fairies who train to suppress and regulate their emotions from a young age excel at hiding themselves in their surroundings. She was adept at moving without making a sound or leaving a trace. She combined fairy technique with Jackson's. Shinar looked at Enkrid with a calm gaze. She knew this madman. She knew what would pique his interest. Umbra aclius. In the continental tongue it means shade needle, and so she stated the name of the technique she had used. Enkrid's eyes lit up. As expected, he'd been curious about that. As she spoke, Shinar lifted her injured arm into the light so he could see it more clearly and asked, "Before I die, could you grant me one request?" Shinar asked. But Enkrid was still replaying the battle she had shown him yesterday in his mind. The magic spirit sword, Black Lightning's blade, was vicious. There was no answer to it other than assassination. Just as Enkrid had seen in his mind, the opponent held the advantage. Of course, having the advantage didn't guarantee victory or survival. Shinar had aimed for that narrow window. She unleashed her energy as if to engage in direct combat, baiting her opponent with a feint and psychological pressure, then drove her sword into the heart. There was no doubt she had referenced Enkrid's orthodox swordsmanship. The fact that Black Lightning fell for it so easily was also due to the sheer unlikeliness of a fairy fighting that way. Fairies don't lie, after all. But they do know how to distort the truth. Shinar had declared she would fight, and she'd revealed her intent by releasing her energy. But she had never once uttered a lie. It was perfect rationalization. Her act itself succeeded. She had torn open a spot that would have sent Luagarn, who had a phobia of hearts, into a frenzy. At the very last moment, the magic spirit had tried to borrow the power of the apostle, transforming by inflating the muscles across her body. But her wish was not fulfilled. The energy that had pierced her heart severed every single muscular strand inside her. It happened in an instant. From the start, it had been a duel prepared to end in one strike, and the fairy won it. Rotten potatoes belong buried in the ground, Shinar had said. But Black Lightning didn't accept her end quietly. Bitch Torahur. With a final desperate strike, she swung her sword and slashed Shinar's forearm. If Shinar hadn't dodged, her neck would have been cleanly severed. Back in the present, Shinar looked wistful. Surely, a dying fairy's final wish could be granted. That's what her eyes were saying. Enkrid looked straight into hers. Within those two green jewels there was sincere longing. For a fairy to reveal that much emotion, it had to be rare. Let's get married. A dying fairy's final wish. Wasn't it something worth fulfilling? That's what everyone would probably think. Before anyone noticed, the rest of the group had woken up and were eavesdropping or outright watching their conversation from in and around the hall. The one staring openly, of course, was Rum. Did you apply the spring water from the driest tribe in Bran's ointment? Enkrid asked. I did. Shinar's reply came a bit slowly, but she didn't panic. Maintaining composure was a specialty of the fairy race. You're acting like you'll die soon. How much longer do you actually have to live? Enkrid knew well that fairies distorted the truth. His orthodox swordsmanship specialized in exploiting gaps in a person's intentions, and he was the founder of that very style. After a brief silence, Tatch! The fairy clicked her tongue, an oddly unfitting gesture. Truly ironclad. Luagarn nodded as she said it. Before and after the battle there was no end to what she found impressive. Ram snickered at the scene. Ragnar was still asleep, and Pell and Rofard hadn't been interested from the beginning. They too knew the fairy, specifically Shinar. Well, what she meant by "before I die" hadn't been a lie. But strictly in terms of lifespan, she'd outlive Enkrid. A shame. Shinar clicked her tongue as she said it. Enkrid figured this fairy went to excessive lengths just to tell a joke. Was it really worth going that far? That kind of thought crossed his mind. The group ended up staying in the village for 2 more days. You're saying you cut down a fortress inside the demon realm and made it out alive? During that time, Roman nearly fell over in shock after hearing what they had done. That evening, with his belly full, Enkrid swung his sword while pondering various things, only to realize he had gotten lost. I'm the one who got lost? He wasn't Ragnar. How could he get lost just outside the village? It was impossible. Or so he thought. Then how? Looking around, he noticed the terrain was completely unfamiliar. It wasn't narrow, but walls had risen on either side. The way they'd formed, the packed dirt looked like stone. These walls stretched ahead like a long corridor, eventually turning at a bend. It was about 20 steps away. Just beyond that turn, a shadow stretched out faintly, and a figure stepped into view. Oh, I guessed. The man spoke. A face Enkrid had never seen before. He wore baggy clothes and had small eyes. The wide sleeves and loose fit completely hid his physique. 2 short swords had appeared in the man's lowered hands. It was a trick befitting a circus acrobat. He had been hiding the blades inside his sleeves, and drew them so smoothly you wouldn't have noticed unless you'd seen it before. He also wore a sword at his waist, but those sleeves had concealed more than just steel. Enkrid had once trained in similar techniques. Hide-in knife. A border guard named Torres from the border guard had used a technique like that. As soon as the man finished speaking, his body rippled and suddenly elongated, arriving right in front of Enkrid. The 2 short blades stabbed directly at Enkrid's heart and throat. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation in the charge, just pure aggression and sharp, violent blades. Enkrid, the moment he sensed the opponent, read his intent. No, he felt it, and once felt, he responded. With a rising stroke, Duskforge in his hand traced a vertical line and aimed to split the man's torso in two. In the end, both of them only cleaved through afterimages. From that single exchange, Enkrid could tell this opponent wasn't some flower knight. No, he was a proper knight trained in the imperial style of Valmund.